On the road. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to be going all over the place, so hopefully you're ready. Got a lot of cool things. It's a lot of difficult things that we're going to have to be talking about here, and I'm looking forward to it. I think we got a lot of cool things. Looks like a lot there. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm trying to figure it out, working on it, little by little, which is completely okay. You gotta start somewhere, and learning as I go. Completely in a whole new world here, but I'm glad you guys can hear me okay. That's the important thing. That's the big one. That is the big one. Okay, we are live on TikTok now too, which is kind of cool. We're live on TikTok and YouTube, so that's exciting. Yeah, Amber, if you're over there on TikTok, I think you bounce back and forth. If you wanted to, you can always tell people about coming over here if they're looking for more of a quieter atmosphere. I know TikTok gets a little bit more trolly than YouTube does. YouTube's a little bit more less noise, I think. So that's something that you can, if you had the time or if you wanted to, let them know about that option as well, so that they could, if they're looking to actually pay attention without all the comments and strange things going on there. What's up, Respiratory? Hello. Good to see you. Cookie Patrol, what's up, man? Good to see you, man. We're going to be diving into Revelation chapter 12 and 4 through 14. We're going to be all over the place too, but if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. It's going to be a good time. And as per usual, right whenever we do get started, we will do a recap of Revelation 1 through 11. And we've already done Revelation chapters 1 through 11. And I mean, it's just remarkable. So many things to unpack. And it's so fun to just dive into the word and just get it all over you. And so that's what I think. I think it's just an exciting journey to be on. And what's up, Sushi? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. I just wanted to say hello. Well, thanks for being here, Sushi. Good to see you, man. But yeah, no, we'll get started here. We're just now live within the last minute or two, and so we'll wait a couple minutes. What's up, Julie? We'll wait a couple minutes and then we will get started. But for those of you who are here right now, I think it's really interesting just to pay attention to what's going on in the world. What's up, Liz? Good to see you. For those of you who haven't heard yet, Ukraine just fired United States technology into Russia, and so that's a huge escalation, because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention or not, but Russia made the statement, or they put it down in writing rather, that they are going to they're basically allowed to now use nuclear weapons more readily. It's much more of an option than what it once used to be for Russia, and so now nuclear weapons are on the table for Russia, and that's crazy. They've been saying it, but it takes kind of like a whole different effect when they put it down in writing, because now that means that everybody is behind that idea in Russia, at least, which is crazy to consider. Last stream was a bit special, not trolling, but special. Okay, well, that's interesting. It does sound different here. Yeah. Hopefully it's not. Can you guys hear me okay on TikTok? Hopefully you guys can hear me fine on TikTok. We are going to get started here in a little bit. For those of you who are new, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are live here on TikTok and on YouTube, and we're going to be doing a deep dive into Revelation 12, 13, and 14. We're also going to have to go through Daniel chapter 7. We're also going to be in Revelation chapter 17 as well. We're going to be all over the place trying to... You sound fine. Hello, Gina. Sounds really good on YouTube. Very cool. Okay. So if you guys are looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out here. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you're looking for a serious verse-by-verse Bible study, because that's what we do here. I mean, we've gone through... The very first book that we've ever done is the book of Revelation. So we've gone through Revelation, then Daniel, then Ruth, and Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, we've done Zechariah, we've done Matthew, 1st and 2nd Peter, and now we are back to Revelation. So we're back here again. We're doing it all over again. And so it's we're kind of double tapping Revelation, but we're hitting it from a different angle, and we're hitting it with learned or rather more information than what we tackled it the first time. So we've been doing these Bible studies for about a year and a half now. And so if you've been here for the year and a half, then I'm sure you have grown right along with me. And so it's really fun. It's really encouraging, but it's also what we're going through. You know, many people wanted to go through the book of Revelation again, which it's my favorite book. Mainly because the reason why it's my favorite book is because it's kind of like the final exam. You know, when you go to, you're about to get out of school or something, and then they give you the final exam, and it's basically to prove that you understand whatever you've been covering for the past year. And so when you read the book of Revelation, it really shines a light on how well you understand the rest of Scripture. And so it's really like a final exam because it forces you to understand everything going on back in the Old Testament, largely in part, specifically or mainly Daniel, but in many other places as well. We'll be in the book of Zechariah today as too, because we'll be talking about the Antichrist. But it's really, really cool. And so, oh no, is this the end of your study today? No, Jimmy, nope, this is just the beginning. I'm just kind of talking right now while people are joining. We've only been live for about 10 minutes now, so you are here at a good time. But if you guys wanted a more quiet place to kind of, you know, without like the comments going all over the place or whatever, maybe consider coming over to YouTube, because YouTube, it's a little bit quieter over here. And I was kind of considering maybe moving over to YouTube more specifically, just because of they're less strict on saying certain things. You know, TikTok gets all out of sorts when you use certain words, and it's just remarkable. So I was bouncing ideas back and forth as far as like YouTube and Rumble, and you know, we'll see how it goes. But maybe transitioning over to YouTube would be YouTube and Rumble, YouTube or Rumble, both of them. I'm not really sure. We'll see we'll see where it leads, but just consider that as an option. All right, so let's go ahead and do this thing. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We have been going through, so the goal here is to go through the entire book. What's up, Kathy? What's up, Jeff? Good to see you, man, over on YouTube. The focus here is to go through the entire book of the Bible, and it's really challenging. And so if you are looking to learn the Bible, I want you to understand it's not easy. What's up, Henry? Good to see you, man. Henry from Ireland. I want you to understand reading the Bible and studying the Bible are two very different things. And so I want you to recognize that it's not easy. It's not a simple thing. You can read words on the book, on the page, but diving into it and trying to understand it really brings a whole new meaning to the entire thing. And so that's the goal of this this channel. We are trying to study and learn and unpack. And so I want you to understand, I am not a pastor, I'm not a theologian, I'm not a scholar, I'm not any of those things. And so you need to challenge me, and you need to test me on all of these things that I tell you, because I'm telling you my opinion, and I'm going to do my best to explain to you why I believe what I believe. But at the end of the day, it's on you to test all things and to hold fast those things that are good, as Paul tells us in 1 Thessalonians. And so we need to recognize that. But not only that, but Paul also tells us in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, this should be a life verse for you in a sort. It says, these were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness, and they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. And so the challenge on the table for you and for me is to, when you hear something, you need to receive it, but then test it. You need to test me. You need to, every single person that you listen to, you need to test it to scripture. And so, that's very, very important to make a part of your life, because if you don't do those things, then you'll just be carried away in every form of doctrine. Wherever the wind blows is where you're going, and that's very dangerous. And then you can get lost in some pretty deep water and get into some trouble in some areas if you're not careful. Good morning, love for all. What do you test scripture to? You test it to you test scripture with scripture. That's what we were supposed to be doing. And so if I just say one thing, you're supposed to dive in there and unpack it to see if it's true. Now, context is everything, which really shines a whole light on the entire idea. Is like, hey, can you even test scripture? Well, do you have the knowledge to do that? And so that's why it's important for you to know what's in here. And that's the hope of this whole Bible study. But at the end of the day, it's okay, because a lot of the things that we're diving into today is going to be secondary issues. And I want you guys to understand the primary issue. And I always bring it back to this. The primary issue of what we do here is to share the gospel. And so that's everything. That is the most important thing. And so if you're in here and you don't know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, that is the primary issue. And that is the one thing I want you to understand more than anything else. We're going to be talking about a lot about end times, a lot about eschatological events happening. We're going to be talking about a lot of secondary events. But the one thing, if you don't understand how to get to heaven, then none of this matters. And so how do you get to heaven? Well, first off, you need to recognize that you're a sinner. Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." You need to recognize that you are a sinner. Why? Because when you recognize the bad news, then you can start looking for the good news. Well, what's the good news? Well, in Romans 6:23 it says, "For the wages of sin is death." That's still bad news, because now you recognize that you're under the death penalty, which is crazy. But that verse doesn't stop there. It continues on and it says, "But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." And so you need to recognize and put your faith in Jesus. You need to believe that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for you and for me. He was buried. He rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." You need to recognize that there are people who like to add to that. There are people who say, no, you need to put your faith in Christ and do this in order to be saved. No, it's for by grace you have been saved through faith. It's not for by grace you have been saved through faith and works and go getting water baptized and becoming a missionary and doing all these things. No, it's for by grace you have been saved through faith. And so that is the priority. That is the number one thing here that I want you to walk away with if you didn't know that. There's many different gospels out there. If you go to a different channel, thank you, Jules. If you go to a different channel right now and you start watching all these Christian TikTok creators, or you scroll on YouTube or whatever, you might hear something completely different. And this is where it comes to you, and it's on you to understand and recognize what is right and what is wrong. There are people who say, no, it's not Christ alone, it's Christ and water baptism. Well, I believe that would be labeled as a different gospel. And so you need to be sensitive to that. Thank you. What's up, Jackie? Good to see you. Thank you. And so I think it's good to recognize that. Okay, Susan. Hello, thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. Thank you, Hope, and thank you, Sheila. Thank you guys for those gifts very much. Thank you so much for that. What about faith without works is dead? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if your faith is genuine, then there should be works that back it up. But works does not save you. It is your belief in Christ. And so that's what's interesting about the entire works situation, is because a lot of people struggle with that. And so I think it's good to recognize that if you add works to salvation, then what you're doing is you're taking away from what Jesus did on the cross. When Jesus died on the cross, he paid it all. Everything was paid in full. And so it's a free gift. It's a free gift. It's a free gift. And so when you accept that free gift, if you recognize what you're doing, then works will be a natural byproduct. It happens secondary. It happens after you recognize who Jesus is. When you repent, you're changing your mind on who Jesus is. You're aligning yourself with who he is. When you recognize who he is, then you start living like him, and you start loving the things he loves. You start hating the things he hates. And then your whole life is just completely different from what it used to be. So, hey, what's up, Yogi? Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Okay, let's go ahead and dive on in. So if you guys are new here, like I said before, my name is Ryan. We're going to be going through the book of Revelation. We're going to be focusing on chapter 12, 13, and 14, but we're going to be all over the place like we normally are. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you so much. Your team has completed the first stage of Team Quest. What is that? I don't know what that is. Team Quest, yay. I don't know what that is. All right, let's go ahead and dive on in. But if you, like I said before, if you guys are looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study that is kind of like what you're watching right now, there's a YouTube link up here. Amber just pinned it right there. And we are live on YouTube right now if you wanted to hop on over here as well. It's a little clearer from what I understand. Okay, so the book of Revelation, let's go ahead and dive into it. We've already done Revelation chapter 1 through 11, and so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a recap of chapters 1 through 11 through the book of Revelation, just to kind of set the scene. So the book of Revelation is written by a guy named John. John is the guy who, he's the Apostle John, and so it's really interesting to dive into who John is, because when you start diving into it, what you find is that John, when you read the Gospel of John, John refers to himself in the Gospel of John as the disciple whom Jesus loved. John's perspective was so instructive because he removed himself from the entire book that he wrote. His name, he's like, I don't even want my name to be seen, because if you see my name, then you're going to focus on that, and then you're not going to focus as much on Jesus. And so John refers to himself as the disciple whom Jesus loved. And so it's really, really cool to see that kind of stuff happening, because that's the heart of the guy who's writing the book of Revelation. So John, the apostle, is writing the book of Revelation. He is on the island of Patmos, and he has this revelation. Now, that's something that we need to really recognize when you start diving into the book of Revelation. You need to recognize it's revelation. It's not revelations. It is not plural. It is a revelation. It is, what is the word revelation? It's the Greek word is apocalypsis. It has the idea of unveiling. The idea of unveiling. It's kind of like if you are... like somebody's at your door and somebody knocks on the door and you walk to the door and the door is solid. You can't see through it. You don't know who's on the other end. And then you open the door. Well, whoever's on the other side has now been revealed. It's kind of like, hey, what's up, Vino? Thank you so much. It has the same idea as like a curtain being pulled back, and then all of a sudden there is somebody on the other side. The whole picture, the whole idea of the book of Revelation is the revealing of Jesus Christ. It is the revelation of Jesus Christ. And it is so neat to see this. There is a specific blessing that is attached to the book of Revelation too. In Revelation chapter 1, verse 3, we see that a specific blessing is given to those who read and keep the words of these prophecy. Now, it's really interesting because we recognize that the book of Revelation is prophetic. It is prophecy. There are some people who believe that we are currently in the millennial kingdom right now, and that's bananas to me. And I'm just like, my goodness. I'm reading from a New King James Version, Megan. I read a New King James Version, Schofield Study Bible is what I use. But there's some people who believe that we are in the millennial kingdom right now, and I'm just like, well, if we're in the millennial kingdom right now, then Satan's leash is way too long, because during the millennial kingdom, he's going to be locked up for 1,000 years. And so clearly, if you just look out your window, you'll be able to see that we are clearly not in the millennial kingdom. And so I just want you to understand there's so many different viewpoints of this book, and so you need to test it. You need to test it. I'm going to tell you my opinion, but it's on you to test it. Okay, so that is Revelation chapter 1, but also in Revelation chapter 1, what is very important to recognize is that within Revelation chapter 1, John has a vision of the island of, he has a vision on the island of Patmos about 7 churches. There are 7 churches that he is going to write letters to, and those 7 churches are mentioned in verse 11. Revelation chapter 1, verse 11. You have Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. So you have, thank you, Jeffrey, you have those 7 churches that are mentioned, and I need you to be sensitive to the fact that in that specific order is a prominent church. They all exist all at the same time. All of these churches, they were literal churches back then, but all of those churches back then are, it's kind of like a template for what we have today in our world today, because there is still currently in our world today a church like Ephesus. There's a church like Smyrna. There's a church like Pergamos. There's a church like Philadelphia. There's a church like Laodicea, and so on. You have all of those churches. And so it's interesting that throughout the church age, the church began in Acts chapter 2, and it's going to end in Revelation chapter 3. And so that's really, really important to understand as far as like your perspective. When you can see where something starts and where something ends, well, then all of a sudden you can start to kind of work in that area and be like, oh, okay, this is during the church age. And then you're like, well, what's going on in the church age? And you can unpack it a little bit better. Well, you have the seven churches that he's going to write. And something that's very interesting is that in Revelation chapter 1, Jesus is identified. He shows up to John. And this is something that I think is so cool, because good morning, what's up, Lisa? Good to see you. This is something that I think is so cool about Revelation chapter 1. So remember who John is. John was the one who followed Jesus everywhere. John had the ability to, or the privilege rather, to go and follow Jesus to certain things that all the other apostles weren't able to go to. For example, John went up on the Mount of Transfiguration with Peter and James. It was always Peter, James, and John. Peter, James, and John. Peter, James, and John. John was privy to certain events that took place, and it's so neat to see what's going on in Revelation chapter 1, because in Revelation chapter 1, Jesus has already ascended up into heaven, and John is there, and then he turns around and he sees somebody, and then he falls down as if he was dead. Now, you need to remember what's going on here. John loved Jesus, and Jesus loved John. Jesus loved John so much that he trusted John with the custodianship of his mother. Remember when Jesus was on the cross, he looked down and he's like, behold your mother, behold your son. And he gave the responsibility of Mary he entrusted that to John. He had other brothers and sisters. He didn't say that to them, but he gave it to John. He gave the responsibility of his mother, Mary, to John. And so they were very, very close. And so what's interesting here in Revelation chapter 1 is that he turns around and he sees Jesus, and he knows who Jesus is. He walked with him. He talked with him. He cried with him. I mean, all of these these experiences that they had with one another, like all kinds of emotions all over the place. And then he turns around and he sees Jesus again, but this time Jesus is different, and he falls down as if he was dead. And I absolutely love that. But this is John seeing Jesus again. One of the most important verses, I think, in the Revelation chapter 1 is Revelation chapter 1, verse 19. Revelation chapter 1, verse 19 is so very important. This is your outline. If you understand Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, Atticus, Finch, what's up, man? It's Andrew. What's up, Andrew? Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here over on YouTube. But on Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, it is so good to understand this, because you get the outline for the entire book of Revelation. This doesn't happen all the time. You don't get to read the book of Matthew or Mark or Luke or John and find an outline that is inside or inserted. What's up? Thank you, Shar. You don't get to see that in other books, but you get to see it here. What's up, Monique? Good to see you. Didn't know you go live here. Yeah, I just started. This is my second live stream on YouTube. So thanks for being here. I appreciate it. But in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, Jesus commands John to write the things which you have seen, the things which are, and the things which will take place after this. So you have the things which you have seen, the things which are, and the things which will take place after this. This verse, Revelation chapter 1:19, lays out the entire forecast of what is to come in the book of Revelation. And so if you get Revelation chapter 1, verse 19 down, then you're doing well. So in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, it says, write the things which you have seen. Now, what are the things that John has seen? The things that John has seen, he already wrote down. That's chapter 1. Revelation chapter 1 are the things which you have seen. And so that is done. So you can check that one off the list. So, yeah, YouTube working live too. Awesome, man. Thanks, Henry. And so in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, he continues, and then he says, and the things which are. So he tells them to write the things that he has seen, and now he's telling them to write the things which are. What are the things that are during John's time? The things that are during John's time is the church. He's telling them to write down the church. And so if you want to put something down as far as what chapters encapsulate the things that are, it's Revelation chapter 2 and 3. If you read Revelation chapter 2 and 3, what you will find is this is all about the church. Revelation chapter 2 is all about the church. Revelation chapter 3 is all about the church. And so he says, write the things which you have seen. He wrote that down in Revelation chapter 1. That's where he describes Jesus. He's describing Jesus in his priestly garments. It's so cool because that's what Jesus is doing for us today. He is interceding for you and I. I mean, how wonderful. Then the things which are is Revelation chapter 2 and 3. He's writing to the church in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. But then after that, in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, it says, write the things you have seen, the things which are, and the things which will take place after this. The things that take place after this is in Revelation. It starts in Revelation chapter 4, and it goes to the end. Revelation chapter 4 all the way to the end is basically the things that take place after this. And so it's really, really remarkable to start paying attention to these kind of things, because once you start seeing it, you're just like, I can't unsee it. And it's really, really neat. Okay, so moving on to Revelation chapter 2, but just so you guys will recognize, Revelation 1:19 is the outline for the entire book of Revelation. Revelation chapter 2, moving on, Revelation chapter 2, we won't stay too long on these chapters because we'll just fly by them real fast. But Revelation chapter 2, you have a couple churches that are mentioned. You have the first church which is mentioned is the church of Ephesus. Now, if you remember, Paul goes to Ephesus in the book of Acts, and he says, hey guys, I'm about to leave Ephesus. And once I leave, there's going to be wolves that try to enter in. And so he warns them. And so it's really cool to see what the church of Ephesus does, is because they defense up. They're like ready. They're like, what's happening? They were on high alert. And so here in Revelation chapter 2, Jesus gives them a pat on the back. What's up, Tamara? Good to see you. So Jesus gives them a pat on the back, and he's like, you did well. You held to the doctrine. You did really good. But this I have against you. And so he gives them an attaboy, but then he's like, okay, here comes the bad news. Here's an attaboy, but here comes the bad news. The bad news is that they forgot their first love. And so what was their first love? It's basically has the idea that they were so worried about the duty for the king that they forgot their devotion to the king. That's something that can be really applied in our lives too. And many people who know the Bible very, very well, that can be a danger for people who know scripture very well, because they might be like, I am right and you are wrong. And with that kind of mentality and that kind of attitude towards one another, you can kind of burn some bridges rather than build some bridges for Christ. And so that's what we need to be very, very sensitive to. It's just like, in the book of Corinthians. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much. What's up, Mark? Good to see you. What's really good to understand is that what Paul says in the book of Corinthians, 1 Corinthians chapter 8, I think it is that Paul says, we all have knowledge, but knowledge puffs up. But love edifies. And so he's bringing it back to love. He's bringing it back to love. And so that's something that Jesus tells us in Matthew chapter 22, I think it is, or somewhere around there. He says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. And so this is something that we need to really focus on. But sometimes when we think we know things, then all of a sudden we get a little heady and we think that we're kind of cool and I'm better than you because I know it and you don't know. How could you not know? And so we start to build ourselves up, and next thing you know, we're just going to fall that much further. The closer you stay to the ground, the less the fall is going to hurt, kind of. And so that is something that we need to remember. Moving on to Revelation chapter 2, verse 8. In Revelation chapter 2, verse 8, he's writing to the church in Smyrna. Now, this is really neat. So this church, whenever you think of Smyrna, I think it's really good to remember what myrrh actually stands for. Myrrh stands for, it speaks to death. It speaks to death. And so when you go back to Matthew chapter 2, when you find the Magi, the three wise, or not the three wise men, the Magi, or the wise men, not three wise men, but the Magi showed up with three gifts, and it was gold, frankincense, and myrrh. When you understand that the reason why they gave those gifts, you recognize that those gifts are prophetic. You have the gold, which speaks to his godship or his kingship. You have the frankincense, which speaks to Jesus's priestly role. And you have myrrh, which speaks to his death. So when the Magi showed up in Matthew chapter 2 looking for the one who was born King of the Jews, what they were actually doing was they were letting you and I know how much they understood about Jesus Christ. They told you very clearly with those gifts, like these dudes said like 10 words the entire time, but what they presented allows us to understand how much they understood way back then. And so those wise men show up and they recognize him as God and King. They recognize him as priest, and they recognize that he was going to die. How in the world would that make sense in a human being's mind for you to be like, okay, the Son of God is going to show up and then he's going to die. Like, that's crazy. To you and I, it makes sense because we're living here after the cross. But before the cross, everything had to have been so much more blurry. And so when these guys show up in Matthew chapter 2, it is unbelievable that, like, the amount of faith that those magi had coming from the Parthian Empire all the way down to the Roman Empire, which they were walking into enemy territory, essentially. I mean, that faith is unbelievable. Like, they couldn't call ahead and be like, hey, is Jesus born yet? No, they were doing it all by faith. It is so remarkable. I just love talking about those guys. But moving on, Revelation chapter 2, verse 8, this church in Smyrna, they thought they were getting, they thought they were doing really poorly. And so that's why whenever you think of myrrh, you need to think of Smyrna. Why? Because Smyrna was being crushed. They were literally being crushed. And so when you think of myrrh and how it relates to death, and you associate that to Smyrna, Smyrna was associated with death because many of them were being killed. And so Jesus writes them, and he chooses a title that was really encouraging. So it's really remarkable how he was doing that, because what he was doing here is he's like, hey guys, I understand you're being persecuted, but don't worry, I am the first and the last who was dead and came back to life. Now, how would that come across to you if you were being persecuted? If you're if you think that you're about to die, wouldn't it be encouraging to receive a letter from Jesus and he identifies himself as, hey, I was dead, but I'm alive? Because he was encouraging them to continue on, persevere. Why? Because I died, but I'm alive. And so it's so good to really dive into this idea of how Jesus is able to kind of just get in there and say what he needs to say to the people who need to hear it. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much for that gift. Thank you so much. And so it's really cool. Moving on to Revelation chapter 2, verse 18. In Revelation chapter 2, the next church that's mentioned in Revelation 2, verse 12 is the church of Pergamos. Pergamos had, the word Pergamos has the idea of mixed marriage. So it was where the church was married with the state. And so instead of like a pure marriage, it was a mixed marriage. And so the state gets in there and they start tweaking all kinds of things. And next thing you know, doctrine goes out the window and it's all terrible kind of stuff. But that's what's going on in Pergamos. Moving on to Revelation chapter 2, verse 18, we have the church in Thyatira. This church was has the idea, the word Thyatira has the idea of continual sacrifice. So continual sacrifice, what does that mean? It's basically where this church, the church in Thyatira, was promised to go through the Great Tribulation. Well, good morning, Nancy. What's up, Andy? Good to see you. So this Thyatira church is the church that is promised to go through the Great Tribulation unless they change. And so that's really provocative. But why are they promised to go through the Great Tribulation? Because of their belief. Their belief in this church was of continual sacrifice. They didn't recognize that Jesus paid it all. And so they were doing, thank you, Andy, they were doing this sacrificial system over and over and over again, transubstantiation, which is highly used in the Roman Catholic Church, which is where they believe that you partake of communion, and they believe that piece of bread literally becomes the body of Christ, and they drink the wine and it literally becomes the blood of Jesus Christ. No, they're continually sacrificing him over and over and over again. What's up, Henry? Yeah, works great over here too. Very cool. They said it was a little bit more clear over here, so that's interesting. I don't know why that is, but it's good to have you. So this church is promised to go through the Great Tribulation, and so I believe that this church, it mentions the woman Jezebel in Revelation 2, verse 20. We talked about that. A lot of times when the book or when the Bible refers to a woman, a lot of times it's used in a a woman is basically used symbolically in Scripture as a religious entity. And so you can look through that. You can see good examples of that in the Bible. You can see bad examples of that in the Bible. Some good examples of that in the Bible. You have Israel being the wife of God. You have the church being the bride of Jesus. And then in the bad kind of way, you have Jezebel being the false church. You have the mother of all harlots. Thank you, Tamara. You have the mother of all harlots in Revelation chapter 17 that is connected with the false Christendom, the false churches. Like, just because you go by a building and it says church on it or it says Jesus on it doesn't mean anything. And so there's a lot of false churches in our world today, and a lot of those churches are going to be here during the tribulation, and that's just really heartbreaking. But unless these people in Thyatira repent and change from those ways, then they will be going through the Great Tribulation, which is heartbreaking because they are completely deceived and they rely on good works and like rituals more than the sacrifice of what Jesus did on the cross. Moving on to Revelation chapter 3, this is the church of Sardis, Revelation chapter 3, verse 1. And what's up, legit? Hey, cool setup. Hey, thank you. It's just throwing it together. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what to do with my hands. But Revelation chapter 3, we have the church of Sardis. And so in this church, we have this church here had the reputation that they were alive, but they were dead. And how terrifying is it? Because when you go back to Matthew chapter 7, Jesus is talking to his disciples on the Sermon on the Mount, but there were the Pharisees and Sadducees who were there listening. And so while they were there listening, Jesus is talking to his disciples, but he knows that there are other people who are lost, who are listening. And he says, many will come up to me in that day and say, Lord, Lord, did we not do all these things in your name? And he's going to say, I never knew you. Depart from me. He says, I never knew you. And so that's remarkable how he says that. But what I want you to pay attention to what's going on in that passage in Matthew chapter 7 is that when the people were talking to Jesus, they referred to him as Lord, Lord, but they were unsaved. They knew who he was, but Jesus didn't know who they were. And that is terrifying. That is terrifying. So you might know who he is, but he might not know who you are. And so that's why Paul says, now that you know Christ, or are rather known by Christ, which one would you rather be? I'd rather be known by him. And so it's really interesting. There's a lot of people who say Jesus and say Holy Spirit and say God and say Bible and say love and say church and all these things, but are lost. I mean, it's really provocative. I mean, even the demons believe and they tremble. So we need to really recognize that. So moving on to the next church, Revelation chapter 3, verse 7 is the next church, and this is the church in Philadelphia. What's up, Jess? Good to see you over there. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, this church is one of the two churches that has nothing bad said about it. There's two churches that have nothing bad said about them, and this is one of them. Smyrna has nothing bad said about them, and Philadelphia has nothing bad said about them. The Philadelphia is very connects to John chapter 21 when Jesus was talking to Peter on the waterside. And so Jesus is talking to Peter and he's like, hey, Peter, do you agape me? And then Peter's like, no, Lord, yes, Lord, I phileo you. And then Jesus is like, well, no, do you agape me? And then Peter's like, I phileo you. And so you have two words for love. You have agape, which is a deep, intimate love. And then you have phileo or Philadelphia, which is a brotherly love. What's up, Holly? And so this is the church of brotherly love. This church was a missionary type of church. And so they were going all over the place, telling everybody about Jesus as much as they possibly could. And that's why you see this door being opened up. And so just because a door is opened up doesn't mean you have to go through it. But what's so cool about this church is that the door was open and then they went through it. And so that door is the mission field. They went out and they did what they were supposed to do. And that is what you and I need to be doing as well. And so it's really cool to see that this church did it. They did it. And so it's really instructive also in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10. This is a huge verse. And just so you guys understand my belief as far as a rapture, when does the rapture occur? Just so you guys know, it's okay if you disagree with me. This is a completely secondary topic. Please don't divide over it. I made a TikTok video on the rapture, and like there's people fighting in there and going back and forth and like being really mean to each other, and I'm just like, stop it, just like it's just crazy. And so I would encourage you not to be divisive, and because it's a secondary issue. But in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, just so you know, I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and this is one of the verses that just kind of seems to make sense to me. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, Jesus says this, because you have kept my command to persevere, I also will keep you from the hour of trial, which shall come upon the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. And so what you see here is that this hour of trial seems to be relating to the tribulation, the 7-year period that is yet future. And so there's a promise to keep this type of church out of that trial. And so if there's a way to not go through that hour of trial, well, then that means that there's a way of escape. And so that's really interesting because when you read Luke chapter 21, I think it is, actually we can go there real fast if you guys want to check it out, just because we talked about this when we were going through Matthew 24. But let's go to Luke chapter 21 real fast, verse 36. Luke chapter 21, verse 36. In Luke chapter 21, verse 36, Jesus says this. In Luke 21, 36, Jesus says, "Watch therefore and pray always that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will come to pass and to stand before the Son of Man." So Luke 21 is connected to Matthew 24. So you have the three, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. They're synoptic gospels, which means same optics. They're just like looking around. They're like, we got the same glasses on, guys. What's going on? But they're just writing it down from a different perspective. And so what's interesting about Matthew 24 is that it's closely knitted to Mark 13 and Luke 21. But they're not the same. They're different. They talk about different things. Some things say the same thing. Some say they don't mention the same thing. Some say something that the other one doesn't say. But in Luke 21, Jesus says, pray that you are counted worthy to escape. And so if there is the possibility of being able to escape, well, then that kind of means that there is a way to escape. And so if you're able to escape what's the hour that's approaching, well, then that kind of seems like a pre-tribulation rapture to me. And so Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, basically doubles down on that idea as far as a pre-tribulation rapture. What's up, Lori? Good to see you. Good morning, Ryan. It does sound more clear over here. Does it really? I wonder why that is. More clear on here on YouTube. Well, I don't know. Maybe I can look into it. Maybe something's wrong with my phone. Hello. Can you hear me, phone? Revelation chapter 3, moving on to the last church. Revelation chapter 3, verse 14. We have the church of Laodicea. Now, this is really interesting because this is the church age that we seem to be in right now. It does sound better? Okay, well, thank you, Donna. That's so strange. I'll look into that after we're done on this live stream. But in Revelation chapter 3, the last church that is mentioned is the church of Laodicea. Now, this church is very interesting because this is the church age that I believe you and I are in right now. It's the Laodicea has the idea of where the people rule. The people rule. And so where the people are ruling the church. Now, what does that mean? Well, if the people are ruling the church, then that means that the shepherds are not ruling the church. And so when you have a whole bunch of people saying, you know, like when there's 50 people in a room and everybody, you try to people please everybody, then all of a sudden, then you just are lukewarm and everybody doesn't want to offend anybody and nobody wants to. And it's really interesting because you and I are put into this awkward situation to where you and I don't want to offend somebody. We don't want to do it, right? But when you look at what Jesus talks about in the book of Matthew, he's like, I didn't come to bring peace, but a sword. The word of God is naturally going to create division. And so this is something that we need to recognize. When you are firm on what you believe, it's naturally going to divide. And so that's crazy. It's almost like, is this part, like, are you sure you want me? Like, and so when that happens, then, you know, Paul talks about that in his epistles and 1st and 2nd Timothy. He's like, you know, he warns us about debating, and he's like, make sure, what was it? In Colossians chapter 4, it talks about everything that you say needs to be seasoned with grace and salt. That's how we need to speak to one another. And so how often we forget those things to love one another because we are here for such a short time and every single breath is literally a blessing. But this church in Revelation chapter 3, Laodicean church, is lukewarm. I want you to understand, you know, it talks about the cold water and hot water and talking about spewing you out of my mouth. I want you to recognize, I don't believe that you can lose your salvation. I believe if you are saved, you are always saved. So that to me is not talking about you losing your salvation. I would argue that the person was never born again to believe with. That's basically what it comes down to. But the hot water, some people see that the hot water is good, and some people see that the cold water is good. Some people say hot water is therapeutic, and some people say the cold water is refreshing. And lukewarm water, like, is basically good for nothing. Like, what am I going to do with that? And so that's what some people say. But then other people think that the hot water is talking about where you're on fire for Christ. You're doing what you should be doing for Christ. And then other people say that the cold water is where you were never saved to begin with. And so I want to encourage you to recognize John chapter 10. In John chapter 10, Jesus is talking about, he's like, I'm the good shepherd in John chapter 10. But what's good to know about John chapter 10 is he tells you very clearly, nobody's going to pluck you out of my hand. But he doesn't stop there. And then he says, he's like, my Father who is greater than I is, nobody's going to be able to pluck you out of my Father's hand. And so you have a picture of Jesus's hand and the Father's hand. And he's like, even if you wanted to get out of here, you're not going to be able to do it. And so it is really, really remarkable to see how, like, it's a picture. And so, you can talk about eternal salvation for a long time, and there's people who see it different ways. I just want you to recognize, I believe, if you are saved, you are always saved. Moving on to Revelation chapter 4, what I think is really good about Revelation chapter 4 is to recognize that this is where everything changes. So like I said before, in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, John was told to write down the things which he has seen, which was everything in chapter 1. He says to write down the things which are, that's everything in chapter 2 and 3. But then when you get to Revelation chapter 4, he says, write the things which will be after this. What's up, Jason? Good to see you, man. Sorry I missed that comment over here. What's up, Angie? Hello, Jeffrey. Good to see you guys. And so it's interesting here in Revelation chapter 4 is that here is where everything changes. So here in Revelation chapter 4 is where John is now going to write everything after this. If you read Revelation 1:19, at the end of verse 19, he says, write down the things which will take place after this. And so it's really good to see this kind of stuff happening. And so here in Revelation chapter 4, you have this chapter, Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you need to recognize how serious and how insightful these passages really are. It is such a blessing when you start diving into it, because you're introduced to these guys who are 24 elders. When you dive into who the 24 elders are, you know, there's some people who see it differently, but what I would propose to you, and you can be the judge of it for yourself, but the 24 elders, you don't see them anywhere else in the Bible. There's no 24 elders. And so when you start studying who these 24 elders are, you start diving into it and you're like, okay, well, what do we know about them? Well, what we know about them is that they are wearing white robes. Now, what do white robes represent in the Bible? They represent righteousness. But whose righteousness? My righteousness? No, absolutely not. My righteousness is as filthy rags. So it represents God's righteousness. And so these are born again believers. Okay, so now that we established that they are born again believers and not angels, because angels do not get crowns, these are not angels, so these are human beings who are born again. These are saints. Well, then who are they? What kind of saints are they? Well, in Revelation chapter 5, you learn that they are kings and priests. Thank you, Jules. And so when you start diving into who the kings and priests are, you just get all lit up, because you learn that there's only 3 people in the entire Bible who are kings and priests. There's a whole bunch of kings, like King David. He was a king, but he wasn't a priest. You have King Saul. He was a king, but he wasn't a priest. And then you have a whole bunch of priests. These priests in the Old Testament also were not kings. And so you have a whole bunch of kings and you have a whole bunch of priests, but you have only 3 who are kings and priests. Now, what's interesting about the kings, they came from the tribe of Judah. The priests came from the tribe of Levi. Now, what's so cool about this kind of stuff is that the 3 people who are kings and priests at the same time is a guy named Melchizedek. Melchizedek in Genesis chapter 14, if you guys want to go check that out. The king of righteousness. He was the king of Salem. It's so cool. So he is a king and a priest. He has no beginning. He has no end. We don't know who he is. Some people think he was Christ pre-incarnate. I don't personally believe that. It's not a big deal. It's a secondary issue. But he's a type of Christ, no matter how you look at it. And so he's mentioned there in Genesis 14. He's also mentioned in Psalm 110. He's also mentioned in the book of Hebrews a couple times. Because, okay, we don't... Melchizedek, so he's a king and priest. Then Jesus is the second person who is a king and priest. And then the third person who is a king and priest is you and I. You and I as the bride of Christ, the church. Now, what is the church? Even though I'm one person and you're another person, what you need to recognize is that even though we're individuals in Christ, we are one body. And so I want you to imagine 50 people behind me. And then when you see 50 individuals, what you're actually seeing is one body. That's crazy. That's from God's point of view. We are one body. And so you have 3 bodies that are kings and priests. You have Melchizedek, that's one body. You have Jesus, that is one body. You have the church, that is one body. And so you and I are seen here in Revelation chapter 4 and 5. And the reason why this is so important as far as a pre-tribulation viewpoint is to recognize where they are before the tribulation. So in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, you see the 24 elders. Now, why this is significant is because in Revelation chapter 6, that's when the tribulation begins. So here in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, what you see is the church in heaven before the tribulation begins. Because in Revelation chapter 5, if you want to look at it, Revelation chapter 5, verse 10, in Revelation 5:10, it says, and have made us kings and priests. That's what the 24 elders are saying. You see the 24 elders in heaven before the tribulation begins. That is so stinking neat. And I'm like, man, that pumps me up. And so you see that Jesus in Revelation chapter 5, Jesus goes up to God the Father who is sitting on the throne. He takes the scroll from his hand. The scroll has 7 seals on it. On the scroll is written on inside and on the outside. And there's only one person who is worthy to open that scroll. And the scroll is essentially the title deed to the earth. And so when you start diving into the title deed to the earth, you're like, well, why did he have to die for the title deed to the earth? And so then you compare the idea, of what's going on back in Genesis to, in Genesis, you have Adam, you have the first Adam. And it's really remarkable to see what's going on there, because what you see in Genesis is Adam. God created Adam out of the dust, and then out of Adam, now it's so remarkable why God did not create Eve out of dust. Have you ever wondered that? Like, why did God not create Eve out of dust? What did God create Eve out of? He created Eve out of Adam. So Eve was a part of Adam. So what you end up seeing is that you see a sinless man, Adam, before the fall, being put into a deep sleep, which is associated with, like when Christians die, they are not dead. They are associated with being asleep. And then when they're asleep, God took out a bride from Adam. He's like, give me that rib. And so you see that a bride was taken out of Adam, and he made that into a bride. And so the same thing is going on with the last Adam, which was a sinless man, Jesus Christ. And out of him is taken out of him is a bride, which is you and I. And so it's so cool. Let's go ahead and keep going in Revelation chapter 5. This is taken up in the throne room. Legit. But it's just really cool to see this kind of stuff taking place all throughout Scripture, from Genesis to Revelation, guys. I'm telling you, it is so cool to see this kind of stuff happening. Like when you start painting these pictures or connecting the dots, you're just like blown away by it. Okay, so that is what's taking place in Revelation chapter 4 and 5. You see Jesus take the title deed from God the Father. That's really important. But what's also important is to recognize the order of events. What you have is the rapture. The church is no longer mentioned after Revelation chapter 3. So the church is no there. Where'd the church go? You don't see the church until the very end of Revelation when they come back. And so that's really important to pay attention to as well. But so the church is gone. How come the church is not mentioned anywhere here? You think they would mention it, because the church was mentioned at least 7 times in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, but then all of a sudden they just kind of vanish. So that's something to pay attention to. But before you get to Revelation chapter 6, you need to understand Daniel chapter 9. And so if you go to Daniel chapter 9, what you'll find is that there are 490 years that are a part of a single prophecy. There's 490 years that are needing to be fulfilled in order for the prophecy to be complete. So what you find as you read Daniel chapter 9, verse 24, 25, and 26 is that the first 483 of those years were already fulfilled when Jesus rode into town on a donkey. So when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, that's when the clock stopped. So the command to go forth to rebuild Jerusalem, that's when the clock started. And then 483 years into the future, the clock stopped, but the clock stopped right when Jesus was riding into town on a donkey. So out of the 490-year prophecy that needed to be fulfilled, there's right now currently 483 of those years that have already been fulfilled. And so what you see out of the 400, what's 490 minus 483? 7. We are missing 7 years of prophecy that have yet to be fulfilled. Now, those 7 years of prophecy that have yet to be fulfilled, what is that? And so that is what Daniel chapter 9, verse 27 is all about. That is what you and I would refer to as the Daniel's 70th week. You have Daniel's 70th week. It's the last week. And so you have the last week, which is a week of years. There's 7 days in a week, but it's a week of years. So it's talking about 7 years. And so when you read Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, what you'll find is that the Antichrist is going to confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, and then in the middle of that week, he is going to break it, and then he's going to cause the sacrifices to cease and all this kind of stuff. It's just really remarkable. But here, you need to understand Daniel chapter 9 before you can dive into Revelation chapter 6. So when you dive into Revelation chapter 6, this is where you start getting into the tribulation, because the tribulation doesn't begin until the seals begin to be opened. And so there's certain things that need to take place before the seals can be opened, and that's why it's good to know your Bible, because some people, I remember, like, you guys remember the Revelation 12 sign that everybody was all hyped up over, like where the constellation and like the star and Virgo and the star going through and the star is the child. A lot of people got kind of geeked out about that kind of stuff, and you can do that, I suppose. But I just want you to understand that we can't be in Revelation past chapter 3 until certain things actually take place. But it requires you to have like the overview of a pretty good handle on the Bible to really be able to put those things in order. And this is why I want you guys to not be discouraged when you try to study the Bible, because it is so challenging. You are literally trying to put together 66 books and you're trying to make sense of it all. And so I don't want you to be discouraged, which is why I would encourage you to get into a verse-by-verse Bible study. And that's what we're trying to do here. It is so stinking tough, man. Like I'm telling you, like if you think you can just pick up the Bible, read a chapter and think you got it down, like I'm just telling you what, like no. It is so much deeper than that. And so that is why I think we are encouraged to study to show ourselves approved. And so the question is, are you doing it? And so that's what it really comes down to. But Revelation chapter 6 is where the tribulation begins. But the tribulation begins when the Antichrist confirms a covenant with Israel for a 7-year period. We're going to be gone before that. And so here in Revelation chapter 6, you see the first seals being opened. You see the white horse, you see the red horse, the black horse, the pale horse. You see these 4 horsemen. But we'll just focus on the first one for a second, because the first one is a white horse rider. Now, this white horse rider, a lot of people might confuse with being a good person, because like in all the movies we see, everybody who's on a white horse is always a good guy. Thank you, Galactic. Thank you so much. But here in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, this white horse rider is an imposter. This is a complete counterfeit. This guy is going around conquering and to conquer. And so that's really interesting. So this is referring to the Antichrist, and he's going to want to just beat everybody. And he's going to be very boastful. He's going to be very proud. He's going to want to win, and to win. And it's really, really interesting when you see this guy enter the scene. He's not going to be revealed until after the rapture, in my opinion. People disagree with me on that, but there's all kinds of reasons that I have for that. And I know other people have their reasons. So I don't believe this guy will be revealed until after the church is gone. Anyways, you have the seals being opened. Now, when you start diving into Revelation chapter 6 and you move onward, what you find is that there are going to be 7 seals. There are 7 seal judgments. There are 7 trumpet judgments, and there are 7. Hey, thank you, Luna. Thank you so much. There are 7 bowl judgments. So they start getting worse and worse and worse. So the 7 seals take place during the first 3.5 years. The 7 trumpets take place during the 3.5 years. And then the last bowl judgments take place during the second 3.5 years. And so it's really, really interesting. And we'll do the best that we can to unpack that and show you why, or examples of why I believe that, rather. But in Revelation chapter 6, you see these seals being opened, which is crazy. So you see 6 of the 7 seals being opened in Revelation chapter 6. And then you get into Revelation chapter 7, which is kind of like a little bit of a pause. There's a little bit of a pause going on here. And it kind of gives you like a little, like a little background story. And he's like, hey, just so, by the way, while all this is going on, I want you to know that while all that crap is happening over there, there's 144,000 Jewish guys who are going to be sealed with the seal of God on their foreheads. And so you are told about the 144,000 in Revelation chapter 7. So who are these 144,000 dudes? Well, why do we know that they're dudes? How come there aren't any chicks in there? Let's go to Revelation chapter 14, perhaps. Yes, go to Revelation chapter 14, verse 4. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 4, this is the verse that I always forget. Like, I can never remember this. But in Revelation chapter 14, verse 4, what you find is that it says, "These are the ones who were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They were redeemed from among men, being first fruits to God and to the Lamb." And so what you see is a very, very specific description about these 144,000 dudes. These are 144,000 Jewish dudes who are virgins, and you're introduced to them here in Revelation chapter 7. There are some people who are like, I kind of want to be one of these dudes, and I'm like, I want to go to heaven and be with Jesus. Are you kidding me? Like, take me home now. Like, I don't care if I got a birthday coming around the corner. It was funny, I was taking my girls to school today, and I was telling them, I kind of quiz them as we drive and whatnot, and I was like, hey, I was like, isn't that crazy that the rapture could happen? They're 7 years old, 7 years old, and 6 years old, and I was telling them about the rapture. And then right away, my oldest was like, well, I hope it happens after I get to see my friends. And I was like, I totally get it. And I was like, I totally understand. Like, you kind of want to hang out here on earth a little bit, because we kind of like we look forward to something, or like there's like a show that's coming out, or like a big event that's about to happen, and you want to go to that first before you go to heaven. And I'm just like, we are going to laugh at ourselves when we get home and be like, I cannot believe I did not want to just get out of there as much as possible, or as fast as possible. But it's really interesting. There's people who are like, I want to be one of these 144,000 people. And I'm like, well, you need to recognize they are very specific people. They are very, very specific individuals, and you need to be Jewish. And you need to be from one of the tribes mentioned in Revelation chapter 7. So you have the 144,000 mentioned in Revelation chapter 7. And then you get to Revelation chapter 8, verse 1. What's really interesting about Revelation chapter 8, verse 1 is it says, when he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. Now, this is where many people draw from, or it seems to infer that this is where the 3.5 year mark begins. So after the 7 trumpets, which is basically what Revelation chapter 8 is talking about, in Revelation chapter 8, they're going to be blowing all of the trumpets. So after all of that, there's silence in heaven, and so that's kind of like why there is. It tells you that there's silence in heaven for half an hour. Well, if you go back to Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, it talks about, I will keep you out of the hour of trial, which is going to happen upon the whole earth. So if you take an hour, and then you take half an hour, that means that there is half of that tribulation gone. So that means that we're about 3.5 years into the tribulation at this point in Revelation chapter 8, verse 1. So half an hour is 3.5 years. A full hour would be 7 years. Hopefully that makes sense. But in Revelation chapter 8, the seventh seal is the first trumpet. The seventh seal, when the seventh seal is broken, that starts the trumpet judgments. And so when you think about the trumpet judgments, it's good to kind of try to unpack it as much as you can. And a good way to remember what the trumpet judgments are is to remember that they are judgment of the thirds. They're a third judgment. So whatever is being judged, whatever is getting hit, it's a third of those things. So in Revelation chapter 8, verse 7, it says, and a third of the trees were burned up, and all green grass was burned up. In verse 8, it says, the second angel sounded, and something thrown into the sea, and a third of the sea became blood. In verse 9, it says, and a third of the living creatures in the sea died. A third of the ships were destroyed. And it goes on, and it keeps on all throughout the trumpets. You keep saying a third, a third, a third, a third. And so it's really remarkable to see how this is designed. But the seals, you have the 7 seals, you have the 7 trumpets, and you have the 7 bowls. The 7 seals are going to be really bad. I don't want you to think that the tribulation, like at the beginning of the tribulation, like that it's going to be just like another day, like you're not even, like we might not even know. No, you're going to know when you're in the tribulation. Like if people go through the tribulation during the seal judgments, they're going to know. It's going to be undeniable. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a supernatural kind of stuff going on, and it's not normal. It's going to be unlike anything has ever been before. Okay, so that is something to be sensitive to. But then when you get to Revelation chapter 9, in Revelation chapter 9, this chapter is so, oh man, this chapter, okay, so in Revelation chapter 9, you have Well, let's read Revelation chapter 8, verse 13. So in Revelation chapter 8, verse 13, you have, it says this angel, it says in Revelation 8:13, it says, "And I looked, and I heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, because of the remaining blast of the trumpet of the three angels who are about to sound." And so this is where many people refer to these last three trumpets, and they refer to these last three trumpets as the woe judgments. They're all trumpets, but these trumpets, the remaining three trumpets, are so much worse than the first four trumpets. And so you need to distinguish them. So you have 7 trumpets, but the first 4 are in one category, and the remaining 3 are in a different category. They are all trumpets, but they're of different severity. The first 4, they kind of suck, right? Like we unpack that kind of stuff, and that's a big deal. Like a third of the ships, a third of the sea turning into blood, all that kind of stuff. That's some big stuff. But that kind of shines a light on how bad the remaining 3 are going to be. And so that's what Revelation chapter 9 is all about. In Revelation chapter 9, what you see is that this angel, this fallen angel, is given a key to open the bottomless pit. And so when he opens the bottomless pit, things come out of it like locusts. And so when you start diving into this, you're like, well, wait a second, what is this? And so what you can determine is that these are not actual locusts. These aren't like little, like little things where you're just like, get off me. No, that's not what that's like at all. That's not at all what it's like. These locusts are described in verse 7, 8, 9, and 10. These locusts are not little insects. These are actual demons. And so that's what's so interesting about this. In Revelation chapter 9, what you see in Revelation chapter 9, verse 1 through 12, is the first woe judgment, which is, naturally going to be the 5th trumpet. But you're going to have the first woe judgment, the first really bad blast of the trumpet. And the really bad blast of the trumpet is going to be this demonic invasion. And so when you start unpacking what are you talking about as far as the demonic invasion, you start diving into it, and you can just unpack this for all kinds of reasons. When you go to the book of Joel, and Joel, I think it's Joel chapter 1, verse 15 to Joel chapter 2, verse 11, I think that's what it is. In Joel 1:15 to Joel 2:11, what you find is that Joel, way back in the Old Testament, tells you about this demonic invasion. It's an actual demonic invasion. And so wait a second, you're like, well, like I have questions. Well, this is why we need to recognize what we're actually dealing with. This is why that angel was flying in the heavens, and he is saying, whoa, 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 because everything else that you've had up until this point, earth, for all the earth dwellers, all the people who are still on the ground, the people going through the tribulation, that angel never once was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, he didn't say that, but he does say it here. He says it here in Revelation chapter 8, verse 13. He says, whoa, whoa, whoa. And the reason why he says, whoa, 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 is because of this invasion. It is this demonic invasion. So you can go check that out. We already read that last time, and that's uploaded to YouTube if you wanted to go check it out. And we do, it's really, really good stuff. But it was really instructive. You learn a ton, and it just goes to show you that Joel, way back in the Old Testament, was able to see this far in the future, and everything Joel wrote about is coupled with what John is writing about here in Revelation chapter 9. But it doesn't stop there. In Revelation chapter 9, verse 12, the angel says, one woe is past. Behold, still 2 more woes are coming. Now, what's so interesting about the first woe, thank you, Amber. If you guys are interested over on TikTok, you guys, if you guys wanted to type ITZ_sheesh in, I'm live streaming over here on YouTube if you wanted to come check this out, and I upload all these Bible studies to YouTube. If you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, you can check us out over on YouTube. But what's so interesting and very important to understand about Revelation chapter 9 is that there is a specific amount of time that is given for these demons. There's a certain period of time that this demon invasion is actually going to be able to rule. And the period of time that this demonic invasion is going to be ruling on the earth. Now, this first demonic invasion, they're not going to be able to kill mankind. They're just going to be able to torment them. And so since they can't kill them and they're just only going to torment them, they're only going to be able to do that for 5 months. And you can read about that in Revelation chapter 9, verse 5. So this demonic invasion is going to be able to torment the people on earth for 5 months. And then when you read Revelation chapter 9, verse 12, he says, one woe is past. Behold, two more woes are coming after these things. So what you see, and thank you for that gift there, what you see is this first woe judgment is down. The first demonic invasion is done. But now we're going to get to the second woe. And the second woe is crazy. So in Revelation chapter 9, verse 13 and 14, you see that these four angels are released who were bound at the river Euphrates. Now, this is where it gets really interesting, because in Revelation 9, verse 16, it says, now the number of the army of the horsemen was 200 million. So this is where a lot of people kind of pull from, and they kind of come to different conclusions. I would like to let you know on what some people say. A lot of people like to introduce China to this kind of conversation, and they say China has a 200 million man army. Well, let's say that they did, but what I want you to recognize is that you're not going to find one Chinese dude who is going to be able to breathe fire and smoke and brimstone, because that's what it says that these guys are going to be able to do. And so clearly this is not a human invasion. And so why do I say it's clearly not a human invasion? Is because if you go back to what the angel said in Revelation chapter 13, he said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just using logic, would you rather go against humankind? Because there's a lot of people who are like, gearing up right now, be like, bring it on, just do this stuff, right? Let's full send, right? And so that's the mentality when it comes to somebody like where it's one-on-one, like mano type thing. But when it's man versus, hey, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. It's just me. Thank you so much. But when it's man versus something different, well, now all of a sudden that makes a lot more sense why the angel would be saying, whoa, 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 because it's a serious situation going on here. And the difference between this second demon invasion is that this second demon invasion are going to be able to kill. They are going to be permitted to kill. And that's fascinating. So the first demonic invasion in Revelation chapter 9, verse 1 through 10 or so, thank you, Brittany. The first demonic invasion, they're not going to be able to kill, but they're going to be able to torment. The second demonic invasion is going to be able to kill. Now, why do we say that? In Revelation chapter 9, verse 15, it says, so the four angels who had been prepared for the hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind. This is going to be unlike anything anybody's ever seen before. This world is going to be unrecognizable during the tribulation. And so this is wild. This is straight up bananas. And so it's just really fun to dive into this from where we're sitting right now. But when this is actually here on earth, it is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before. Okay, so that's Revelation chapter 9. And if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just doing a recap of what we've already covered. We'll pick it up here in Revelation chapter 10, and we'll keep on doing this review. But just so you guys know, we're going to be focusing on Revelation chapter 12, 13, and 14 today, of Revelation chapter 12, 13, and 14. We're just going through a review of what we've already covered. But I want you to understand I am not perfect, and I want you to understand there's a lot of people who have different ideas here, but the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the primary issue is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And there's only one way. You need to recognize that you are a sinner, and you need to recognize that Jesus is God's son. You need to put your faith in him. You need to believe that he is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for our sins. He was buried and rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that is everything. I mean, if you disagree with me on these secondary issues, then that's okay. I mean, you don't want to create division between you and I, but the primary thing is what Jesus did on the cross, and how amazing is it? And so that's, if you're only here for a second, that's what I want you to take away from it. There's a lot of people who like adding works or adding water baptism to it. And I would argue that that is a different gospel as what Paul warns us about in Galatians chapter 1. So anyways, if you're interested, if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, there is a link up in my TikTok profile. If you're looking for it, I upload all these to YouTube. If you wanted to go check that out, that'd be very cool. I'm live streaming over here on YouTube as well. It is an option. So you have the option to check us out over here or stay on TikTok. But all right, so moving on to Revelation chapter 10. Revelation chapter 10 is really interesting. This is another little parenthetical type of insert, which is kind of just like a little, like while things are going down on the earth, there's like a little, like a little, like a commercial break in a sense, like letting you know what's going on. It's kind of like if you're watching a play and you're sitting in the stands, it's kind of like when the curtain closes for a second and somebody comes out and they narrate what's going on, and then the person walks back off the screen or off the stage, and then the curtains open up again, and then the play continues. It's kind of like what's going on here. We're being told of what's going on up here while things are going down here. And so in Revelation chapter 10, we learn about this angel. And so in Revelation chapter 10, there's two types of thoughts on who this angel is. Some people see Jesus because he has a rainbow. And he roars like a lion. There's many characteristics that are given here that can be related to Jesus. And so there's people who see this being Jesus, and there's people who see that this is just another angel, like another mighty angel, some kind of mighty angel. It doesn't matter one way or the other. It's not critical. But Revelation chapter 10, we talked about this. This one was kind of cool. Not too much to really say on this chapter specifically. So since we're taking too much time on this recap, we'll just go to Revelation chapter 11. In Revelation chapter 11, this one, I kind of changed my opinion recently, because I always used to think that I kind of had a good idea, and now I'm just looking at it. And so I would like to share with you what I used to think and what I think now. So in Revelation chapter 11, what you see is that these two witnesses are in front of the temple. And so what I think is very interesting is, just applying it to our world today, is that there is not a third temple in existence yet, but there's going to be. And we know that there's going to be because in Daniel 9:27, he's going to cause the sacrifices to cease. And in order for there to be sacrifices going on, there needs to be a temple in existence. And so that's why it's so interesting, and you need to keep all eyes on Israel, and we need to be praying for them, even though many of them are lost. But there's this temple that's introduced to you in Revelation chapter 11. And what we learn about this is that there's going to be two witnesses that are going to be in front of the temple for exactly 3.5 years. Now, why is that important? It's important because this gives you a really good idea. And this is the video that I put out. Because these two witnesses are going to be here for the first 3.5 years. Why does it have to be the first 3.5 years? Why can't it be the second 3.5 years? Well, the reasons why it has to be the first 3.5 years is because the Antichrist is going to rule for 3.5 years. Now, there's going to be two political kingdoms that are set up, which is what Daniel 10 talks about in Daniel 7. Daniel 7 talks about it. In Daniel 7, there are 10 kings that are basically ruling for the first 3.5 years. But then there's going to be 3 of them that are plucked up, which means the Antichrist is going to end them. And then he's going to become one of them, because all the remaining kings are going to give their power to the beast. And so for the first 3.5 years, there's going to be 10 kings who are ruling, and then 3 of them are going to be killed. And so that leaves you with 7 kings. And so those 7 kings are going to give their power to the little horn, which is we'll talk about that later on. And then the Antichrist will be ruling. The system will be being introduced before then, but the Antichrist is going to be in complete control for 3.5 years. And so here, the beast is not yet introduced, but he is introduced in Revelation chapter 11. And it's not until after their testimony is complete. So the question is, who are these two witnesses? And so many people think that it's either Elijah and Moses or Elijah and Enoch. And the reason why some people think that it's Enoch is because they say he never died, and they often quote, "It is appointed unto man once to die." But that's very interesting, and that verse it doesn't really stick, because there's going to be people who don't die. People who make it through the tribulation, for example, they're not going to die. They're just going to literally walk into the kingdom. The people who get raptured, they're not going to die. And so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. And so Enoch doesn't make sense to me. The one that made sense to me the most is Moses and Elijah, because of all the powers that they use here. But then I started thinking about that, and I was like, well, wait a second. And then so the thought that I am now leaning towards is that these two witnesses could very well possibly be 2 random Jewish men that are alive during the tribulation. They could just be selected and promoted to the office of prophet during this time period. And here is the reason why I am thinking that way now than before. Number one is because in Revelation chapter 11, if it was Moses and Elijah, you need to remember all the way back in Matthew chapter 17, Jesus goes up on the Mount of Transfiguration. He is transfigured before Peter, James, and John. So John is writing the book of Revelation. In Matthew, Peter, James, and John, they all recognized that Jesus was transfigured, and they also recognized that Moses was there, and they recognized that Elijah was there. So John recognized it was Moses and Elijah, but here he doesn't recognize that it's Moses and Elijah. So why didn't he say that it's Moses and Elijah? Maybe because he didn't recognize who it was. So that's a thought. That's one reason. The other reason is that on the Mount of Transfiguration, Moses and Elijah, they already have their glorified bodies. And so you don't really see anybody shedding their glorified bodies aside from Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus left glory to come here, and then we killed him, and then he went back to heaven, and now he has his glorified body. But you don't see anybody else doing that. And so I think hey, thank you, Monica, thank you so much. And so I think it's very interesting to at least entertain. Again, this is a secondary issue, but I think that it's very possible, or plausible rather, that these two witnesses are just two Jewish men who are alive during this time, who are promoted to the office of prophet. And so I think that's very something very provocative at the very, very least. And it doesn't matter if you see it, if you think it's Moses and Enoch or Moses and Elijah, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's a complete secondary issue, but I'm just trying to, prime your mind a little bit to maybe consider something. Hey, thank you, Gigi Shell. Thank you for that. I kind of like you two better. That's what my wife said, Saved by Grace. Thanks for being here. What's up, Bagel? Could they be alive today? I mean, if the rapture occurs today, then very well they could be. And so good to see you, man. What's up, Monique? Good to see you. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue on. Anyways, what I want you to recognize here, there's just so much. Revelation chapter 11 is so good. It is so instructive, and it is so insightful when you start diving into it. Like, I've read this chapter so many times, and I am still learning from it. I'm finally able to connect some dots that I haven't seen before, and see this and be like, oh. And so these two witnesses are here on the earth for 1,260 days. And so why this is interesting is because when you read the Bible, when it comes to eschatology or the study of end times, when you read the Bible, what you'll find is that time and time again, you will see the phrase 42 months, you will see time, and half a time, or you will see 1,260 days. And so no matter which way you're reading, it's always going to equate to, thank you, Julie, it's always going to equate to 3.5 years. And so that is very important to understand, just to kind of, what's up, Eli? Good to see you, man. And so that's really good to see this kind of stuff because it just makes things more clear. And so when you start paying attention to patterns, well, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, hold on, I saw this word over here in this book. And then next thing you know, you're connecting Revelation to Matthew 24, and Matthew 24 to Daniel chapter 9 and Daniel chapter 7. You see it all over the place, and you're like, wait a second. And then all of a sudden it's like bing, 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 bing. And that is awesome. When that starts happening, you just high five yourself, be like, woo! And you just get all pumped up about it because you're learning and you're growing, and then you're going to forget about it the next time you wake up, and you're going to be like, dang it! And you got to get back in here and you got to figure it out. And it's tough. And that's why when you read the Pauline epistles, he keeps telling people, and even Peter, he says, remind them. What's up, AK? Thank you, Yogi. Remind them. Why would you need to remind somebody? It's because they forget. I have told my kids so many things, so many times, and I know all the parents have too. And you have said a million times, if you're a parent, where you are just like, how many times do I have to tell you this? And then you continue to tell them that again. They forget. And don't think you're any better because you forget. And so do I. And so it's just funny because we're like, I'm an adult. You don't talk to me like that. And I'm like, no, you ain't. We're children. And so it's just so humbling. Anyways, Revelation chapter 11. Revelation chapter 11 is so interesting because what you see in Revelation chapter 11 is that after these 3.5 years, it's at that point then the beast ascends out of the bottomless pit and he overcomes those two witnesses. So after they're in front of the temple, so what we've established is there's going to be a third temple. The two witnesses are going to be in front of the temple. They're going to be teaching and preaching the gospel for 3.5 years. Everybody in Jerusalem is going to hate those two witnesses because they celebrate after they die. And then after the 3.5 years is complete, then the beast shows up and he overcomes them and he kills them. Their bodies lay in the streets for 3.5 days. Very interesting. And then the beast will go into the temple. That is where 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 comes into play. That is also where Matthew 24 comes into play, because in Matthew 24, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. It's remarkable to see this kind of stuff. What do you mean? How come it doesn't say let those who are in New York flee to the mountains? Because Jesus, it's all about context. Who is Jesus talking to in Matthew 24? He's talking to Jewish people. He's talking to his apostles. He's like, hey guys, you're Jewish. We're looking at the temple. I'm pointing at the temple. When you see, and all these people in Judea, when they see this dude show up and he goes into that place that he's not supposed to go into, when you see that stuff happening, those who are in Judea, get out. Run. Don't even go back home. Don't pack a bag. You flee. And then he says, pray that your flight may not be on the Sabbath. Why would he add that? It's because he's talking to Jews. It doesn't matter if this is on the Sabbath to somebody like you and I, but to the Jewish people, that is everything. Because during the Sabbath, the planes, the trains, the cars, the transportation services, everything is shut down on those days. And so he's like, if you try to get out during a Sabbath day, if it is on a Sabbath day, he's like, I'm not telling you when it's going to be, but if it is on a Sabbath, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to leave. And so he tells them not to waste any time and to get out of Dodge. And so that's really interesting. So this beast shows up, he overcomes them, their bodies lay dead in the streets for 3.5 days. And then what you see is that these people who are in Jerusalem are going to be celebrating, and then they are going to be giving one another gifts. That is bananas. That doesn't even make any sense, but that's how much these people hate these two witnesses. It's so crazy. It's kind of like what we did to Jesus. When Jesus showed up, he was trying to help everybody. He was trying to do all these things. And so everybody either loved him or hated him. The people who are on the earth at this point, they are so, their hearts are so hardened at this point. And they are so excited when these two witnesses die. They are so excited that they give one another gifts. It's a satanic Christmas in a sense, if you want to look at it in a kind of concept. But then after 3.5 days, they are going to rise again. They are going to ascend into heaven. And it says that their enemies saw them. And that's crazy. So their enemies saw them. I mean, it kind of, inserting technology into that kind of passage really, really, sheesh. What's up, Nathan? Good to see you, man. Inserting technology into this kind of conversation really, really expounds your imagination a little bit, because what you end up doing is like everybody's going to have their phone. They're going to be like, oh, man, look what's going on over here. And so like they will see them going into heaven. It is going to be like unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's going to be mass deception. Everybody's going to see it and they're still going to reject that. They're going to be like, that's not real, or that's Project Bluebeam, because everybody knows about Project Bluebeam right now. Raise your hand if you know about Project Bluebeam. And so deception. You turn on the news and they'll give you a reason why everybody's gone. You turn on the news, they'll explain what those two things were. Those were air balloons, and that was a balloon, and it didn't really happen, and all these things. And so, and so you see how the pump is being primed right now as we're alive right now, and everybody is aware of all these things. And so right when they hear a word that they're familiar with, they will associate that word with being as truth during the tribulation. And so that is why if you read Matthew chapter 24, Jesus says time and time again, he says, see that you are not deceived. See that you are not deceived. Are you kidding me? See that you are not deceived. And so this is why you need to study the Word of God so much, because it is a lamp unto your feet and a light unto your path. And it is so important to really hold on to it, because the world is so stupid dark right now. It is ridiculous. You go outside and you just get hit right in the face with some kind of slime. You're like, what was that? Like, I didn't even meet, and it's just all over you. I mean, the children are under attack. It is terrifying and it is heartbreaking. And so we're getting in some rough waters right now. And I also think it's very interesting to be mindful of what just took place today. Ukraine just fired 6 rockets into Russia, which was technology made by the United States. And so this is an escalation. And so what you're seeing is now Russia, they obviously have been talking about, they just revamped their whole nuclear program to allow it to be used more readily available. And so now everybody's like, okay, well, are they actually going to use nuclear weapons? And so I think it's really provocative, because when you read Ezekiel chapter 39, what you find is that many people believe in Ezekiel 39 that nuclear weapons are used because of the lifespan of how long you need to let the land rest and all these kind of things. There's markers that are set up in place. There's a whole bunch of stuff that is very provocative. But now you see nuclear weapons being introduced into the conversation, and it's just another day. Like, I'm exhausted. I'm just like over here, just like, can we talk about, what? Like, it's crazy. You can't even keep up with all the things happening right now. It's remarkable. But that's why we need to know the Word of God. Okay, continuing on. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 14. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 14, it says, the second woe is past. Now, all that we just talked about was part of the second woe. Remember, there are 7 seal judgments. There are 7 trumpet judgments. And out of the 7 trumpet judgments, the 4 were kind of bad, but the remaining 3 were the ones that the angel was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And so the first woe judgment, or the first woe judgment, was the demonic invasion. That's bad. The second woe judgment is everything that we just talked about after the first woe judgment, which was the second demonic invasion, coupled with, at the same time, the 2 witnesses being on earth. And then after they die after 3.5 years, that is everything that is encapsulated in that second woe judgment. And so that leads us to the last woe judgment, which is where we're going to start here in verse 15. In the last woe judgment, when this trumpet is sounded, this is basically talking about the last woe judgment is the last trumpet. The last trumpet is the bowl judgments. So the last trumpet is the 7 bowl judgments. So just, it's kind of confusing, but just so I'll say it again, just from the start, there are 7 seals, there are 7 trumpets, and there are 7 bowls. The 7th seal judgment is the 7 trumpets. The 7th trumpet judgment is the 7 bowl judgments. And so they keep getting worse as time goes on. And so the 7th trumpet judgment, or the 3rd woe judgment, is the bowl judgments. And the bowl judgments, it's all bad. Okay, so that is a recap of everything. And so we can, I think we kind of stopped right there. Yeah. Yep. So a good way to kind of like keep it in mind as far as like these trumpet judgment, like this trumpet, we'll actually pick up in here in verse 15, but we'll stop right there and we'll actually start in Revelation 11, verse 15, and then we'll dive on into chapter 12. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just doing verse-by-verse Bible study. We just so happen to be going through the book of Revelation right now. So we've done Revelation, we've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1st and 2nd Peter, and now we're going through the book of Revelation again. This is the second time that we're doing it. And so if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, you can check us out here on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube if you're looking for a place to, some people say that it's more clear over here. I don't know if it's because of this little thing. But maybe check us out. All of these studies will be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you want to go up in my TikTok profile. And Amber, thank you for pinning it over here. It's ITZ_sheesh. So if you're looking for somebody to explain it in this kind of format, then look no further. Check it out maybe if you would like to. Not a big deal, but it is an option. But one way or the other, I would encourage you to study, and that is what we need to be doing. Okay, so as per usual, I want you to recognize the only way to get to heaven is by recognizing that you're a sinner. Once you recognize you are a sinner, you can look for a Savior. That Savior is none other than Jesus Christ. Jesus is God's Son. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for your sins and my sins. He was buried. He rose again on the third day, which is talked about in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's not about you doing good works. You can't be good enough to get to heaven. Because if you could, then what was the point of Jesus dying on the cross? No, Jesus needed to die on the cross, and that is the only way to heaven. That's why Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, not a way, a truth, and a life. He is the door. And so that is very, very important to understand. John 3:16 breaks it down very well. It says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And so that is what I want you to recognize more than anything else. Brittany, I prayed today that I would understand prophecy, and your live feed came up on TikTok. This is a blessing me greatly, brother. God bless. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Brittany. Thanks for being here. Okay, so that is the most important thing. That's the primary issue. What we're about to dive into. Thank you, Monica. Thank you so much. What we're about to dive into now is we're going to be picking it up in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15. Let me crack this open. Oh, yeah. It's Jocko time. It's a lot of talking. Okay, what's up, cover girl? Good to see you, Yogi. Yes, yeah. Okay, if you have been here for that review, that was just a review. Now we are going to dive into it. Yeah, what is Jocko? It is it's a very healthy kind of energy drink, or at least that's what I tell myself. There's only like 4 ingredients into it, so I don't know. It's only got like 80 milligrams of caffeine or something like that. Okay, so that was all by way of review. That's everything that we've already talked about up until this point. And so now we are going to dive into Revelation chapter 11, verse 15. We are going to slow down a little bit, and we are going to actually get into the study. So that was not the study, everything we were talking about, but it was things that we've already talked about. Now we're getting into it, and we're gonna break it down verse by verse. What's up, John? John on YouTube, John Bronner. What's up, man? Good to see you. So in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, this is where we will pick it up. Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, it says, then the seventh angel sounded. Now, this is where you need to recognize what's going on here. Remember, we talked about the 7 seals. They've already been opened. The 7th seal is the 7 trumpets. The 7th trumpet is introducing the beginning of the 7 bowl judgments. So it's really, really challenging to really kind of visualize this kind of stuff because of how deep this kind of stuff is. But it's challenging, and it's really, really cool. And that's why I like the book of Revelation so much, because it really pushes you to like stretch your brain a little bit. But in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, it says, then the 7th angel sounded. So it says, then the 7th angel sounded. Now what this is that this is the 7th trumpet. Now this 7th trumpet is the start of the 3rd woe. Remember the 3rd woe is in Revelation 13, where the angel, or not Revelation 13, in Revelation chapter 8. In Revelation chapter 8, verse 13, the angel flew through heavens and was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And so we talked about the 3 trumpet judgments that were really bad. The first woe judgment was the demonic invasion. The second judgment was the other demonic invasion, all while the 2 witnesses are in front of the temple preaching and teaching for 3.5 years. And they're devouring people with fire and all this kind of stuff. And then the beast ascends out of the bottomless pit and overcomes them. All that is a part of the second woe judgment. But here in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, it says, then the 7th angel sounded. So the 7th angel that sounds this trumpet is introducing the 3rd and final woe judgment. The woe judgment, the last woe. What is the last woe? The last woe is going to be, the 7 bowls. The 7 bowls, which we will get to that here later on. But the 3rd woe is going to be the 7 bowls. but there's going to be like an interlude. There's going to be like a little bit of a conversation that takes place from all of these things happening, and we got to catch up. And so now we're going to catch up in these next couple chapters to get a better idea, because this is what's so challenging about the book of Revelation, because you can look at it in a chronological kind of type of order, but here's where it gets challenging, because like what I want you to try to visualize it. I want you to imagine that back in this corner over here, there's like 3 clowns just like juggling and throwing things at each other. And then over in this corner, there's like some chihuahuas like just jumping on one another and wrestling. And then right above me, there is like a couple snakes up there. There's 5 and they're all different colors. And so what I want you to understand is that that's all happening all at once. The clowns, you got the chihuahuas, you got the snakes, they're all there all at the same time. Now I want you to try to write it all down and tell me what everybody's doing all at the same time. Because if you try to do that, it would be very difficult for somebody who had no idea of the scene to pick up what you read or pick up what you wrote and to read it and actually to really understand it. And so it's really, really challenging. If they were not there, if they did not see all of those things, then they wouldn't really be able to understand it, because there's so many things happening all at the same time, and which one happened first, and did the clowns do that first, or did the snakes? And so that's kind of like what the book of Revelation is like. It's like this happened, but wait, did this all happen at the same time, or did this happen first? And so you're trying to like put the pieces where they need to belong, and it's really, really difficult. But that's why it's so good to dive into and to really, really test yourself in your understanding. But here in Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, it says, "Then the 7th angel sounded, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, 'The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever.'" What's interesting about this verse here, Ryan loves a challenge. Woo! In Revelation chapter 11, verse 15, what's interesting about where it says the kingdoms, the word kingdoms there is singular. I think that's very interesting. So in some translation, it's plural, but in other translations, it's singular. So let's view it from the singular kind of aspect. So the kingdom, singular, of this world have become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. So the singular kingdom, what is the kingdom that he's referring to? Well, the kingdom that he's referring to is Satan's one world kingdom. And so that is what that seems to be alluding to. But this trumpet announces the beginning of Christ's reign on earth, and this reign begins before he even returns, which I think is very interesting. You guys remember that movie Braveheart? You guys have you guys ever seen Braveheart, where he's like half of his face is painted blue and he's got a sword that's like 12 feet tall, and I don't even know how he gets it back there. Like, I'm just like, dude, how do you just give me a second, like, and he just and then he finally gets it out, and after that, by the time he gets it out, the battle's already over and he's exhausted, and he's like, oh, no, I'm totally making all that stuff up. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but what I want you to understand is that before those battles actually take place, those people, like Braveheart, Mel Gibson, when he's going up and down and he's like psyching people up, he is like yelling at people and he's like trying to pump them up for battle. And he's like, this is what we're going to do. And we're going to do this. And it's our land and it's ours. And they're like hyping each other up. And the battle hasn't even happened yet, but they understand that they're going to win. And they're like getting it through their minds that this is ours and this is our property. And it's kind of what's going on here. So sad when spoiler alert, Tamara blocked. I'm totally messing. She died? I totally forgot. Oh, man, now I'm going to have to watch it. You guys remember that was on 2 VHS? I mean, I remember I don't remember where it stopped, but I remember having to get up and hit the eject button, pull the thing out, and then put the new one in. I was just like, this is just crazy. Focus. But that's kind of like what's going on here. This is the beginning of Christ's kingdom. The reign, and it's before the battle even takes place, which is really remarkable. The revelation of Jesus Christ doesn't actually take place until Revelation chapter 19. In Revelation chapter 19, what you see is that Jesus shows up on a white horse. Now, in Revelation chapter 19, if you want to know what the revelation of Jesus Christ is, it's Revelation chapter 19. That is what Revelation 19 is all about. It's all about the revelation, the unveiling of Jesus Christ. That's when Jesus comes back on a white horse, and out of his mouth goes a sharp two-edged sword, which is just his words, because he just speaks something and it just happens. Really, really cool. But the kingdom here is given to Jesus here in verse 15, and I think that's very interesting. But this is before he even returns to the earth. And it always makes you wonder, it's like, okay, well, who is in control? I mean, if the kingdom is given to Jesus at this point, well, then who's in control throughout the entire time? Jesus. Jesus is always in control. But in verse 16, Revelation chapter 11, verse 16, it continues, and it says, and the 24 elders who sat before God on their thrones fell on their faces and worshiped God. So here you have the 24 elders being introduced again. Now, if you were not here for Revelation chapter 4 and 5, just remember that the 24 elders seem to be most likely representing the church. That is a great view to see, a pre-tribulation view, and that is why I believe you and I are in heaven before all of these things happen, because of these elders. The elders are everything. It's kind of like a key. It's kind of like when you're like, imagine you're playing a video game and you have to go all over the place to open this door. You can't go through this door. You got to go find a key. It's like, where's the key? I got to find the key. You're like going, and then you find it, and you're like, I got a key. And then you can open the door, and then you walk on through, and it's so super cool. These 24 elders is a huge key for me, and so that's what maybe you can see it. But it's interesting talking about the 24 elders because of who you and I are, like kings and priests. Now, we talked about this before when we were going through 1 Peter, because in 1 Peter chapter 2, 9, Peter refers to the Jewish Christians as being a royal priesthood. And so we talked a little bit about the priests. You and I, in Christ, what you and I are, we are believer priests. Now, what does that mean? We are believer priests. Well, if you go back into the Old Testament, what you find is that the priests were the ones who did the sacrificial systems. They were the ones like killing the animals and doing all that kind of stuff, right? Like very gross, very, very, intimate type situation going on there. But you and I, as believer priests, you and I are priests today. Like that's what you and I are supposed to be doing. Well, wait a second. How am I supposed to? I don't sacrifice any animals. No, you don't. So what do you sacrifice? Well, you sacrifice your body as a living sacrifice. In Revelation, or in Romans chapter, what is that? Romans chapter 10, Romans chapter 12. Yeah, Romans chapter 12. Yeah, Romans chapter 12, verse 1 and 2. You can read about it there. And then, oh man, I want to say like in Hebrews, at the end of Hebrews, it also talks about you sacrifice your works is another sacrifice. Did you know that your works are a sacrifice to God? That's interesting. So you are a priest. It is just different from the Old Testament priest. You are a New Testament priest if you are born again. I am a New Testament priest because I'm born again. And if you are born again, we are sacrificing things. It's just not how they did it back in the Old Testament. You and I are sacrificing ourselves as a living sacrifice, meaning our lives should reflect everything going on. What's up, Ashley? Good to see you. Our lives should reflect everything, and we should be giving glory to God. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Thank you, Yogi. And so then when you unpack the other thing that we sacrifice is our words. That's another thing that we sacrifice. I also think that's at the end of Hebrews. Could be wrong, but those are the three things. You sacrifice your words, your works, and your body. And so that's really interesting. But we are believer priests. And so that is what the 24 elders represent here. So in Revelation chapter 11, verse 16, it says, and the 24 elders who sat before God on their thrones fell on their faces and worshiped God, saying, we give you thanks, O Lord God Almighty, the one who is and who was and who is to come, because you have taken your great power and reigned. The nations were angry, and your wrath has come in the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that you should reward your servants, the prophets, and the saints, and those who fear your name, small and great, and should destroy those who destroy the earth. What's interesting about verse 18, it says the nations were angry. If you read in Revelation chapter 11, verse 18, it says the nations were angry. So the nations were angry. It's really, let's go to Psalm chapter 2. We've been here a million times, but I just want you to be able to connect something in the Old Testament with the New Testament. And Psalm chapter 2 is really, really good for what we're going through right now. So if you read Psalm chapter 2, what you'll find is that Psalm chapter 2 only has like 12 verses in it, 11 or 12 or something like that, verses in Psalm chapter 2. But what Psalm chapter 2 is it's like a flyby of the book of Revelation at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's like you start and then you're at the end. So in Psalm chapter 2, it says this: "Why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing?" That's what it said. That's kind of like what it's saying here in verse 18, Revelation 11, verse 18. It says the nations were angry. And in Psalm chapter 2, verse 1, it says, "Why do the nations rage?" So they're angry. Why do the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? Psalm chapter 2, verse 2, it says, "The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bonds in pieces and cast away their cords from us. He who sits in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall hold them in derision. Then he shall speak to them in his wrath and distress them in his deep displeasure. Yet I have set my king on my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord has said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. Ask of me, and I will give you the nations for your inheritance, and the ends of the earth for your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. Now therefore be wise, O kings, be instructed, you judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are those who put their trust in him. Thank you, Sherry, for that gift. It's really interesting to see what's going on here, but what I want you to really just associate is what Psalm chapter 2 is that we see a flyby of the book of Revelation like 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's like what we just read in Psalm 2 is what we're reading about in Revelation. We're just getting in the details here in Revelation. The details. We're getting in the weeds here in Revelation. Psalm 2 is like a flyby. Revelation, we're like crawling through where we got a verse that kind of describes there, but in Psalm 2, it's just like, hey, this is happening. This is what the earth is doing. They're angry. Why do they rage? They don't like us being in charge of them. They're going to rebel. I'm going to laugh. That's what God's saying. He's like, I'm going to laugh at that. That's humorous to me. Thinks that they can do something about it. And so you just see like a quick flyby in Psalm chapter 2. And so going back to Revelation chapter 11, in Revelation chapter 11, verse 18, it says, the nations were angry, and your wrath is come in the time of the dead, that they should be judged, and that you should reward your servants, the prophets and the saints, and those who fear your name, small and great, and should destroy those who destroy the earth. So here what you see in Revelation chapter 11, verse 18, is so many different things, but it says that you should reward your servants, the saints, the prophets, and those who fear your name, small and great. Reward. That is something to really, really key in on. There's going to be a reward. What are you talking about? Well, this is why it's important to understand. He is referencing in Revelation 11, verse 18, the people who are born again. He says, reward your servants, the prophets, and the saints, and those who fear your name, small and great. Like he's giving descriptive words there, right? So it's interesting to see how he is connecting it all. He's like, there's going to be rewards handing out. And so this is why it's really cool to dive into the Bible, because what you'll find is that there are certain crowns kind of sprinkled throughout the New Testament. You can receive a crown for this. You can receive a crown for that. You can receive a crown for this. Did you know that there's a crown that is going to be given to those who are waiting for his appearing? The beam of judgment. Absolutely, Nathan. High five. But it's really interesting for those who love his appearing. Did you know that there are born-again Christians who don't even recognize that there's going to be a rapture? There's people who don't even recognize that there's going to be a second coming. They just believe, and so there's differences in beliefs and opinions and whatnot. And so this is why it really comes down to your doctrine, your interpretation really matters. Because if you're one of those people who are like, oh, we're living in the millennial kingdom, or there is no rapture, or all these things, it's like, okay, well, you might not be getting that crown, which is, I mean, if you're born again, then that's awesome. But this is where 1 Corinthians chapter 3 really, really is important to understand, because in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, the born again believers are going to stand before the judgment seat of Christ. And that's a good thing. Even though the word judgment is in there, it's a good thing, because all the good things that you've done are going to be there with the bad things that you've done, and they're going to be put in a pile. It's going to be lit on fire, and the things that remain are only going to be the things that you've ever done for the Lord. And so if you have not, that's why I ask you, like, if you're born again, amen. But if you're not if you are born again, the question is, what are you doing with it? The common misconception about being a Christian is that when you get saved, everybody thinks that's you running and you finishing the race, and you like, and you just like take like I need a Diet Coke, like all these things. But what I want you to understand is that when you get born again, that's not you finishing the race. That is you beginning the race. That is when the gun goes off to start running. And so when you get born again, if you are born again, awesome. What are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? What's up, Bart? Good to see you. The inhaler. I know it's too relatable. Legit. I'm telling you what. Like I have asthma. It's better now that I'm older. But man, when I was young, I could not breathe. It was terrible. Anyways, you need to recognize that what you do on this earth matters. And so those things. What are you doing for the Lord? If you're born again, amen. But what are you doing with it? Is the question. What's up, Ed King? Good to see you. So when we move on in Revelation chapter 11, I just want you to recognize that they are going to be rewarded. And it's so provocative, because you and I are going to be reigning with him during the millennial kingdom. Just let that sink in. If you're a born again believer, you're going to be reigning with him. And it's just like, oh man, that is so crazy. It is so crazy, but you need to recognize what you do here is going to echo into eternity, in a sense. And that's a quote from The Gladiator. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but not trying to draw a connection there. But anyways, Revelation chapter 11, verse 17 and 18 is basically a layout or an announcement of what is coming and the results of the bowl judgments. What they're saying here is they are saying this is like after the bowl judgments, like right now they're looking into the future. They're looking out into the future and they're saying the nations were angry and your wrath has come. So you remember, if you were here for our study of the book of Isaiah, you remember in Isaiah how there was a whole bunch of local applications that were going to happen right then and there that applied to those people alive. But then at the same time, it also had a futuristic implication as well. Well, here in Revelation chapter 11, verse 18 and 19, they say the nations were angry, which means that they're no longer angry because it's all done. It says, your wrath has come. It's already been going on. And so he's looking further out, and it's just really kind of cool to see how it goes. It's zooming in, zooming out, zooming in, zooming out. And so here, this is the results of the bowl judgments that are yet to come. But then we get to verse 19, and we get to this very interesting passage. In Revelation chapter 11, verse 19, it says, "Then the temple of God was opened in heaven, and the ark of his covenant was seen in his temple. And there were lightnings, noises, thunderings, and an earthquake and great hail." Now, what's so interesting about this is that in verse 19, it says, "Then the temple of God was opened in heaven, and the ark of his covenant was seen in his temple." What's so interesting about the entire thing is that, Moses, for example, and the Ark of the Covenant, right? We had the Ark of the Covenant. Everybody's, like, where's the Ark of the Covenant? Where's that right now? It's a topic of conversation. But what I want you to recognize is that the Ark of the Covenant is a copy. Let's go to Hebrews chapter 9 real fast. Go to Hebrews chapter 9. Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23, it says, "Therefore it was necessary that the copies of the things in the heavens should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these." So what this is basically getting us to understand is that what we do here on earth is basically a replica. Like we're mimicking, like everything. This is the original stuff up in heaven. This is the original stuff. And then we do the same thing down here. so that we can have an understanding of what's above, right? And so, for example, the tabernacle. We have the tabernacle, right? The tabernacle was a temporary thing. It was portable. They could pick it up. They could pack it up. They could move it wherever they wanted to. But then the temple entered the scene. And then the Holy Spirit, or the Shekinah glory, entered the temple. And then all of a sudden, that was his dwelling place. It was a permanent place. It was a place of his choosing, which was in Jerusalem. You can read about that in Deuteronomy 16:16. It's so remarkable. But what you find is that the Ark of the Covenant that we have here down on earth, or had here down on earth, was something that was just a copy. It's a replica. It's a model of what's actually going on up there. And so that's really, really provocative, because then you're just like looking at these things. You're like, okay, well, the Ark of the Covenant, it was made of wood. It was overlaid with gold. It was meant to be temporary. I mean, I'm sure, does anybody know what's in the Ark of the Covenant? Pop quiz, what's in the Ark of the Covenant? I wonder if you guys know that. But what's on top of the Ark of the Covenant is something that's referred to as the mercy seat. The mercy seat, it was made of pure gold. And that's something that is, I believe, is going to be the throne of Jesus when he's ruling and reigning. The Ten Commandments, the tablets, Aaron's rod. Yep, one other thing, acacia wood. Yeah, but the manna, right? Manna. Thank you, Jake Dog. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, so you had the Ten Commandments, you have Aaron's rod and manna inside that thing, and so it's very, very interesting, which is a picture of the Old Testament, obviously. And so it's very cool to see the whole layout of the entire thing. What I want you to see is that you have the Ark of the Covenant. It's like a box. It's made of wood. It's temporary. It was never meant to last. It's overlaid with gold to show that it was very precious and it was there for a purpose. But then on top of it, you have something that is made of pure gold, which is the mercy seat. It is there permanently. And so what I want you to imagine is that on top of the law is mercy. On top of the law is mercy. The mercy seat. This is mercy. So we are no longer under law, we are under grace. And it's such a beautiful picture. And I mean, it's just like, my goodness, like this book that we call the Bible is remarkable. Okay, so in verse 19, the picture John paints of what's happening in heaven before the bowl judgments, and the focus here in verse 19 is the heavenly temple. So this is what happens before the bowl judgments, and this is the focus here is what's happening in the temple, the heavenly temple. There's thunderings, noises, earthquake, great hail. Very, very interesting. Okay, so that leads us to Revelation chapter 12. In Revelation chapter 12, hello, Betty, what's up? Revelation chapter 12. Yeah, saved by grace. Manna, yep, there's bread in it. Manna means, what is it? Isn't that interesting? Like, can you pass the manna? What is it? So Revelation chapter 12 is really interesting. And this chapter is something that I think is really important to understand is what's going on. And it's really, really cool. The study is good and deep, and thank you for presenting this study today. Absolutely. Thank you for that encouragement. So we're over here on YouTube. If you guys want to check it out, I upload all these to YouTube. I was thinking about moving over to YouTube anyways, so we might make that kind of transition later, but one way or the other, I'll probably still stream on TikTok and YouTube. But I just started streaming on YouTube for the first time a couple days ago, and so now this is the second time I'm streaming on YouTube. So if you're looking for a little bit of a quieter place, maybe check out YouTube. In one way or the other, all these studies will be uploaded to YouTube too, if you want to check them out. If you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study like what you're listening to right now. Revelation chapter 12, really, really cool chapter. But it's really, I think, misunderstood a lot of times. And so I think it's really, really good to dive into it and really, really appreciate what is being. Rumble would be good. I've been thinking about Rumble too. But I think it's really good to appreciate how awesome Revelation chapter 12 is. I like YouTube because I can yap and not clog comments. How many characters does it say that you get on YouTube, by the way? Because I've seen some long messages on there, which is kind of cool. You know, it's easier to get an idea across instead of only being able to type like 20 letters. Watching on both. Thank you, Shelba. Woo! Revelation chapter 12. This is a picture of Israel, just to kind of get into it. Revelation chapter 12 is a picture of Israel. So we're going to be introduced to a couple players. We're going to be introduced to a woman in Revelation chapter 12. Hello, Sandy. We're going to be introduced to a woman. We're going to be introduced to a dragon, and we are going to be introduced to a child. And so when you start diving into this kind of stuff and you're like, well, who's the woman, who's the child, and who's the dragon? Well, it kind of gives you this whole story. And so Revelation 12 is really, really remarkable. And so let's dive on into it. And so in Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, it says, "Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars." So this is really interesting. So in verse 1, it says, "Now a great sign appeared in heaven." Now this is where, if you guys remember all the way back a couple years ago, people got all geeked out about the Revelation 12 sign. That was what everybody was talking about. Robert Breaker, I think, was one who kind of had a video that went viral, and he had the stars and all this kind of stuff. And I was just like, okay, I see it differently than that. And so that's what I want you to understand. So I don't put much in the heavens. I'm not too worried about that. I pay attention to this, but a lot of people associated what was going on in heavens as the actual Revelation 12 sign. And I'm telling you, it's not. You can disagree with me, that's fine. But I think Revelation chapter 12 is a story of something completely different. And so in Revelation chapter 12, this woman with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars, what this woman, I propose to you, is a picture of Israel. It's the story of Israel. Hey, thank you, Betty. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Ryan. What's up, Monica? Yeah. So what I want you to recognize is that this woman is Israel. It's Israel. And so what do I mean by it is Israel? Well, we're going to have to unpack a lot of things here. But first off, you have the sun, the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. So let's go to Genesis chapter 37. Let's go to Genesis chapter 37, and let's look up a couple things, because it's going to kind of paint us a little bit of a picture that we can kind of pull from. So in Genesis chapter 37, verse 5, it says this: "Now Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. So he said to them, 'Please hear this dream which I have dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. Then behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright, and indeed your sheaf stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brothers said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us? Or shall you indeed have dominion over us?' So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. And then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said, 'Look, I have dreamed another dream, and this time the sun, moon, and the 11 stars bow down to me.'" Now, what's interesting, we'll pause right there, because you probably noticed that it's 11 stars and it's not 12. In Revelation 12, there are 12 stars. But here in Genesis chapter 37, there's 11 stars. Well, what you need to understand is that there's only 11 stars here in Genesis 37 because the 12th star is Joseph himself. So Joseph is one of the stars, and he's looking out, and he only sees 11. So he sees every one of his brothers, each one of the tribes being one of the stars. And so he sees one tribe, 2 tribes, 3 tribes, 4 tribes, all stars, but he only sees 11 of them. That's because he's the 12th one. So he sees the sun, the moon, and 11 stars. But this is coming from one of the stars' perspective, so there's essentially 12 stars there. Hopefully that makes sense. Genesis chapter 37, YouTube much better? Is it really? Revelation chapter 37, verse 10, it says, "So he told it to his father." In Revelation 37, verse 10, it says, "So he told it to his father and his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said to him, 'What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the earth before you?'" Now, this is where I think it's very interesting, because in verse 11, it says this: "And his brothers envied him, but his father kept the matter in mind." Thank you, Victoria, for that gift. It's so interesting that we're told that his father kept the matter in his mind. Now, we are not told that anywhere else. I'm sure there might be another handful, but at least in the book of Genesis, we're not told that somebody kept the matter in their mind. So what I think is very interesting is to zoom in on that. We are told very specifically, the Holy Spirit felt like we needed to recognize that Jacob kept the matter in his mind. Now, that's so interesting. So Jacob hears it. So just so you understand what's going on in this picture, going back to Revelation chapter 12, In Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, what you see is Joseph, what we just read in Genesis 37, what you see is Joseph dreamed of the 11 stars, but there's 12 because Joseph was one of them. So he dreamed of the 11 stars bowing down to him. The stars are his brothers, and he also saw the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are his parents. His parents are Jacob and Rachel. So you have Jacob as the father, Rachel as the mother, the sun and the moon, and then you have 12 stars. I looked at myself right when I did this, and what's that meme? Like where it's just like, okay, anyways, I'm such a child. But it's just so interesting to see that you have the sun, the moon, and then you have the 12 stars. And so that is a picture of Israel. So the picture is of Israel. The father is Jacob. Jacob, his name is Jacob, but his name is also Israel. And so I think that is very interesting to see what's going on here. So when you go back to Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, and you read it again with that in mind, it says, "Now a great sign appeared in heaven. A woman, Israel, clothed with the sun, the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars." That is Israel. That is where is, okay, so they went, and all the 12, they went into Egypt as a family, and they left Egypt as a nation. And so that was the focus. That was the foundation right there of the 12. And so when you hear about the sun, the moon, and the 12 stars, that's a picture of where Israel came from. All the Israelites came from those guys. That's where they all came from. And so this woman in Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, where it says, "Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars." The 12 stars are the 12 sons of Jacob. And so that is very cool. These 12 stars in verse 1 represent the 12 tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel. Moving on to Revelation 12, verse 2, it says, "Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth." So here what you see in verse 2 is you see the final stage of pregnancy, because she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. So she cried out. Let's go to Micah chapter 4, verse 10. Micah chapter 4, verse 10. Give birth. So she cried out. Let's go to Micah chapter 4, verse 10. Micah chapter 4, verse 10. Micah chapter 4, verse 10. So in Micah chapter 4, verse 10, speaking of pregnancy and birth pains, in Micah chapter 4, verse 10, it says, "Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in birth pangs. From now on, for now you shall go forth from the city, you shall dwell in the field, into Babylon you shall go. There you shall be delivered. There the Lord will redeem you from the hands of your enemies." So now let's go to Micah 5, verse 2, and let's read a little bit more about pregnancies. In Micah chapter 5, verse 2, it says, "But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth are from of old, from everlasting. Therefore he shall give them up until the time that she who is in labor has given birth. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return to the children of Israel." So you have the little picture here. You clearly see that the woman, hopefully you can see it, the woman represents Israel, and the child that is being talked about here is clearly a picture of Jesus Christ. And so the woman, you have three players on the board here. You have the woman, the child, and the dragon. We haven't talked about the dragon yet, but I'm sure you can guess who the dragon is. The dragon, spoiler alert, is Lucifer. It is Satan. But we'll talk about him here in a second. Revelation chapter 12, verse 3, moving on. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 3, it says, "And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 diadems on his heads." Now, this is very interesting, but as far as what I want you to recognize as the diadems, in verse 3, it says, "And 7 diadems on his heads." Diadem, there are 2 kinds of crowns that are kind of painted in the book of Revelation. You have a Stephanos crown and you have a diadem. A Stephanos crown is a crown that you get if you like finish a race, or if you're a victor in some kind of sport in athletics or something like that. They give you a crown. That is the Stephanos. This crown is a diadem crown. So this is a crown that a king would wear, like a ruling king, like a ruler would have. So there's two crowns, but they're very, very different from one another. If you were a king and you had on like a Stephanos crown, you would look ridiculous. You'd be like, what's that crown? No, give me my ruling crown, right? And so that's what this diadem is actually representing. But what's interesting about diadems is that diadems kind of show a little bit of conquest. You know, it kind of makes you think of Revelation chapter 6 a little bit, because in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2, it talks about the Antichrist, and he's going out to conquer and to conquer, and he's got on a Stephanos crown in Revelation chapter 6, verse 2. So those are two verses with two different crowns. Thank you, Sherry, for that gift. But going back to Revelation 12, verse 3, it says, and another sign appeared in heaven. So you have two signs. The first sign is the woman, clothed with the sun, moon, and the 12 stars. But then here in verse 3, there's another sign, which is a fiery red dragon. So there's two signs, two different things that he's seeing. He's seeing the woman, and he's seeing the dragon. The woman and the dragon. The dragon is going to be representing Satan, obviously. But it says, behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. Okay, so we're going to put a pin in what the heads represent, what the horns represent, and we're gonna unpack that here at the end, because it's gonna take a lot of time and energy to kind of do it. So we're gonna put a pin in that, because it's gonna come up again. But I want you to understand that this is connected. Go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 1 real fast. Go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it's connected here, because it says, then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head a blasphemous name. So that's in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. Now, that is also going to be connected to, go to Revelation chapter 17. Go to Revelation chapter 17, verse 3. Revelation chapter 17, verse 3. In Revelation 17, verse 3, it says, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting on scarlet beast, which was full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Now go to Revelation chapter 17, verse 9. Revelation chapter 17, verse 9, it says, here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the mountain sits. There are also 7 kings. And it goes on. Now go down to Revelation 17, verse 12. In Revelation chapter 17, verse 12, it says, the 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings who have received no kingdom as yet, but they receive authority for 1 hour as kings with the beast. So we're going to put a pin in all of that. The 10 heads, the 7 heads, the horns. We're going to unpack that when we get a little bit further along. But I just want you to know that those are the passages that are all kind of connected. But in order to really understand that, you need to go back to Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7 is instrumental when it comes to understanding these types of things. And they're rather difficult to explain, but we'll unpack this kind of stuff when we get to it. I just don't want to spend a lot of time on it now, because I don't want us to stay there. We'll linger on that when the time is right, but we'll come back to it. So we're just not tackling it right now. We'll do it here probably at the end of this live. Revelation chapter 12, moving on, in Revelation chapter 12, verse 4. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it says, his tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. Now, what I want you to recognize here as something that is, when people read this Revelation chapter 12, what they will say is that the woman here is the church. That's what people will say. Hey, thank you, Sal. That's what people will say. They will say that this woman here is the church. And I would argue completely differently, because the church was not even in existence until after Jesus went up to heaven. So this woman cannot represent the church. Jesus was not born from the church. Jesus was before the church. And so the church was introduced in Acts chapter 2, and Jesus goes up in heaven in Acts chapter 1. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you guys for those gifts. I think it's really interesting to just be mindful of that. This just goes to show you that people can really just throw something in there and make it whatever they want to. And so it's, you could say I'm doing the same thing, but I'm trying to give you the reason why I believe what I believe. But in verse 4, Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it says his tail drew a third of the stars. So in verse 4, what's interesting about his tail drawing a third of the stars is what this is talking about is what Satan did. What did Satan do? Satan brought his entire army to the earth when the child was born. So he brings his entire army to the earth. He pulls them down. He draws them down from heaven. And it says that Lucifer threw them to the earth. Lucifer gathering his army, and he's like, okay, there's a male child. I'm taking all my dudes and I'm throwing it all at him. This is the only verse in the Bible where we are given how many angels actually really fell. So this is not when the angels fell. This is the verse that tells us how many angels fell. The angels fell before you and I were even in existence. So in Genesis 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? That's what it says. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But then there is Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, and it's a little bit, it's really provocative because some people think that in between Revelation 1 to in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, some people think that there's a gap in between verse 1 and verse 2. Because the question naturally arises, when did Satan fall? Because the question, we have no information about Satan in the first book of the Bible. We have no information about him. But what we know is that he was there before, because he's introduced to us in Genesis chapter 3 when he goes and deceives Adam and Eve, or deceives Eve rather, and then Eve went to Adam. And so it's really interesting. So the question is, when did Lucifer fall? And the answer is we don't know. We don't know how much time passed. And so that is what is referred to as the gap theory. That's not the whole point of this, but the whole point of Revelation chapter 12, verse 4 is to get you to understand is that Lucifer, when Lucifer fell, he was the seal of perfection. And so he was, that's how he's described in Isaiah 14. And so, or Ezekiel 28. And so it's interesting because what you see is that he had a third. There's a third of the angels that fell with Lucifer. When Lucifer went, a third of the angels went with him. But it wasn't until the child showed up that he took all of his army, his entire army, and he threw it at the earth in an attempt to kill the child. And so who is the child? So we have three players in Revelation chapter 12. We have the woman, who is Israel. We have the child, who is Jesus. And we have the dragon, who is Lucifer. And so those are the players on the board. But what I want you to understand is that when you go back to Matthew chapter 2, if you go back to Matthew chapter 2, what you will find, hey, thank you, Pooch. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. In Matthew chapter 2, what you'll find in Matthew chapter 2 is that the wise men show up. They're in Bethlehem. They go up to King Herod. And if you remember about King Herod, who was he? He was the king appointed over the Jews. He was not the king born of the Jews. He was the king appointed over the Jews. And so these wise men show up, and hey, thank you, Josh. And these wise men show up, and they're like, hey, king, where's the true king? Where's the king who was born king of the Jews? And they're saying this to the actual king of the Jews at the time. And so you can imagine how furious that made King Herod, how angry it made him. But if you read Matthew chapter 2, what you'll find is that after the wise men go away, what does King Herod do? He ends up giving the order to kill all the male children that are under 2 years old and younger. And so that's really, really interesting to see how this army that is thrown down to the earth is connected all the way here to Revelation chapter 12. So when you read Matthew chapter 2 and you read about Herod doing all of these evil things, don't think that there wasn't a huge amount of demonic force that was behind all of that. Don't think that wasn't there. Don't think that Herod was just a bad guy. No, there is a whole bunch of stuff going on. If you read Daniel chapter 10, what you'll find is that you learn about that there is a dude called the Prince of Persia. That's a demonic prince that is ruling Persia. Persia back then is what you and I would refer to as Iran today. And so when you go back and you read about the time when Jesus was born, what you see is there's this mass unaliving of little people. It is crazy what's going on there. And it is just crazy because when you read Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, you're like, oh, I see it. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it says, his tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. That is what Herod was trying to do. I mean, and it makes so much sense when you look at this because you're like, I can't not see this anymore. Like, this is very, very clear. When you see it, you can't unsee it. But that is what's going on here, and that is documented in Matthew chapter 2. And it's also interesting because it didn't just take place in Matthew chapter 2. If you read the rest of the book of Matthew, what you'll find, and Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, what you'll find time and time again is that there wasn't just one attempt to kill Jesus. There was multiple attempts to end his life. And it happened all throughout his ministry. If you remember, we're given a little peek into the Messiah's life. And what you see is that time and time again, the Pharisees, they took up stones to stone him. What's up, Angel? How you doing? How many angels fell? I missed the number. I don't know how many angels fell legit. There's 1/3 of all the angels fell though. And so what's really interesting is that there was multiple attempts on Jesus's life while he was here. And they tried to stone him in a couple different times. And they tried to throw him off a cliff another time. And it's just comical from God's point of view because he's like, you can't do anything to me until it's my time. And that's why he says, no man takes my life, I lay it down. He's like, you're not, if you think that you're actually taking my life, you are clearly mistaken. I am laying it down. I'm laying it down. I'm laying it down. You're not taking it. And so that's what's so cool about it because Jesus was on a divine schedule the entire time. He was boots on the ground. He was where he needed to be when he needed to be there, and he was in complete control. Even when Judas betrayed him, the one thing that they wanted to not happen when they were going to take Jesus is what they planned on doing was doing it at night and doing it in secret. The one rule that they all had when they were conspiring against Jesus was to not do it on a feast day. They're like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this, 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 and this. And the only rule is we're not going to do it on a feast day. Why? Because all of the people from all over the world were in Jerusalem because that was mandated back in Deuteronomy 16, verse 16, because all able-bodied Jewish men were required to be there during the Passover. And so they didn't want to do it on the Passover, but Jesus was in charge of the entire thing. And that's why when they were having the Last Supper, Jesus gives that piece of bread to Judas. And he says, what you do quickly. And then it was at that point when Judas runs and he's afraid and he goes to the Pharisees and he's like, he knows. And then that was a domino effect. And that forced everything to take place. And then they went and they were forced because they had to do it because they didn't know what else to do. And they took Jesus, they arrested him. And they had all of those illegal court rulings. At nighttime, they did everything. It was they were breaking the law more times than upholding the law. And they were blaming an innocent person for doing all the things that they were doing. It's crazy. Okay, so in Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it says, his tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. Man, that's crazy. That's the whole goal. That's what Satan was trying to do. He was trying to end Jesus right when he entered the world. Didn't work out for him. But then we get to verse 5. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, it says, she bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. Now, this rod of iron is very interesting. It's a key phrase to really hone in on. When is Jesus? Here's a quiz for you guys, just to kind of kind of test your minds. When is Jesus going to rule with a rod of iron? And who is he going to rule with a rod of iron against? When is this ruling with a rod of iron going? You know how he's going to shatter them into pieces. Well, this ruling with a rod of iron is going to take place during the millennial kingdom, because he's not going to be ruling you and I with a rod of iron. Obviously, he's in charge of us. He's our king. But as far as ruling, he's not going to be dashing the saints in a piece, like in many pieces, like in Psalm 2. he's going to be doing that to the people who are the human beings who are on the earth, the people who are still on the earth. You and I, during the millennial kingdom, will not be in the form that we are in right now. We will be in our glorified form, kind of like what Moses and Elijah looked like when they were on the Mount of Transfiguration. So you and I are going to be reigning and ruling with him during the millennial kingdom, and you and I are going to be reigning and ruling with him, but we're going to be ruling the human beings that are still on the earth during the millennial kingdom. There's still going to be sin in the millennial kingdom, and that's a weird thing to kind of really understand. There's going to be people dying in the millennial kingdom. That's crazy, because in Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, it says that a child will be 100 years old. And so that's really thought-provoking. Right now, if you die and you're a child, everybody would guess, if they were a child and they died, they're probably 2 years old, 3 years old, 9 years old, could be somewhere around there. But the Bible says during the millennial kingdom, when the curse is lifted, the child will be considered 100 years old. So clearly, a whole new world, a whole new. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, it says, she bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Now, this is interesting. Good job, Monica. She says, I guessed it. I'm learning. Let's go. Okay. Go over that again. Aladdin for the win, right, Andrew? That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what I said. Go over what again? Okay. Revelation chapter 1. So I was lied to this whole time. I don't know what you were told. Sip. Okay. So here's an interesting verse in Revelation chapter 12. If you guys have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me directly here on TikTok. I don't know if you can message me on YouTube. You can always, if you watch the YouTube videos, you can post a comment because I try to respond to everybody. But if you have a question, feel free to just reach out. I would love to talk to you. Also, I don't know everything, but I can give you my opinion, and it's on you to test it all. Hello, Mercedes. Sin in the millennial kingdom. Oh, yeah, there's going to be sin in the millennial kingdom. Yeah, because if this is obviously going to be true, because the millennial kingdom is not, it's not heaven. The millennial kingdom is just a millennial kingdom. It's a kingdom that's going to be there for 1,000 years. And then that is where you and I are going to be reigning and ruling with him. The millennial kingdom is not the new heavens, and it is not the new earth. That is going to be taking place at the very end. So on the earth, when Jesus sets up his kingdom on this earth, there is still going to be sin on this earth. And, the book of Zechariah talks about the people who don't listen. They're not going to get any rain. And there's if you don't bring sacrifices here, then this is going to happen to you. And so that's where he's going to be ruling with a rod of iron. He's not going to be ruling with a rod of iron against his saints. You and I are going to be in our glorified form at that time. So he's not going to be doing that against us. And so since he's going to be ruling with a rod of iron, who's going to be messing up for a rod of iron to even exist? Sinners. People who are still human beings that are alive during the millennial kingdom. So hopefully that clears things up. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5. There's more to it. I can just, can they still repent? Yeah, people will get saved during the millennial kingdom. Okay, sorry. Yes, so it's rather a deep conversation, but I'll try to give a brief synopsis as best I can. So during the millennial kingdom, there's going to be, if you're a born again believer right now and all the saints before us, we're going to be ruling with the Lord during the 1,000 years. Millennial means 1,000. So there's going to be 1,000 years of a kingdom that's going to be set up on the earth, and it's going to be God's kingdom. He's going to set it up. And so then you and I are going to be servants in that kingdom, and we're going to be reigning and ruling with him. Who are we going to be reigning over? We're going to be reigning over the human beings that literally walk into the millennial kingdom. That requires you to have an understanding of the sheep and goat judgments, because the sheep will literally walk into the kingdom. They will live there, and then they're going to have babies. They're going to have babies. Their babies are going to have babies. There's going to be populating the earth. And so all the babies that are born during the millennial kingdom, they're going to see Jesus. They're going to see you and I. We're going to be in our glorified form. They're going to be seeing Jesus in his glorified form. They'll be able to walk and talk and ask all kinds of questions. This is at the time where Satan is bound for 1,000 years. And so after that 1,000 years is up, Lucifer is going to be released for a short time. He's going to go and deceive all of these people that he can. He's going to try to deceive everybody, because that's what he does. And then the people who he's able to deceive, the humans, not you and I are glorified at this point. We are going to be celestial beings. We're going to be reigning over terrestrial beings. And so then after all of that is done, Lucifer will try to destroy or try to deceive as many as he possibly can. And then in Revelation chapter 20, I think it is, fire comes out of heaven and just destroys them all, which is really kind of cool too. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5. Moving on to Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, it says, she bore a male child, Jesus. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. That rod of iron is going to be implemented in the millennial kingdom. It is a literal millennial kingdom. There are people who think we're in the millennial kingdom right now, and I'm like, no, we're not. And I'm just like, messing with them. Who said that? But it's, thanks, gosh, because I mess up as soon as I open my eyes. Yeah, same. Okay, what happens after the millennial kingdom? A new heaven and a new earth, and it's going to be wonderful. After the millennial kingdom, then there's going to be no more sin ever. It's not going to happen. After the new heavens and new earth, you and I will not have to reign or rule anymore. We're just going to get to enjoy, and it's just going to be like, man. That's what my oldest was asking today, because we were talking about heaven, and she's like, can I bring my Fluffy? And that's like what she calls like her little bunny. And so I was like, yeah, you can get one of those up there. And I was like, it's just so funny how we cling to the things that we can see. But I totally relate to her because I want to bring my teddy bear too. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Now, this is very interesting. So her child was caught up to God and his throne. Now, this is clearly talking about Jesus. Jesus was caught up. Now, what's interesting about this word here, caught up, the word caught up in Revelation 12:5 is harpazo. This word is harpazo. Now, if anybody, I want to bring my cat. Yeah, Shelba. The word harpazo should kind of spark something in your mind. The word harpazo is the idea of where we glean the word rapture from, because harpazo or raptoro. And so it's really interesting because here in Revelation 12:5, it says, and her child was caught up. Harpazoed. When was Jesus caught up? This is something you need to just work through. When was Jesus caught up? He was caught up in Acts chapter 1. In Acts chapter 1, verse 9 or something like that, you see that Jesus ascends up into heaven. And so it's really interesting to see what's going on here, but Jesus ascends into heaven, and that was essentially what John is identifying as a type of harpazo. And so there's people who are like, there's the word rapture is not in the Bible, and I'm like, okay, neither is the word Bible or Trinity. You get these ideas that are sprinkled throughout, and you don't just make them up out of nowhere. There's pictures of them that are throughout the Bible, and I think it's really kind of cool to see it. Enoch, for example, Enoch walked with God, and he was not. He was there one day or 1 second, and he was gone the next. He was there, and then literally God took him. He's like, "You're coming with me." Then you see Elijah. He was there, and he was taken up in chariots of fire. He was there, and then he was gone. You see in Acts chapter, 8? Where Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch, when Philip chased down the Ethiopian eunuch and was like, "Let me baptize you," he baptized him, and after that Ethiopian eunuch came up from the water, Philip was gone. And so Philip was harpazoed. There's a couple examples of harpazo being used in 1 Corinthians, where Paul is like, whether in the Spirit or out of the Spirit, I do not know. He was confused. He's like, I'm not really sure what's happening, but this is what I experienced. And so he wrote it down. But there are pictures of the harpazo. And obviously in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17, where it talks about how you and I will be caught up. And it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing, amazing thing. But here, Jesus was essentially harpazoed up into God and his throne, which is very fascinating. There's also different uses. He wants to bring his teddy. I know. The millennial kingdom is at the end of the 7-year tribulation. Yes, Amy Brown. The millennial kingdom happens after the tribulation. Yep. So it goes a rapture, 7-year tribulation, millennial kingdom, eternity, if you want to put it on a linear type of timeline. All right, so what I want you to, let's get back into this, but just so you can kind of have a little bit of an idea of what's going on in Revelation chapter 12. Revelation chapter 12, in a flyby, is a picture of Satan's persecution of the Jews with all its fierceness during the tribulation. The persecution that we're reading about is going to begin in the middle of the tribulation. This persecution is going to begin in the middle of the tribulation. Remember what we just got done reading about in Revelation chapter 11. In Revelation chapter 11, you had the two witnesses. They were there, and then all of a sudden, the beast revealed himself. The beast who ascends out of the bottomless pit revealed himself. And he's like, this is who I am. Because at that 3.5 years into the tribulation, he's like, that's me. He overcomes the two witnesses. He goes into the temple. He sits down. He's like, I'm God. Worship me. So it's not until that 3.5 years that he's allowed to go into the temple. So he can't be revealed until he's allowed into the temple. And he's not allowed into the temple until those two witnesses are done with their testimony. There's an order of operation that's going on here. And it's so important to understand because it matters. And your hermeneutics, your theory of interpretation really is revealed when you start talking about these types of things, because there is a right way and there's a wrong way. And I'm not saying I'm right on all these things, but I'm saying there is a right way. And so it's good to dive into when you start seeing these types of things, but it really requires a lot. Like, you need to get in there, and it's just like, oh my goodness, when does this happen? I know this is going to happen, but when does this happen? What happens before this? What happens after this? And it's just like, man, next thing you know, you're answering all kinds of questions that you never even knew you had, and you're learning, and that's what's really cool. That's the whole point in, sharing the gospel and getting all lit up about it and wanting to just talk about it. But Revelation chapter 12, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, my goodness, Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, it says, then the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. It's so funny because I was like, we're going to just kind of fly by Revelation because we've done this already. But this is not a flyby because we're 6 verses in, and that's not okay. Hopefully, I feel like we've talked about this like a million times. Hopefully it's helping you guys. But what is interesting about verse 5 and 6 is that this is another situation where there seems to be an interval in the Bible. Because in verse 5, it says Jesus went to heaven. And then in verse 6, it says the woman fled into the wilderness. So from verse 5 to verse 6, there is clearly I'm new, well, welcome. Okay, so that's why I try to break it down as much as I can, just because I know that, and it's tough because I feel like I just keep saying the same things over and over again, but it does help people who are new. I love it. Let's go. Totally blessed. Whoop. In verse 5, Revelation 12, verse 5, that is one event. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, that is another event. There is a lot of time that happens from verse 5 to verse 6. That is what you need to understand. There is a lot of time after verse 5 is done until verse 6 happens. Because in verse 5, Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, Jesus goes up in heaven. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, the woman, Israel, flees into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God that they should feed her there, or that they should feed her there 1,260 days. So Israel hasn't fled into the wilderness after Jesus. This is clearly talking about the 1,260 days. There's that word again, or that phrase, 1,260 days. It's just another way of saying 3.5 years. So sometime after Jesus ascended into heaven, the Israel is going to flee into the wilderness, and they're going to be there for 3.5 years. Now, clearly, this takes place after the beast identifies himself. So after the beast identifies himself, it's like a domino. It's like right when the two witnesses, I'm telling you, understanding the two witnesses is almost like a huge lighthouse to understanding this type of end times study. Because when you understand the two witnesses, and you understand after they are doing their testimony for 3.5 years, it's then that after they die, then the beast can go into the temple, and then he can sit down inside the temple, and then he can declare himself to be God. There's things that need to happen. And so those things happen, and they're in an order. They need to be in a specific order. But after this beast, this Antichrist that's going to arise sometime in the future, after he is revealed, then Israel is going to flee. What's interesting is that Israel is not necessarily fleeing. Hey, thank you, Shelba. What's interesting is that Israel is not necessarily fleeing until the beast is revealed. That is why Matthew 24 is so interesting, because in Matthew 24, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. There's an order of events here. And so this woman, sometime after the beast is identified, then Israel is going to be running for... It's so interesting because anti-Semitism is on the rise right now. You look in the news. Like I live in Ohio right now, and it's interesting because I monitor some of Amir Sarfati's kind of posts that he puts on Telegram, and he put some people in Columbus, Ohio, like the Nazi, that word that I don't really want to say out loud. There was a whole bunch of those dudes walking up and down in Columbus, and they had all black on and black flags with that, like the Nazi signs on it. And it's just very interesting. And then you go over to Amsterdam and you see all of these mobs running around and chasing down Jewish people and hurting them and like kidnapping them, all these things. And so Israel is going to stay in Israel for a certain point, but then they're going to leave and then they're going to flee. And it's not going to happen until a certain point. So they're going to stay in Israel for a certain point, but then at some point when the Antichrist is revealed, they're going to be like, oh, and they're going to have their light bulb go off, and then they're going to be like, we got to get out of here. And then it's going to be like, we got to flee to the mountains. And it's like, well, what mountains? And it's like, oh, the ones in Jordan because of Daniel chapter 11. And it's like, oh, we're in Jordan. What are we doing here? And so it's just crazy. But there's an order of operations for all of these things. This has been so good. Yeah, absolutely, Amy. Does the beast have to be a certain descent so we can pinpoint which location he will come from? I think he's going to be a Gentile. Some people think he's going to be a Jew. We're actually going to talk a little bit about that if we ever get to Revelation chapter 13. I mean, this is crazy. We'll talk a little bit more about why I believe the Antichrist is going to be of Gentile descent. It's just an opinion. Some people will disagree with it. Some people will agree with it. And you can be the judge for your own guess. But one way or the other, I don't think we're going to be here for the revealing of him. That doesn't mean that he's not alive right now, though. Get that through your mind. He could be here right now. And I think that's a very real possibility. Anyways, moving on. Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, it says, then the woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. So during this time, this is Israel tested and tried for 3.5 years. And what I want you to recognize here in Revelation 12, verse 6, is that this is the second half of the tribulation. Because they're not going to flee until after they recognize that they need to flee. And when do they recognize that they need to flee? They recognize when they need to flee because of what Jesus says in Matthew 24. Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, then those who are in Judea flee. So when can somebody stand in the holy place? They can't stand in the holy place until the two witnesses are killed. How long is the two witnesses' ministry? The two witnesses' ministry is for 3.5 years specifically. You can't change that. Nobody can do anything. You could nuke those guys and it wouldn't happen. They're still going to be there. So their ministry is going to be there for 3.5 years. And then after 3.5 years, then they will die by the beast. And then the beast will be allowed to go in. So you see that there's a very specific order of operations that is being painted here. And I think it's really, really instructive. They do go to Petra. Absolutely, Sean. I actually did a video on that, which is really fun. It's really cool. We'll talk more about that when we get through Revelation. It's just so cool to see how this whole thing... Anyways, Revelation chapter 12. Moving on. So in Revelation, what's interesting, I would just like to point out, in Revelation chapter 12, in Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, it says, then the woman fled into the wilderness. Now, what's interesting is that in Matthew 24, he says, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So that in Matthew 24, it says mountains, but in Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, it says wilderness. So the wilderness, the mountains seem to be what is basically talked about in Jordan. Both seem to be taking place in Jordan because if you go to the east of Israel, that is where Jordan is. So there's mountainous range there. So they're going to flee to the mountains, and then they're going to make their way down to the wilderness, which is kind of like Petra. It's kind of like a rock, like kind of like a sheepfold, which is what Basra means. We'll talk more about that later. But the mountains are in Jordan, and the wilderness also seems to be in Jordan too. So they're going to be fleeing to Jordan, which is very interesting. Brings in Isaiah 63, all these things. But okay, let's keep reading. You guys, we're not going to get through all this. This is crazy. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, it says, "And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought. But they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer." So this is really, really interesting. You see that right now. Okay, so what's really good to understand is what's going on right here and right now. What's going on? Hello, Second Cup. What's going on right now is that Lucifer currently has access to heaven. He is the one who is constantly accusing you and I. He goes before the Lord and he's like, Ryan is not worth it. He goes before the Lord and he says, Che is not worth it. He goes before the Lord and says, Shelba is not worth it. Sammy is not worth it. Amber is not worth it. Legit is not worth it. Monica is not worth it. That is what he's doing day in and day out. And that is what he's doing. But he currently has access to heaven right now. But you need to recognize sometime in the future, he is going to be kicked out of heaven and he is no longer going to be able to have access to heaven, which is crazy. And so it's interesting to think about the entire thing because all of a sudden now you're like, well, wait a second. There is sin in heaven. Well, what do you mean by that? There's sin in heaven. Well, yeah, Lucifer is able to go to heaven. And so if he's able to go there, and just like if you read the book of Job, when he goes and he clearly has access to heaven, there's sin in heaven. Now that makes a whole new understanding as why there needs to be a new heavens. Why would there need to be a new heavens? Because the other ones are tainted. It's just very interesting. Really makes sense when you think about it. But Satan, at some point in time during the at the 3.5 year mark of the tribulation, he's going to be thrown out. And I want you to recognize who is. We need to recognize who is throwing Lucifer out. Who's throwing Lucifer out? Is it Jesus who's doing it? No. This is Michael. This is an angel on angel type of situation going on here. And it's really interesting. Why? Because there's all kinds of like posters and stuff like where it's like Lucifer, like arm wrestling Jesus. And it's like, it makes it seem like it's an even fight. No, it is not. Like, this is like God's like, okay, yeah, you can handle it, I suppose. Go for it. It's like, handle my lightweight. Like, this is crazy. And so one of the deceptions is that it's kind of like a equal kind of fight, and that is completely incorrect. So Michael takes care of this light work, and it's also interesting how we are supposed to treat Lucifer, because even Michael in the book of Jude, he did not bring a reviling accusation against him. And so we need to be very, very careful when we deal with somebody like Lucifer. We're not supposed to try to like handle it ourselves and work our way through and like muscle ourselves through it. It's like we're supposed to say, the Lord rebuke you. We're supposed to handle this Lucifer situation very, very delicately and give it to the Lord. But it says in verse 8, Revelation chapter 12, verse 8, it says, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So that's what Revelation chapter 12, verse 8 says. And so what this means is that at this point, Satan is confined to earth. And also what this means is at this point, what this means here in Revelation chapter 12, what this means is that the second coming is only 3.5 years away. At this point in Revelation chapter 12, the second coming is 3.5 years away. I mean, like, man, 3.5 years. It's very specific. It's very specific, which is why Matthew 24 is so interesting, because, there's people who say a certain passage in Matthew 24 speaks of the rapture, and other people say, no, it's talking about the second coming. But what's interesting is that if you study Matthew 24, is that you can know if you're one of the people left here during the tribulation, you can know when the second coming is going to occur. But you don't know when the rapture is going to happen. Nobody knows that, but you can know when the second coming is going to occur. Why or how can you know? Well, if you see the two witnesses die, 3.5 years. 3.5 years. We got 3.5 years till the Lord comes back, because that's going to be that 3.5 year mark. which is very, very interesting, and there's other ways to determine that. You can say, when was that when was the covenant confirmed? Because that marks the time, that starts the clock for the 7-year tribulation when that covenant is confirmed. You can see when that guy goes into the temple and claims to be God. That's at the 3.5-year mark. It's very predictable as far as when the second coming is going to occur for those who have the knowledge. Very, very fascinating. Anyways, moving on, Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 9, it says, "So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, 'Now salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before our God day and night, has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they did not love their lives to death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time.'" It's so interesting that the devil knows at this point in time, whenever this occurs, that the devil knows. He literally knows. He's like, I'm not guessing. He's like, no, I know I have a short time. That's what the Lucifer is going to know when he gets thrown out. It's going to be this huge red flag in his mind. And he's like, I only have a little bit of time left. And so that is very interesting. He knows that he has a short time. Now, how much is a short time? A short time in this context is going to be 3.5 years. Very, very interesting. Okay, so in verse 13, and moving on, Revelation chapter 12, verse 13, it says, "Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time from the presence of the serpent." So what's interesting here is in verse 13, it says he persecuted the woman. Now the woman here is, he's persecuting Israel. He's clearly persecuting Israel. So we know that this is not the church, because the church did not give birth to Jesus. Jesus came from Israel. It's also not referring to the constellations, as we've already described. But in verse 14, let's talk about verse 14 for a little bit. In Revelation 12:14, it says, "But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle." Now, here is what's interesting about, the danger of, I think, in my opinion at least, there's some people who say that these 2 wings of a great eagle, there's some people who say, oh, that's America right there. That's American Air Force. We're going to go in there, we're going to fly them out, we're going to get them out of there, we're going to take them to a faraway land, and we're going to be like, we did it. But this is not what it's talking about. So the 2 wings of a great eagle, what is this? Well, first off, we need to recognize that it's not America, but why is it not America? Let's unpack that for a little bit. Let's go to Exodus chapter 19, verse 4. This is not America, and so the reason why we can basically rule that one out is because let's look up different parts of the Bible and let's see how they're used. That passage or that phrase is used in other parts of the Bible. Exodus chapter 19, verse 4. In Exodus chapter 19, verse 4, it says this. It says in Exodus 19, verse 4, it says, "You have seen what I did to the Egyptians and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself." Now, this is God talking about how when Israel was taken out of Egypt, I mean, he's like, you guys remember the whole Red Sea thing? Like, you guys remember all the plagues? Like, that's what he's talking about. He's like, I brought you out on eagle's wings. So here, it's clearly not talking about American Air Force. And obviously, it's not talking about any Air Force, even though there's eagles that are used in other nations' Air Force. Like us as Americans, we like to be like, I figured it out. But no, it's not there. Let's look up another one. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32:11. Deuteronomy chapter 32:11. Deuteronomy chapter 32. In Deuteronomy chapter 32:11, it says in Deuteronomy 32:11, it says this: as an eagle stirs up its nest, hovers over its young, spreading out its wings, taking them up, carrying them on its wings. So the Lord alone led him, and there was no foreign god with him. Now, what's so interesting about this? So you have Deuteronomy 32, you have Exodus 19. And so in both passages, you have eagle's wings being introduced. And so what you need to recognize is that what are the eagle's wings? So now when we go back to Revelation chapter 12, verse 14, and in Revelation 12, verse 14, it says, but the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle. And now that we've connected all the dots on all the other passages that reference the eagle and the eagle's wings, what is it actually referring to? Well, it's not referring to, I believe that this is specifically referring to nothing other than divine intervention. I think that's all that this is referring to. I don't think it's talking about a different country. I don't think it's talking about anything else. I think it's talking about how it was used back in Exodus and Deuteronomy, and how it was used back there was God was saying, I did it. God is saying, I was the one who did this. I took you out of Egypt and I brought you to myself. That's me. So what's going to happen to Israel during this time? It's not going to be because of mankind and mankind's doing and mankind upholding Israel and making sure that there's always a remnant. No, that's not what he's saying here. He's like, no, on the contrary, on the opposite is true. He's like, it's not mankind, it is divine intervention. And so that's what Exodus 19, that's what Deuteronomy 32 seems to be implying. So I just, that's just my 2 cents. If you want to see America there, that's completely up to you. And so I would just I see it differently. So just like Israel escaped back then by divine intervention, Israel's going to escape again in Revelation chapter 12 by divine intervention. So, all right, hopefully that makes sense. Revelation chapter 12, verse 14. Revelation chapter 12, verse 14, it says, but the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, to her place where she is nourished for a time and half a time from the presence of the serpent. Now, this time, half a time, that's for 3.5 years. Israel is going to be in this wilderness for 3.5 years from the presence of the serpent. Now, here's where it gets interesting. In verse 15, Revelation 12, verse 15, it says, so the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. Now, this is where it gets very interesting because of the word flood. Now, there's times in the Bible where the flood is an actual literal flood, but there's also times in the Bible where a flood is used symbolically. And so here, this is not a literal flood. This is a flood in a symbolic type of sense. So in verse 15, where it says to be carried away by the flood, what the flood here is, this flood is used, or when a flood is used symbolically, the way it's used is always used. My goodness, that was about, oh gosh, help. But okay, so we're talking about floods. My eyes are watering. Help. Okay, so in thank you, Sherry, for that. Rose, thank you so much. Yeah, the flood here is always going to be used as in the context. It's going to be used as a military. Absolutely, my land, water. Okay, that's a great idea. Water. I'm okay. I'm Star. So much easier to study over here than on TikTok. No trolls. That's what I keep on hearing, Eli. If you guys want to come over to let that burp out, I'm telling you what, like it was a crazy one, Julie. Yeah, if you guys wanted to come check it out over on YouTube, they're saying it's easier to focus. I don't know if that would be your experience, but it's definitely an option. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now as well. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you like a verse-by-verse Bible study, it's called, if you type it into YouTube, there's a link up here. If you want to go check it out, it's just ITZ_sheesh. Yeah, it's right there. Thank you, Amber. ITZ_sheesh. Patriot Dog, thank you so much. Thank you for the gift, Victoria. Thank you, guys. Yes, sir, so much easier. Oh, very cool. Well, I'm glad. 100%, Sammy says. Very cool. Good. Thank you guys for that feedback. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so focusing back on Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 15, it says the serpent spewed water, and it says like a flood. So this, whenever a flood is used symbolically, it's always going to be used in a military invasion. And this is used, we can look up an example if you would like to. Let's go to Daniel chapter 9 real fast. Turned right to it. That never happens. Daniel chapter 9, verse 26. Let's go look at an example just so you can see a flood in the military type of invasion. Or used symbolically for, yeah, absolutely, Pam. Thanks for being here. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, it says, "And after the 62 weeks, Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. The end of it shall be with a flood. Until the end of the war, desolations are determined." That's Daniel chapter 9, verse 26. YouTube is better than TikTok. Thanks, Jason. I think so. It's quieter. It's less distracting, I think. I'm going to have to come up with something to distract you guys because you can't have it that easy. You're going to have to work for focus. I don't know why I did that. So I just want you to understand Daniel chapter 9, verse 26, you have the flood being associated very, very closely with the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. So you, I like YouTube better, new subscriber. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, Bone Crusher, man. Let's go. Okay, get me off. All right, but okay. But the flood is being very. Hey, thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. You see the flood. You see the flood being introduced in military type of invasion type of style, and it's very, very cool, smart, and fun. You guys. But the flood is closely associated with the military invasion. So hopefully you can see that in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26. And so when we go back to Revelation chapter 12, verse 15. Where this serpent is going to be spewing water out of his mouth like a flood. When that actually happens, this flood is going to be representing of the Antichrist armies. And so what Daniel described in Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, let's go read Daniel chapter 11, verse 41 real quick, because it seems to connect with what we're working with here. Let's go to Daniel chapter 11, verse 41. Thank you so much, Kelly. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, Sean, absolutely. I'm going to have to check out YouTube. Yeah, Renee, absolutely. Very cool. But in Daniel chapter 11, verse 41, it says, "He shall also enter the glorious land." Now, in Daniel 11, 41, what he's actually talking about here, the he, is the Antichrist. So in Daniel 11, 41, it says, "He, the Antichrist, shall also enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown." Now, the question that naturally arises, thank you, Kelly, the question that naturally arises is, how shall many countries be overthrown? It's because he's going to have armies. So the Antichrist is going to be in charge of armies. He's going to have the god of fortresses, which is mentioned in Daniel 11:38. So this is a complete demonic person, the Antichrist, who is going to be in charge over the world at this point in the Great Tribulation. And he is going to be orchestrating what's happening throughout the earth, and he's going to send armies over here, send armies over here. But in Daniel 11:41, it says, "He shall also enter the glorious land, and many countries shall be overthrown. But these shall escape from his hand: Edom, Moab, and the prominent people of Ammon." Very, very fascinating. What's up, Bridget? Good to see you. And so it's really, really cool to see what's going on here. But this flood in Revelation chapter 12, verse 15, this flood is something that is going to be some kind of military invasion. This Antichrist, this serpent, is going to send his armies after the woman, Israel, and he is going to try to end them. But let's keep reading. Revelation chapter 12, verse 16. What happens when the Antichrist sends the armies? Thank you, Sarah. What happens after the Antichrist sends armies to or against Israel? In verse 16, it says, "But the earth helped the woman, And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood, or the armies, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. So this flood or invasion will fail by divine intervention. And so that is something that is very, very important to understand. So it goes back to the eagle's wings, the wings of a great eagle, divine intervention, divine intervention, divine intervention. How is Israel going to remain? How is there always going to be a remnant of Israel? Is it because the Israelis are so smart and they have a whole bunch of Nobel Peace Prizes and all that kind of stuff? No. Nope. It is divine intervention. Verse 17, Revelation 12, verse 17, it says, "And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring, who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ." Now, what's so interesting, there's a lot of things here in verse 17, and I think we need to stay here for a little bit because it really, really allows us to see things in a different light. So what I want you to see, maybe if we put it in compare and contrast this a little bit, but in verse 17, it says, the dragon was enraged with Israel, the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring, who keep the commandments of God. So that's the key thing to pay attention to. So we're gonna divide this. So let's look at verse 13, because in verse 13, Revelation 12, verse 13, it says, "Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman." So he's persecuting Israel as a whole. So that's what you need to focus about in verse 13. Revelation chapter 12, verse 13, Satan is persecuting all the Jewish people, all of them. So you have all the Jewish people, anyone that he can get his hands on, it's all of them. He doesn't care who it is. He's just going after all the Jews. But in Revelation chapter 12, verse 17, things change. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 17, he doesn't just go after Israel in general. He specifically narrows it down to the rest of her offspring who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. So what he's saying here is that, hey, I'm focusing on the Jewish Christians who are alive during the tribulation. He's like, I'm not going after those lost Jews. I'm going after the believing Jews. That is the remnant that is going to make it through the tribulation. He is going to focus in on taking down the believing Jewish people. And so that is very interesting. Is the woman in verse 17 the church? No, Bone Crusher. The woman here is representing Israel. If you read Revelation 12:1, you'll see the woman being identified as the sun, moon, and the stars. That's all a picture of Genesis chapter 37. If you want to go read that, it talks about Jacob and Rachel and their 12 sons, 12 tribes. Okay, but it's really interesting how Lucifer in verse 13, he focuses on all the Jews. And then in Revelation chapter 12, verse 17, he doesn't focus on all the Jews. He focuses on the ones who specifically keep the commandments and testimony of Jesus Christ. So there's two different categories of Jews during this time. There's just Jewish people, and then there's the believing Jewish people. Hey, thank you, Monica. Thank you so much. And so at the end, in Revelation chapter 12, verse 17, he specifically focuses on the believing Jews. And so what is so interesting, or at least very provocative about that, is that this verse shows that Satan knows who is a believer. And I find that very interesting. So what do you look like in the spiritual world is what my question is, just naturally rises. Like if you're a born-again believer, you look a certain kind of way. If you were a demon, somebody knows, they know what you look like. When you become a new creation, you become something different in the spiritual world. I don't know what it looks like. Maybe we're all shiny and we're like pretty cool and like, woo. I don't know. But if you are lost and you don't have Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you look something different. You're different. You're different. So there's two types of creation. You are either a son of Adam or you are a son of God. And so Lucifer here knows who is a believer. Okay, so that is Revelation chapter 12. So that, we did one chapter. Okay, so now we're going to dive into Revelation chapter 13, and this one's really good. This is very good stuff. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're doing a verse-by-verse Bible study, and we've gone through the book of Revelation. We've done this book already about a year and a half ago. We're going through it the second time, so I'm glad you guys are here. We've done Daniel. We've done We've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah. That one took forever. I mean, 66, like who puts 66 chapters in a book? That is exhausting. Such a good book though. And then we did Zechariah. My goodness, that book is so good. We've done Matthew, we've done First Peter, we've done Second Peter, and now we're going through the book of Revelation again. So thank you guys so much for being here. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. So if you're on TikTok, if you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, I want you to recognize that it is tough to read the Bible by yourself and to understand. And so these are long studies. And so if you have the time and if you have the dedication, if you want to learn, I would encourage you to check it out. There's a YouTube link up here if you would like to check it out. It's up in my TikTok profile, and Amber might pin it. I'm live here on YouTube right now, and I'm trying to clean up the YouTube a little bit for you, but just so you know, there's a lot of good stuff. But as per usual, I want you to test all things, because I'm not right in everything, and I understand that. Like, I'm telling you the best that I can. I'm doing the best that I can. But we are to test all things, and we are to hold fast to that which is good. And in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, it says, "These are more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness. And then they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so." So your challenge and my challenge is to hear and then be like, nope, that's wrong. Or to be like, yeah, that's biblically sound. But in order to determine whether something is biblically sound, you need to know the Bible. Because I can take any verse in here and I can twist it and I can tell you this is what it says. And that's what a lot of people do. And that is what Peter warns you about in his epistles, because he's like, these are false teachers. And that's 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 1. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 1. False teachers and false prophets. And so people are twisting things time and time again. And so you need to be able to defend yourself. And if you can defend yourself, then you can defend others around you, and you can stick up for them, because they might not know how to defend themselves yet. And so we're all at a spiritual walk. It's just, where are you? Are you spiritually immature, or are you spiritually mature? Where are you at? Where are you at? And so can you determine? So that's that's the hope of this. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing here, and that is how to know for sure you can know for sure you can get to heaven. That's it. That's the primary issue. The main thing is always going to be the main thing here, and that's why I always keep bringing it up, and that is, how do you know for sure you can get to heaven? There's only one way. There's literally one way, and you need to recognize that you are a sinner. When you recognize you're a sinner, you recognize you're lost. Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." That's Romans 3:23. Romans 6:23 gives you a little bit more bad news. He says, "For the wages of sin is death." So when you understand that you are a sinner, all of a sudden you recognize you're under the death penalty. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ. It's not through good works. It's not through getting wet in water baptism. It's not through being a missionary. It's through Jesus Christ. Paul expounds on that a little bit more in Ephesians 2:8-9. He says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." You can't be good enough to get to heaven. And so that is what I want you to recognize. That's the main thing. We need to agree on that. And if we agree on that, then awesome. But I want you to be mindful that there are people who disagree with what I just said, and they will add to it. They will say, no, you need to get baptized as well. And they'll quote Acts 2:38, and they say, here it says baptize. And so it gets into the whole thing. So do you believe that Jesus is enough, or do you believe that there's more that needs to be done to what he did? Are you saying that what he was doing was not enough? I think you should get baptized, don't get me wrong, but you need to recognize the difference. Getting baptized has nothing to do with you getting saved. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. It's literally through faith, through faith, through faith. That's why it comes down to the justification. There's 3 tenses of salvation, to kind of put it in a visual kind of way for you. There's justification, sanctification, and glorification. There's past tense, present tense, and future tense. So when you get born again, when you trust Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you have been justified. Whether that was yesterday, 5 days ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you were justified one time. That's a one and done deal. That's past tense. Now, as you go about your day-to-day walk with Christ, you are currently being sanctified. That happens moment by moment, second by second. Right now, as we're breathing, as during this live, we are currently being sanctified. That is present tense. when we get home with the Lord, finally, when we get home with the Lord, then we will finally be glorified. So you can say, I have been saved, justified. I'm currently being saved, and I will be saved. So it's past tense, present tense, future tense, but it's all wrapped up into this one phrase that we refer to as, are you saved? There's more to it. There's layers to it. There's understanding. So if you're justified, that's a one and done thing. That's either past tense or present tense. I'm sorry, that's past tense. If you're born again, that happened one time. If you are saved, you are always saved, in my opinion. All right, so, but I got baptized when I was a baby. Well, yeah, that's okay, Nancy. That's what some people do. You had no control over that, but I want you to understand being baptized does not save you. And so you need to look into that. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on here, and I would love to, or on TikTok or on YouTube or anything, and I would love to help you out if I can. Or there's people in here if you connected with anybody. All right, but let's get back to it. And I would, please, if I'm being serious, like, and that goes for anybody. If anybody in here has any questions on that issue, please reach out, because that is the most important thing. Your next breath is not guaranteed. Our life is a vapor. It's a breath. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. What's up, Bridget? I completely understand. Okay, very cool. Okay, so my message is, if you have any questions about that kind of stuff, feel free to reach out. I would love to talk to you about it. That is the most important thing. What's the email for Ryan? There's an email in YouTube. It's sheesh@yahoo. Also, by the way, can you guys stop making fun of me for using Yahoo? I mean, my buddy uses AOL. Oh man. Okay. So true. Justified by works, not, James 2:24, justified work. What is the email for Ryan? I have a question. What's your favorite Jocko drink? I like these, the pink lemonade. Dial up. Yeah. I use Yahoo too. Let's go, Julie. Me and you. I use Yahoo. You're good, bro. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm not alone. Man, my buddy made fun of me. He's like, what's your email? I was like, so-and-so Yahoo. He's like, Yahoo's still in existence. Oh man, it kills me. All right, so let's do this. My Yahoo account crashed. It disappeared a while back. Okay, so let's do Revelation chapter 13. This one is where it's going to get... No, I'm not, Jeannie, I'm not. All right, so Revelation chapter 13 is where it gets strange. And this is where we're really going to have to... Okay. You guys hear that? Let's just pop. Revelation chapter 13 is really, really challenging to explain. Yeah, TYJ, you can ask. But Revelation chapter 13 is really, really deep as far as, how many different ways you can handle it or explain it or, draw it out. And so we're going to do the best that we can. Lord help us. But in Revelation chapter 13, it's really going to be, I'm wondering if we should go to Daniel chapter 7. Yes. Okay, so we're going to go to Daniel chapter 7. I just thank you for this. I'm new here. I appreciate it so much. Awesome, Jake. Well, thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. And thanks for those who came over to YouTube. I appreciate you guys coming over. I'm glad you guys are here. Revelation chapter 13, verse 1 is that verse that, thank you, Dia. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, this was one of the verses that I told you guys about that we would put a pin into, if you remember. Because back in Revelation chapter 12, verse 3, it talks about this dragon having 7 heads, 10 horns, 7 diadems on his head. And then we looked up all the other passages that connected with that, if you guys remember. Hopefully you guys remember that. Because what we're going to do now, we're going to have to go to Daniel. You're going to do it. Go to Daniel. Yeah, we're going to go to Daniel. We're going to go to Daniel, and we're going to try to unpack this as much as we possibly can. And it's going to be rather tough. And so I want you guys to just understand there's a high probability that you won't understand, at least at this speed that I'm talking. And so this is why I would encourage you to You have great patience teaching people in the Bible across the world. I do not live in America. Where do you live? I want you guys to understand this is going to be really, really tough to understand at this speed. I talk fast and I don't mean to. It's just that there's a lot to say. And so so that's why I would encourage you to go back and re-listen to it if you're trying to understand, because it's challenging and you might need to listen to it. That's why I love YouTube, because you can hit the screen twice and it goes back 10 seconds. You can listen to it, hit the screen back twice and it goes back 10 seconds and you can listen to it again. I've done that a million times, trying to get a better understanding from different people and all this kind of stuff, and reading and listening and writing. And so that's how I learn. And so that might be a way for you guys to learn as well. And so it's very, very challenging and it takes time. And that's why I would encourage you to really, if you're trying to study, you need to understand there's a distinction between reading the Bible and studying the Bible. They're two very different things. And so that is what we're doing here. We are essentially studying. We're studying it, trying to get a concept. We're trying to paint a picture so that you can see it. And then when you start seeing it, you can start plugging in different pieces that, oh, this goes here, this goes here. Daniel 7, I prefer YouTube Live, so I came here. Yeah, what's up, sugar boy? Very cool. Well, thanks for being here. In Daniel chapter 7, so the thing to really remember is, in Daniel chapter 2, this goes all the way back. Now, we've said this a million times before, just specifically in the book of Matthew. But in Daniel chapter 2, it is vital. And I don't say that lightly. It is I just was reading your comment and saw brother. Thank you, Monique. In Daniel chapter 2, it is so vital to understand Daniel chapter 2. Now, what's going on in Daniel chapter 2? In Daniel chapter 2, Nebuchadnezzar is given a dream, and he sees, or he has a dream, and he says to his wise men, he's like, you guys need to interpret this for me, and I'm not going to tell you what the dream is. And so nobody can do it, and so then he starts ending all of his magicians, all of his wise men, all those dudes. And then Daniel finds out about it, and he's like, well, hold on a second. He's like, can you give me a minute? And so he goes to the Lord in prayer, and he asks for the interpretation of the dream. And so Daniel goes before the Lord, and he asks for the interpretation of the dream, and the Lord gives him the interpretation of the dream. And it's really, really cool. And so in Daniel chapter 2, what you find is a piece of the puzzle that is absolutely just of the utmost importance to understand, because of what he tells you. In Daniel chapter 2, he gives you the interpretation of the dream, and then he gives you the meaning of it. So just a little bit of a flyby of Daniel chapter 2, Nebuchadnezzar, he has a dream, and there's this idol that he sees. And it's got different body parts that are made of different metals. You have gold, you have bronze, you have silver, you have iron, and you have iron mixed with clay. Now, what that dream is basically talking about, it's basically a forecast of the upcoming kingdoms that are going to be occurring from Daniel's point of view. So I want you to go all the way back, and I want you to imagine you're talking to Daniel right now. And Daniel's telling you this, and he's like, hey, there's going to be an empire that is Babylon, which is what Daniel was in. He was in the Babylonian Empire. And he's like, but that empire is going to fall. And after that empire falls, there's going to be a new empire that comes up, and that's going to be the Medo-Persian Empire. And then that's going to be ruling. That's going to be the superpower of the earth. And then after that one falls, it's going to fall to another empire that's greater than that one, and that's going to be the Greek Empire, Alexander the Great. And then that one's going to be so big, and then it's finally going to fall. And it's going to fall to another empire, which is the Roman Empire. And so that is the forecast. You have Babylon, you have the Medo-Persian Empire, you have the Greek Empire, and you have the Roman Empire. And that is the forecast of the world Gentile empires, the Gentile kingdoms, from God's point of view. Now, that is very important to understand. You need to have at least a good understanding of that in order to understand Daniel chapter 7. Because Daniel chapter 7 expounds on that dream. Daniel chapter 7 basically gives you more information about what you already learned in Daniel chapter 2. So going into Daniel chapter 7, you need to understand, I am assuming you have at least an elementary understanding of Daniel chapter 2. If you don't have that understanding, then Daniel chapter 7 is not going to make any sense to you. So you need to really lay the foundation before you can dive into Daniel chapter 7, but I'm going to assume you understand Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 7, verse 1, it says, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon. Now, don't confuse Belshazzar with Belteshazzar. Belteshazzar is Daniel. Belshazzar is the king. He was the bad one. He was not a good dude. But in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head while on his bed. Then he wrote down the dream, telling the main facts. Daniel spoke, saying, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. And four great beasts came up from the sea, each different from the other. Okay, so now we're wading into this time period of like, okay, well, now we see these four beasts. So these four beasts that we're about to read are going to be basically expounding on what we just got done talking about, which was mentioned in Daniel chapter 2, which was Nebuchadnezzar's dream. So these four beasts are going to be Babylon, Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, and the Roman Empire. But we're going to get a little bit more insight on a new empire. And that new empire is the one that we're going to be focusing on. But what I want you to understand here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, it says, and four great beasts came up from the sea, each different from the other. Now, this right here is so very important to understand because these four great beasts that come up from the sea are Gentile beasts. It is vital to understand why. These are Gentile. Gentile is the key. Gentile is the key. So why is this important? It's important because if you go all the way back to 2 Chronicles, at the end of 2 Chronicles, Nebuchadnezzar, he goes and he destroys the temple and he takes all the Jewish dudes and he brings them back to Babylon. That's when Daniel was brought back into captivity. And so Daniel is brought into captivity. He's brought all the way to Babylon. And it was at that moment when the Jewish people no longer ruled over themselves. They did not have a king of Israel. There was no longer a king of Israel after that point. And so here in Babylon, where Daniel is, in Daniel chapter 7, he's living under Gentile dominion. There is a Gentile leader that is ruling over all of them. That is not okay. And that is important to understand. It might not sound like that big of a deal, but you need to understand the severity of it all because it is a big deal. The Jewish people should not have Gentiles ruling over them. The Jewish people should have a Jewish king ruling over them. Who is the next Jewish king that is going to be ruling over Israel? That is going to be Jesus. Jesus is going to be the next Jewish king that is going to rule over them. And that is very important to understand. So these Gentiles, let's go to Luke. Let's go to Luke 21. Luke 21, verse 24. Luke 21, in Luke chapter 21, verse 24, Jesus himself is the one who kind of gives us the idea of this phrase that we're going to be using here, and it's a phrase that we can coin. It should be like a kind of like a little bit of a flag in your mind. It's going to be, the phrase is going to be the time of the Gentiles. There's something called the time of the Gentiles. So in Luke chapter 21, verse 24. Luke 21:24, it says, and they will fall by the edge of the sword and be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So this is why it's so important to understand what in the world is Jesus talking about here. What is the time of the Gentiles? Until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. What is he talking about here? Until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. What are the times of the Gentiles? That's what we're reading about here in Daniel chapter 2 and in Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 2, Nebuchadnezzar has that vision. He sees Babylon, he sees Medo-Persian, he sees Greece, he sees Rome. Those are all Gentiles who are ruling over, who are oppressing the Jewish people. That is what the time of the Gentiles are. But Daniel chapter 7 is going to expound a little bit further on that time of the Gentiles. And so here's one of the reasons why I believe that the Antichrist is going to be a Gentile. Because he comes out of the Gentiles. Now here is why. In Daniel chapter 7 verse 3. In Daniel chapter 7 verse 3 it says, and four great beasts came up from the sea, each different from the other. So these four great beasts, we know, represent Gentiles. Why do we know that? Because Babylon, super Gentile. Medo-Persian, super Gentile. Greek, super Gentile. Rome, super Gentile. So these four beasts that Daniel is seeing, they're all Gentiles. And so it says in verse 3, Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, it says, and four great beasts came up from the sea. This sea. Now let's kind of zoom in on that sea a little bit here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, and look at Revelation chapter 13, verse 1. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it says this, in Revelation 13, verse 1, focusing on the sea, the water, the sea, in Revelation 13, verse 1, it says, then I, John, stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea. So you see, John is looking, and he sees a beast rising out of the sea. But when you couple that verse, Revelation chapter 13, with Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, Daniel says, and four great beasts came out from the sea. So there's been beasts that have emerged from the sea in the past. Now, what we can infer from this sea is that it's of Gentile dominion. It's a sea of Gentiles. Now, why are we saying that? Because the ones that come out of it are all Gentile. The first beast that came out of the sea was Babylon. Then that fell. The second beast that came out of the sea was the Medo-Persian Empire. That's Gentile. It fell. The third beast that came out of the sea was the Greek Empire. That fell. And the fourth beast that came out of the sea was also Gentile. The Roman Empire never was actually defeated, which is why that one's so interesting. The Roman Empire just fell apart. And so that's why you and I are looking for we're not looking for it, but it's going to happen in the future, which is what has been labeled as the revived Roman Empire. Because the Roman Empire back then, during Matthew and Mark and Luke and John, during their time, that Roman Empire just kind of broke apart. And so now, sometime in the future, that Roman Empire is going to be revived. It's going to come back onto display, and that's what we're going to read about here in Daniel chapter 7. Hopefully that kind of makes sense, but in Revelation chapter 13, that beast that he is going to be seeing, that beast that came out of the sea, is going to be the beast that we're going to read about here in Daniel chapter 7. Okay, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 4, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 4, we're going to read a little bit about these beasts. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 4, it says, the first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. I watched till its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the earth and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and a man's heart was given to it. This beast that Daniel is describing here is representing of the Babylon. The first empire that was on the statue that Nebuchadnezzar saw. That's Babylon right here. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 5, it says, and suddenly another beast, a second, like a bear. It was raised up on one side and had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. And they said thus to it, arise, devour much flesh. Now this is Medo-Persian Empire, and this is what, if you remember in Isaiah chapter 45, we were introduced to a guy named Cyrus. Cyrus is very instrumental in taking over Babylon. He was the guy who showed up, and Isaiah goes up to Cyrus and he's like, hey, I got a scroll for you. And that's what Isaiah 45 is all about. You should read it. It's so good. But in Daniel chapter 7, verse 5, this bear is representing the Medo-Persian Empire, because this empire was just basically composed of, or became such a force because of its sheer numbers. Now, the 3 ribs that are in this bear's mouth, or in its teeth, seem to represent the 3 kingdoms that were defeated by the Medo-Persian Empire. And the three kingdoms that were defeated by the Medo-Persian Empire was Babylonia, Lydia, and Egypt. So many people believe that those 3 kingdoms that were defeated by the Medo-Persian Empire are what gave the Medo-Persian Empire its superpower status. In order to become a superpower, you basically need to be able to compete with the other superpowers or defeat them. If you defeat them, then you are that superpower. So that's why those 3 ribs represent those 3 nations or kingdoms that that were defeated by the Persian Empire. Okay, Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 6, it says, after this I looked, and there was another like a leopard. which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. Now this beast that is being described here is clearly representing the Greek Empire. If you remember Alexander the Great, if you what is it, Daniel chapter 8, I think it is, it describes being very fast. And when you think, thank you, Julie, when you think about being very, very fast, you think of swiftness. And so when you think of being fast, out of all of these animals that are being given here, the fastest one out of all of these is the leopard. So this leopard is representing Alexander the Great. The leopard speaks to speed, and these 4 wings that this leopard has, or these 4 wings and these 4 heads, are the 4 kingdoms. Because if you remember when we went through the book of Daniel, what happened to Alexander the Great? When Alexander the Great was in power, he was basically he was very young. I think he was in his lower 20s, and he was coming close to death. He was about to die, and he's like, the only regret I have is that there was not more nations to defeat. He wanted to conquer everything. He was like, I'm going to conquer, I'm going to conquer, I'm going to conquer, I'm going to conquer. And so when he died, or right before he died, his generals went up to him and he's like, hey, who should your kingdom go to? And Alexander the Great said, give it to the strong. And so who were the strong in Daniel, or in Alexander the Great's in his company? The strong in his company were his 4 generals. So when you see this leopard having 4 wings and 4 heads, thank you, Kelly, these 4 wings represent the 4 kingdoms, or so here's Alexander's the Great empire. Just imagine this entire thing as his empire. When he died, he split his empire into 4 pieces. So there's a piece here, there's a piece here, a piece here, and a piece here. So they were divided amongst his 4 generals. And so the 4 generals are the 4 heads, and the 4 wings are the 4 kingdoms. The 4 kingdoms the 4 kings, or the 4 generals, were in charge of the 4 kingdoms. So that's what is going on in Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. So we're going to get on, here in Daniel chapter 7, the focus is, this is just a flyby of everything that we should kind of already know because of Daniel chapter 2. But the focus of Daniel chapter 7 is going to be on the 4th beast. And in Revelation chapter 13, just so you can put it in the back of your mind, Revelation chapter 13, which is where we came from, is going to be what we're talking about when we talk about this 4th beast. This 4th beast that we're going to be introduced here in a second is what John saw coming out of the sea. He sees a beast coming out of it. And so it's really provocative. So in Daniel chapter 7, what's up, Sheila? Oh, yeah, the replacement theology is not okay. Okay, so when we go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 7. So Daniel chapter 7, verse 7, this is where we start getting into the interesting waters, if you will. But in Daniel chapter 7, verse 7, it says, after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. Now, this is very interesting. So you have this beast. And so what I want you to recognize here in verse 7 is that what's interesting about verse 7, about this 4th beast, which is being identified as the Roman Empire, this beast has no animal characteristics. If you read about the 1st beast, the 2nd beast, and the 3rd beast, you got a lion, you got a bear, and you got a leopard. Here in this beast, there's no animal characteristics. It is just straight up different. It is very different, and it's more ferocious than all the other 3. This one is labeled as being dreadful and terrible. So in verse 7, the 4th beast, here in verse 7, this 4th beast is the Roman Empire. But we know this beast is still yet future because the Roman Empire never had 10 leaders, or the 10 horns. Because here in verse 7, Daniel chapter 7, verse 7, it says that this beast has 10 horns, or 10 leaders, or 10 kings. Now we know that this is yet future because the Roman Empire that was in the past never had 10 kings. And so this is where we glean the idea of a revived Roman Empire that is yet future, because the old Roman Empire that just broke apart never had 10 kings. So this revived Roman Empire that is going to be brought up in Revelation chapter 13, there's going to be 10 kings a part of that. There's going to be 10 kings. And so these 10 horns, or these 10 kings, we know in Revelation chapter 7, verse 7, at the very end of verse 7, it says, and it had 10 horns. We know that the 10 horns represent kings because of Daniel 7, verse 24. Go to Daniel chapter 7, verse 24. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 24, it says the 10 horns are 10 kings. So we know that the 10 horns on this beast represent 10 kings. So the old Roman Empire never had 10 kings, but the new, or the future revived Roman Empire will have 10 kings. And so that is why we know that this is yet future. So the emphasis, what I want you to recognize here, what we're reading about in Daniel chapter 7, the emphasis is on the fourth beast. Thank you, TK. The emphasis is on the fourth beast. That is something that we need to really understand. So we'll dive into it. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 8, we're going to be reading about this beast. And this beast is going to be the final form of the Gentile world empire. We're going to be reading about the final form, everything that's going to be in existence during the tribulation. We're going to be reading about that. Because the empires throughout the world, the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, the Greek Empire, they all were different shapes and sizes. But this Roman Empire, it fell apart, and it looked a certain kind of way before it fell apart, but it's going to emerge back again, and it's going to look different. And so that's what we're going to be reading about. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 8, it goes on. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 8, it says, I was considering the horns, which we know are kings. I was considering the kings, and there was another king or horn, a little one, coming up among them, before whom 3 of the first horns were plucked out by the roots. And there in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking pompous words. Now, this is really interesting when you start diving into it, because you're like, well, hold up, what's going on? Okay, so this is why it gets a little bit fascinating. No, I don't think it's the bricks, although that's what a lot of people say, Holly. It's very interesting that you bring that up. Somebody asked me to make a video, and I made a video about it like a year ago, I think it is, about why it's not the bricks, because they don't line up in the revived or in the Roman Empire. If you look at where the Roman Empire was on a map, the BRICS nations are kind of like all over the place. They don't fit the map. But not saying that some of them can't be a part of it, because I do think some of them will be a part of those 10 kings just because it just makes sense. But the BRICS in general, all of them, there's more than 10 in the BRICS nations as well. Good thought though. But in Daniel chapter 7, verse 8, it says, I was considering the horns, and there was another horn, a little one, coming up among them, before whom 3 of the first horns were plucked out by the roots. And there in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking pompous words. Okay, so this is what we talked about before. So this is what is interesting about the book of Revelation. It's so challenging. And so this is why. Can you imagine? Like, this is tough explaining this kind of stuff. But what you need to understand is that there are 2 types of systems going on. There are 2 types of political systems during the tribulation. There's one type of political system in the first half of the tribulation. And then after the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, there becomes a new system. And then on the same, there is two sets of religious systems during the tribulation. For the first 3.5 years, there's just the false church. And then after that first 3.5 years, during the second 3.5 years, there's a new religious system that is set up. And that is when the Antichrist says, you're going to worship me and nobody else. So there's 2 different religious systems, and there's 2 different political systems. And so what we're reading here in Daniel chapter 7 is we are learning about the first political system. These 10 kings are going to be in charge for the first 3.5 years. They're going to be in charge for the first 3.5 years. But then after the first 3.5 years, after they're done, the Antichrist is going to show up, and he's going to eliminate, he's going to kill 3 of the kings. And so now you have 7. So you have 7 kings remaining. But there's that little horn, that little king. Who's that little king? That little king is Antichrist. So you have 10 kings that are in charge of the world for the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. Then the Antichrist shows up. He reveals himself. He's like, this is me. You worship me. If you worship anybody else, you're dead. So, and he's, in order to prove that to people, he's like, I'm going to kill you, you, and you. That's what he does to those 3 kings. And then after those 3 kings are eliminated, then all the other people are like, you know what? I'm going to give my power to that guy because I'm afraid of him, and I'm going to fall in line, and we're going to follow your program. And so then all of a sudden there's a new program. So you have the 10 kings as being a part of the first political program. And then during the second half of the tribulation, during the Great Tribulation, you have the new political program, which is the Antichrist, where the Antichrist is ruling. It's interesting because the Antichrist doesn't really reveal himself. He doesn't reveal himself until the 3.5 years in. So that means that he's not technically necessarily ruling the world overtly until 3.5 years in. And so that's because he's revealed, and he's not going to reveal himself because he doesn't go into the temple until 3.5 years, because the 2 witnesses are there preaching for 3.5 years. After they die, after their testimony of 3.5 years is done, then the beast will kill them. He goes in, then everybody knows who he is. Then the Jewish people are like, that's the bad guy. I knew it. I told you. And then they run to the wilderness. They run to the mountains. And so that is, you have 2 political systems, 2 religious systems going on. And so hopefully that makes sense as far as what we're talking about right now. It's rather difficult. Hopefully it makes sense. Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, it says, I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, its wheels a burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court was seated, and the books were opened. I watched then because of the sound of the pompous words which the horn was speaking. I watched till the beast was slain, and its body destroyed and given to the burning flame. As for the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. Now, this is very provocative. This whole situation here is really, really something to behold. What Daniel is actually seeing. So what Daniel is seeing here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, is, number one, he says, in Daniel 7, verse 9, it says, I watched till thrones were put in place. Now, these thrones, why in the world were there thrones in the same location as the Ancient of Days? Who are these thrones? Who's sitting on these thrones? Why are there multiple thrones? It says, I watched till thrones were put in place, multiple thrones. I wonder if Daniel saw you and I. Now, isn't that something interesting? If these thrones that Daniel is seeing here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, if these thrones represent the 24 elders, my question to you is, did Daniel look way out into the future and see your face? Isn't that something to consider? Because when John was in Revelation chapter 4 and 5, when he sees the 24 elders, he's seeing the church. There's a chance you might have been one of them. And doesn't that just blow your socks off, like just thinking about that? Because they're looking into the future and they're seeing these things, and it's really, really wild to imagine. It's not, the likelihood is not very high, but I'm just trying to get you to see that he could have seen you. It's kind of like when there's a picture and there's like a million people in the picture and you're just looking for yourself. You're like, where am I? I know I'm in here somewhere. Oh, you can see me. There I am. Like all these kind of things. Daniel chapter 7. And Daniel chapter, heck yeah. What's up, Amber? In Daniel chapter 7, verse 9, he says, I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. Now, the Ancient of Days here is clearly an allusion to God the Father. And that's fascinating. So you're introduced to God the Father here. And the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, its wheels a burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth before him. 1,000 thousands ministered him, 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court was seated and the books were opened. So verse 9 through 12, what's going on here is that this scene takes place in the heavens. This scene takes place in the heavens. And the Ancient of Days is the Father. And what you see here is the Father is seated as a judge. And as he's seated as a judge, he is surrounded by a ton of angels who are somewhat responsible for carrying out these judgments, which is interesting because that's what takes place in the book of Revelation. You see the angels being actively involved in carrying forth these judgments. What is being judged, though, here in Daniel chapter 7? It says the court was seated and the books were open. But what is being judged? The thing that is being judged here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 9 through 12, the thing that is being judged is the fourth Gentile kingdom. The fourth Gentile kingdom. You have the fourth Gentile kingdom being judged. And that's fascinating because in verse 11, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 11, it says, I watched then because of the sound of the pompous words which the horn was speaking. I watched till the beast was slain and its body destroyed and given to the burning flame. So what you're seeing here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 11 is Daniel is looking so far out into the future and he is seeing this little horn. And he sees the little horn, and the little horn is representing the Antichrist. He sees that the Antichrist is slain, and then he doesn't only just see that he's slain, he sees what happens to him after he's slain. And he's like, after he died, his body was destroyed and thrown into burning flame. It was given to the burning flame. Now, why is this important? Because right now, the burning flame here, specifically here, is connected to the lake of fire. There's a difference between Hades, or hell, and the lake of fire. Right now, there's nobody in the lake of fire. Nobody's there. But the first people who are going to be thrown into the lake of fire are none other than the beast and the false prophet. They're going to be the first thrown into the lake of fire. And so what Daniel is seeing here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 11, he sees the Antichrist being slain. And then after he sees him being slain, he says that the body was given to the burning flame. He sees this. This is what John tells us about this in Revelation. In Revelation chapter 20, he sees that this is actually going to happen. So Daniel is giving us apocalyptic insight, and so is John. It's so fascinating. It is so fascinating. But in verse 12, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 12, it says, as for the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. So as for the rest of the beasts, what's that? The rest of what beasts? The rest of the beasts is talked about, Revelation chapter 20, thank you, Mark. In Revelation, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 12, it says, as for the rest of the beasts, the rest of the three, you have the Babylonian beast, the lion, you have the Medo-Persian, the bear, and you have the leopard, Alexander the Great, the Greek Empire. So those beasts, they were allowed, their dominion was taken away from them, but they were allowed to remain, like it was just kind of like dissipated over time. Okay, so that's Daniel chapter 7, verse 1 through 12. But now let's keep going in verse 13. And this, I'm telling you, Daniel chapter 7 is just such a good chapter. Like this one is so good. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 13, it says, I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. This is one of those passages where it's just like, there's people out there who don't believe that the Trinity is real. They think that the Trinity is comical. They're like, no, that's not real. It's made up. It's not a thing. Well, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 13, this is one of those times where you get to see God the Father and God the Son interacting very closely with one another. Because you have the Ancient of Days and you have the Son of Man. The Ancient of Days is God the Father. The Son of Man is none other than Jesus Christ. And so if you read the Gospels, what's fascinating about Matthew and Mark and Luke and John is that Jesus, what he refers to himself as is what? What title does he refer to himself as? Jesus constantly uses the title, the Son of Man, and he applies it to himself time and time again. The Son of Man, the Son of Man, the Son of Man, Son of Man. So before Jesus was even born, centuries before Jesus was even born, here Daniel is, looking out into the future, and he sees somebody like the Son of Man. And then when Jesus finally is here in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Jesus is walking around, Jesus is talking to everybody, and he's like, the Son of Man will be lifted up. He's referring to himself. So Jesus, by just like a natural byproduct, is telling us that that's who Daniel saw back here in Daniel chapter 7. So just by Jesus giving us his words that we were allowed to read into, he connects who he is and brings it back to Daniel chapter 7, which is amazing because he authenticates Daniel time and time again. He pulls from Daniel time and time again. In Matthew 24, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet. Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, so in Daniel chapter 7, verse 13, it says, I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. And this is describing the second coming, by the way. I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven. Second coming. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Then to him was given dominion and glory, and a kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom, the one which shall not be destroyed. So here in verse 13 and 14, this describes the kingdom of God being set up, which takes place after the Antichrist, in verse 11, is thrown into the lake of fire. So if you go back and read Daniel chapter 7, verse 11, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 11, what you see is the Antichrist being slain and thrown into the lake of fire. Then in verse 13 and 14, then you see the second coming, and you see his kingdom being set up, and we learn that his kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. Now, this is so good because when we know that this is going to happen, because go to Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 34. Go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 34. In Daniel chapter 2, verse 34, we read about this because, there's time and time again all about Jesus being connected to the stone, a stone. Jesus is a stone, a stumbling stone, a rock of offense. He's a stone, he's a rock, he's a stone, he's a rock. But in Daniel chapter 2, verse 34, Daniel says, you watched while a stone was cut out without hands, which struck the image on its feet of iron and partly clay and broke them in pieces. So what's interesting about this is, and it goes on in verse 35, and it says that all the image is going to be blowing away like chaff. But what you see here in Daniel chapter 2 is that the kingdom of the Antichrist will rise sometime in the future, and that kingdom will be struck by a stone, and that stone is Jesus. The image is an image of the Gentile nations. It's the whole image, the gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron. That is all an image of Gentile dominion. And so this stone is going to hit it, and the Gentile dominion is going to blow away like chaff, and then that stone is going to fill up the whole earth, and it is going to become a kingdom forever and ever. And so that is what you're seeing here. This stone is Jesus. Jesus will set up his kingdom. The image will be destroyed. You see an image. It's all over the place. This image is going to be destroyed. It's unbelievable. Like, studying this book is just like one of the coolest things, and it just makes you just so excited to just get on in here and connect some of these things, connect some of these dots, and it's really, really fascinating. But hopefully you guys can see that, but it's really, really neat. Okay, so let's get back to Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7. All right, Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 15. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 15. Daniel chapter 7, verse 15, it says, I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit within my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. Can you imagine? Be like, Daniel, come on, man up. I'd be like, no. I'd be on my face. I'd be a hot mess at this point. And so Daniel is telling me very lightly, he's like, I'm troubled. I beg your finest pardon. I am troubled. I think that's hilarious, Daniel. After everything he sees, that's how he describes it. He's like, I'm troubled. Oh, man. I can't wait to go over it again. Yeah, Sean, thank you so much, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Monica, it's so good. So in Daniel chapter 7, verse 15, I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit within my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near to one of those who stood by and asked him the truth of all of this. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of these things. Those great beasts, which are four kings which arise out of the earth. Now, this is interesting because here in verse 17, these four kings, it tells us that they arise out of the earth. Now, just a couple of verses ago, we see that these beasts are, they come out of the sea. So in verse 3, they come out of the sea, but here in verse 17, these kings, which are different than the beasts, they come out of the earth. And so the difference is, it's important to understand what the earth and the sea, the difference between the earth and the sea. Saying that they come from the earth is basically telling you and I that these are in fact going to be mankind. It's not some demonic or spiritual type of situation. This is a very, very human type of thing. These are four kings. These are four men, human beings. The sea, in contrast to the sea is just the Gentile nations. Like you just picture like a million people and you're looking out into a sea of people and they're all Gentiles. That's the difference. But it's the earth here is basically underscoring the idea that this is mankind. So in Daniel chapter 7, verse 18, it says, but the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. This is so neat because here in Daniel chapter 7, verse 18, we are told that the saints are going to receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and ever and ever. That is super cool. That's super cool. What are you talking about? The saints, we are going to receive the kingdom and we are going to possess the kingdom and we are going to rule and reign with him. This is all the way back centuries. This is like 700 years, probably 500 to 700 years before Jesus was even born, by the way. Crazy. Remarkable, just remarkable. And then Daniel, probably like 800 years later, maybe, wrote the book of Revelation. So, and they're writing about the same thing. It's just crazy. These two people, these guys didn't know each other, by the way. This is how cool it is. So in Daniel chapter 7, moving on, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 19, here we get to it. And this is where you just want to like give Daniel like a high five and then like chest bump him and be like, yeah. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 19, it says this, then I wished to know the truth about the fourth beast, which was different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth and iron and nails of bronze, which devoured broken pieces and trampled the residue with its feet. And the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn which came up, before which 3 fell, namely, that horn which had eyes and a mouth which spoke pompous words, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. This is where Daniel gets a gold star, because he's like, I want you to be sensitive to the idea here that Daniel did not go up to this dude, whoever it is, maybe might be an elder, might be an angel, I don't know. But Daniel goes up to the individual and is like, hey, can you tell me about the fourth beast? And I want you to be sensitive to the fact that he did not ask about the first beast. He did not ask about the second beast. He did not ask about the third beast. He wants to know about this beast. This beast right here is what we are talking about in Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, the beast that comes out of the sea, in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, that beast that comes out of the sea that John sees is this beast. It's this kingdom, this beast. It is a huge, it's a kingdom. It's an empire. It's a whole system. This is that beast. So in Daniel chapter 7, verse 19, it says, then I wish to know the truth about the fourth beast, which was different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth and irons and its nails of bronze, which devoured broken pieces and trampled the residue with its feet. And the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn which came up, before which 3 fell, namely the horn which had eyes and a mouth which spoke pompous words, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. So this little horn, whenever I do this with my pinky, this is an indicator of the little horn, and this is a picture of the Antichrist. So what he has is you have 2 political systems during the tribulation. For the first 3.5 years, you have the 10 kings. The 10 kings are in charge during the first 3.5 years. During the first 3.5 years, the 2 witnesses are in front of the temple and they're doing their whole thing, and nobody can enter the temple that they don't allow. And then at the end of their 3.5 years, they are going to die because of the beast. The beast is going to walk over their dead bodies. He will go into the temple, and then that's where 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 is. He's going to be revealed at that time. And then after he is revealed, he's going to tell everybody to worship him. And so the 10 kings are there for the first 3.5 years. Then during the second 3.5 years, he is going to eliminate, unalive 3 of them. So now there's 7 kings. So then there's 7 kings, and then he is going to be the 8th. So there's 7 kings, but he's going to be the 8th. And he's going to be the one who's in charge of all of them. And he's going to be calling the shots, and he's going to be telling them what to do. So it's very fascinating to see this kind of stuff. It's interesting that it says that he had a mouth which spoke pompous words. This dude is going to be just unbelievably arrogant. Unbelievably arrogant. It's remarkable how just super prideful, a super boaster, if you will. Somebody who's like, look at me and I'm great. And it says his appearance was greater than his fellows. In verse 21, in Daniel chapter 7, verse 21, it says, I was watching, and in the same horn, in Daniel chapter 7, 21, it says, I was watching, and the same horn was making war against the saints and prevailing against them until... Now, this is where it's interesting, because there's a lot of people who think that Christians are going to have to go through the tribulation. There's people who believe in a mid-tribulation rapture, and there's people who believe in a post-tribulation rapture. If you believe in one of those things, that's completely fine. It's not, it's like I'm not going to creating any divisive, and I'm not saying you're weird or anything like that. I'm just saying I disagree. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and it's okay. I'm sure you guys have your opinions on this kind of stuff, but here's one of the things that I think is really interesting and important to understand, because in Daniel 7:21, we see very, very clearly that this little horn, that this Antichrist is going to make war against the saints, and he's going to prevail against the saints. Now, here is something that is vital to understand as far as why this is referring to the tribulation saints and not you and I. And there's people who would disagree with me on this, but I need you to understand. So in Daniel chapter 7, verse 21, we see this Antichrist prevailing against the saints. That sounds terrible. Sounds like a terrible thing, right? Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is actually happening. The Antichrist is prevailing over the saints. That sounds like it's talking about you and I. But in context, what Daniel is seeing here, what is Daniel seeing? Daniel is seeing the vision of the revived Roman Empire. This revived Roman Empire is what is emerging in Revelation chapter 13. It's the beast system. It's the Antichrist taking charge of everything in Revelation chapter 13. He cannot prevail against the saints because it's not referring to you and I, because this is talking about what takes place during Revelation chapter 13. Revelation chapter 13, this beast emerges out of the sea. He makes war against the saints, and he prevails against them. But you and I are already gone at this point. So what saints is he actually prevailing against? This is why it's important to understand the difference between the buckets of saints, if you will. So I want you to imagine I have a bucket right here. Here's a bucket. This bucket is the Old Testament saints. You got Moses, you got Daniel, you got Zechariah, you got, oh, hey, David. Oh, hey, Eve. You got all the Old Testament saints in this bucket. They're already with the Lord. So we know that he's not going to rule over or prevail against those saints, right? So then, when the church was born in Acts chapter 2, and it goes all the way to Revelation chapter 3, now you have a different bucket. In this bucket, you're in there if you're born again. In this bucket, I'm in there. Your mom and dad, your neighbor, the people that go to your church, everybody who's born again since the church was born, we're in here. The church, this bucket is going to go up when the rapture occurs, which is going to leave the earth completely lightless. There's not going to be any Christians on the earth for a certain period of time. But then everybody's going to realize that the rapture took place, and then people are going to put their faith in Jesus, and there's going to be a lot of people who get saved during the tribulation. So the saints, that this Antichrist who is going to make war against the saints, he's not making saints against, thank you, Mom, sir. He's not making war against you and I, the church. He's making war against this bucket over here, which is the bucket of tribulation saints. So just there's three buckets of saints. You have Old Testament saints, Moses, Jacob, Isaiah, all these dudes. You have the church saints, which is like Peter, James, John, you and I, everybody, all the other Christians that you know, we're all up in here. And then you have this bucket over here of saints, which are going to be born again, which are not born again yet. They get saved during the tribulation. And so the people who get saved during the tribulation are the ones who are going to be overcome by the Antichrist. Thank you, Joy. And so it's really fascinating. So I don't want you to get discouraged because it's not applying to you. It's applying to the people who are yet to put their faith in Jesus Christ. Cool story, bro. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. That's very kind. But Daniel chapter 7, verse 21. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 21, it says, I was watching in the same horn, the Antichrist, was making war against the saints and prevailing against them until... So there's a time where he will not be able to prevail against the saints. Verse 22 says, until the Ancient of Days came and a judgment was made in favor of the saints of the Most High, and the time came for the saints to possess the kingdom. So verse 22 is alluding to what takes place during the sheep and goat judgments. Because if you remember in Matthew chapter 25, there's something called the sheep and goat judgments, which the people, the born again believers who make it through the tribulation, they're gonna appear before this judgment seat. That's where Jesus literally separates the sheep on the right and the goats on the left. And the sheep, the born again Christians who get saved during the tribulation, they're gonna go walk into the kingdom. But the goats will go on the left, and they're not, do not pass go, do not collect $200. So that's what that is talking about. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 23, it says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, trample it, and break it in pieces. Now, this is very interesting. Oh, man, what was that? Hold on, what? You destroyed here. If you go to Revelation 11 verse 18, at the end of Revelation 11 verse 18, it says, and who should destroy those who destroy the earth. It connects to what we just read here in Daniel 7:23, because it says in Daniel 7:23, and it says, shall devour the whole earth, trample it and break it into pieces. Now, they're trampling it, breaking the whole earth into pieces, and it says that those people are going to get destroyed. So it's connecting Revelation 11:18 to Daniel 7:23. I just saw that, so let me write a note. Daniel 7:23. Okay. So what's interesting about Daniel chapter 7, verse 23, oh, thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. In Daniel chapter 7, verse 23, it says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth. So what you see here as this kingdom that's going to devour the whole earth, this is where we get the idea that there's going to be a one world system. It is going to be a one world global system, which is so interesting when you apply it in our world today, because when you're paying attention to what's going on in the world today, you're seeing a whole bunch of stuff. One world, one world, one world, one world, global, 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 global. We're so close, and we have the ability to do it now. And that's what's so interesting about our time today, because so many people have been saying, oh, they've been saying that for 1,000 years. Oh, they've been saying that for 1,000 years. Okay, where is the promise of his coming? All of these things, right? Well, what's so unique about our time today is that now, for the first time in history, we have the technology to create a one world government. Now, in the first time in history, all the languages are now one, because you can speak whatever language you want to, and I can just hop on Google and I can understand everything you're saying. There is no more barriers. There's no language barriers anymore. A global government is extremely possible, which is why it's so provocative when you insert the whole UFOs and the whole alien conversation into this entire thing. Because what in the world would draw all mankind to unite under one flag? Because America will not unite with another nation. We're not going to do it. We like waving the flag and American flag and like, hoorah, like all these things, right? That's what we like to do. And so we are very prideful. We're very proud to be Americans. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But what kind of scenario would need to exist in order for you and I and all other Americans to join forces with other people? Well, perhaps an alien invasion, which is very fascinating. Because if, like the UFOs and aliens and aliens and aliens and Elon Musk and all these things, now all of a sudden, it's kind of like Independence Day. Remember Independence Day? Like every human being, like we were kind of being programmed to watching that. Like, because everybody, it doesn't matter what nation you were from, everybody worked together. And so it's really fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. So this global system seems to be right around the corner, and I think it's something to at least be sensitive to. But in Daniel chapter 7, this is where we get the idea of the one world government. And in Daniel chapter 7, verse 24, it says, the 10 horns are 10 kings who shall arise from this kingdom, and another shall arise after them. He shall be different from the first ones and shall subdue 3 kings. So this is where you get the idea. You have 10 kings for the first 3.5 years. The beast is not revealed yet during the first 3.5 years. When the beast is finally revealed, he subdues 3 of them. So now there's 7 kings. And then he himself is going to be the 8th. That little horn is going to be an important topic to understand when we get to Revelation chapter 17. But he subdues, he takes them out. And so in Daniel chapter 7, verse 25, it says, he shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and shall intend to change times and law. Then the saints shall be given into his hand for a time and times and half a time. So there you have it. You have that the saints are going to be able to be persecuted for 3.5 years during the Great Tribulation. The Antichrist is going to be chasing them all over the place, and there's going to be many people who get ended during the Great Tribulation, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. But that's Daniel chapter 7. And you can read the rest of it if you would like to, but that's the gist of it. And so we just covered Daniel chapter 7, just so you can hopefully understand Revelation chapter 13. So we just covered Daniel chapter 7, so you can hopefully now understand Revelation chapter 13. So let's go to Revelation chapter 13 and let's unpack this a little bit. In Revelation chapter 13, this one is really kind of cool. In Revelation chapter 13, this chapter is remarkable. Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it says, then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head a blasphemous name. On his heads a blasphemous names. So here, just to kind of bring it all full circle, John sees a beast. In Daniel chapter 7, we read of 4 beasts. We read of the lion, the bear, the leopard, and then the 4th one. In Revelation chapter 13, John is seeing the 4th beast, the 4th kingdom emerging. So this 4th kingdom is emerging, and it has 7 heads and it has 10 horns. So the 7 heads is a picture of what we're going to be talking about when we get to Revelation chapter 17. The 7 heads seem to be mountains, which is what we're going to read in Revelation 17, verse 9. If you want to go check that out, Revelation 17, verse 9, it talks about what the mountains are. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains. The 7, or the 10 horns, though, what are the 10 horns? The 10 horns represent kingdoms. So the 10 kingdoms are being introduced in Revelation 13, verse 1. And on his horns are 10 crowns. So you have 10 horns and 10 crowns. So you have 10 kings and you have 10 kingdoms. In order to have a kingdom, you need a king. In order to have a king, you need a kingdom. So that's what the 10 horns and 10 crowns are. There's 10 kings and 10 kingdoms going on here. That's what this second political system is going to be emerging. The 10 kings, 10 horns, or 10 kings and then 10 kingdoms are going to emerge, and then he's going to subdue 3 of them, and then that is when the Antichrist is going to take the reins, and he's like, we're doing it my way for the rest of the time. But that doesn't take place until 3.5 years into the tribulation. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it says, then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. In verse 2, it says, now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. Now, what's so interesting about Revelation 13, verse 2, is what is the order that John gives you. He gives you the order. He gives it to you as leopard, bear, and lion. Now, why this is so interesting is because if you read it in Daniel chapter 7, Daniel gives it in the reverse order. Daniel gives it to you in the lion, the bear, and the leopard. But John gives it to you as the leopard, the bear, and the lion. So it's in inverse. So many people think that it's possibly because John might have been looking back into time, and he might be seeing what's taking place back there, and he's looking at it in reverse order. Whereas if I was looking at it in this order, it would be this way. But if I was looking at it in this order, it would be this way. So John is looking back into time. He sees what Daniel saw, and he's looking in the future, looking back. And that's possibly a reason why John is giving you the three beasts in inverse order from what Daniel gave. But in Revelation chapter 13, verse 2, it says, "Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet was like the feet of a bear. His mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority." So we're diving into Revelation chapter 13. And this chapter describes two beings that Satan will use to destroy the Jewish people. That's basically what we're going to be talking about here. We're going to be talking about two different beings that Satan is going to use to destroy the Jewish people. In chapter 12, in contrast, in chapter 12, John describes Satan's desire to destroy the Jews once and for all, but chapter 13 describes how he will try to achieve that desire. And so here in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1 through 10, these first 10 verses are going to describe details of the fourth beast that Daniel saw in Daniel chapter 7, which is what we read. So we are going to be getting the details about what Daniel saw, that fourth beast. That is what Daniel saw back in Daniel chapter 7. We're seeing it in Revelation chapter 13. That beast is now emerging. So this fourth beast is the Antichrist kingdom. And there needs to be a king in that kingdom, and that king in that kingdom is going to be the Antichrist, essentially. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 2, it tells us that the dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. And in verse 3 it says, "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world marveled and followed the beast." Now what's so interesting about this passage here is that you can make some claims, it doesn't really matter, but there's different ideas on it. Some people think that this is a literal death, or at least the appearance of a literal death. And so you can be the judge of that. But what I want you to understand is in verse 3, it says, "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded." Now, why this is so interesting is because of what we went through not too long ago in the book of Zechariah. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 11. Hey, thank you, Seeking the Lamb. In Zechariah chapter, I love Missler, Arnold Fruchtenbaum, Adrian Rogers. My dad is great. I love picking his brain. My dad's a pastor. But in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, we learn a lot about the Antichrist. And in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, it seems like you get a pretty good detailed, at least some kind of description of the Antichrist. We don't get much about him as far as what he looks like, but it seems in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, it says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock." Now, this is in contrast to the good shepherd. If you read Zechariah chapter 11, what you find is that there's a contrast between two types of shepherds. You have the good shepherd, which is Jesus, Psalm 23, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. But here in Zechariah chapter 11, we are, that good shepherd is in contrast to the bad shepherd or the worthless shepherd. So in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, it says, "Woe to the worthless shepherd." This is a picture of the Antichrist. "Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. A sword shall be against his arm and against his right eye. His arm shall completely wither and his right eye shall be totally blinded." So here in Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17, seems to be some kind of description of the Antichrist. His right eye blind, that's very specific. Why not his left eye? Why are we told that? So many questions naturally arise with that kind of description. We don't have all the details, but the reason I think we don't have all the details is because we don't need all the details. our whole focus here on earth is not to focus on the Antichrist. Our focus here on the earth is to tell people about Jesus Christ. That is what we should be doing. We're just talking about the Antichrist right now because we're going through the book of Revelation. And it's a great topic. It's something to be educated about, but it's not something to rely on. We should be excited about what Jesus did, and we should want to learn more about Jesus and more about Jesus and more about Jesus. But it's so funny how the world is because everybody likes focusing on the Antichrist, which I think it's important to be educated at the same time. I just don't want you to get lost in it. That's the idea. Same thing with demonology. A lot of people like focusing on Nephilim and getting lost in the giants, and next thing you know, that's all they're talking about. And next thing you know, Jesus isn't that cool. And so I want you to understand that Jesus is awesome and he's wonderful, and you need to keep him the main thing. So let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 3, it says, "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled and followed the beast." This is crazy. All the world marveled and followed the beast. And so here, the Antichrist is revealed, and what he's doing is he's requiring worship. He is requiring worship, and this is where 2 Thessalonians 2 comes in. So if you guys want to go check that out, let's go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, because he's not going to require worship until the second 3.5 years of the tribulation. He's not going to mandate worship of him until the second half of the 3.5 years. So in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3, it says, "Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God." Now, I need you to understand there's a lot of people who are divided on what the order of operations are, but in order for this Antichrist to go into the temple of God, the two witnesses first need to be killed. And that is something that is a huge, that's why I'm telling you, Revelation chapter 11 is a lighthouse for your understanding as far as eschatology. You need to understand the Revelation chapter 11. The Antichrist can't go into the temple of God until 3.5 years into the tribulation. So therefore, since he can't go into the temple of God until the two witnesses are killed, that means he can't cause everybody to worship until 3.5 years in. There's things that need to take place before these things can actually occur. So when he does go into the temple of God, that means he's already killed. And here in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 4, that means he's already killed the two witnesses at this point, if he's gone into the temple of God. But the whole point here is to get you to understand that the Antichrist is going to cause everybody to worship him. And that is going to take place after the first 3.5 years. So there's the first 3.5 years, this is the second 3.5 years. The first 3.5 years you can just call the tribulation. The second 3.5 years is called the Great Tribulation. And Jesus himself uses the title of the Great Tribulation himself in Matthew chapter 24, verse 16 or something, somewhere around there. He says, "And then there will be great tribulation." And so the reason why there's going to be great tribulation is because all of a sudden now everything is changing. And this is something to really, really zoom in on. What is changing? In Revelation chapter 13, the reason why it's changing and the reason why it's going to be great tribulation, when Jesus says that in Matthew 24, and then there will be great tribulation. Why would Jesus say there's going to be great tribulation in contrast to the regular, normal 3.5 years of tribulation, which really is going to suck? Why is it going to be great tribulation all of a sudden? The reason why it's going to be great tribulation all of a sudden is because of what changes. What changes? Well, here in Revelation chapter 13, what changes is that now all of a sudden there is a very clear decision that is made to the people on the earth. Because here in Revelation chapter 13, we're going to be introduced to the mark of the beast. So this is going to be something that is an option now. It's not going to be an option until 3.5 years into the tribulation. And so in 3.5 years into the tribulation, now that the mark is an option, now he's like, okay, now that's on the table. You know that I'm the Messiah. You know that I'm the creator. You know that I'm the God Almighty. But now you have a choice. You have the choice to choose him, or you have the choice to choose me. And so now that there's people who are choosing against him, now there's going to be great tribulation, because these people are they are seeing an angel up in heaven preaching the everlasting gospel, and they're like listening, they're seeing it. You have 144,000 Jewish guys running around telling everybody about Jesus. There is a very clear outreach saying, trust me. And that's what Jesus is doing this entire time. And so in Revelation chapter 13, where this is now great tribulation, the reason why it's great tribulation is because now people see that. They see the 144,000, they hear, they see, and they refuse. And because they refuse, now there is great tribulation. So I need you to understand the difference. There is an order of operations for these things, and it's good to pay attention to it. Revelation chapter 13. Hopefully that makes sense. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 4. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 4, it says, so they worshiped the dragon who gave authority to the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him? This is why it gets so interesting, because this is why it's now great. Because people are choosing to worship Satan. This is straight up demonic worship going on earth during the second 3.5 years, which is why there's going to be, it's open Satan worship. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 5, it says, and he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. There's that phrase again, 42 months. So all throughout the Bible, when it comes to these end times things, you have 42 months, times, and half a time, and 1,260 days. All of those things are the same thing over and over again. It's all 3.5 years. And so he's going to have power over these people for 3.5 years. This great tribulation is a period of 3.5 years. Great tribulation, 3.5 years is what is going to, is encapsulated in 3.5 years. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 6, it says, then he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and those who dwell in heaven. Now remember, just the last chapter, Satan was cast out of heaven. So in Revelation chapter 12, Michael throws Lucifer out of heaven. And after Michael throws Lucifer out of heaven, what takes place? Well, now Lucifer is on earth. He knows his time is short. And not only is he ticked off, he is blaspheming God. He is blaspheming his tabernacle. And he's blaspheming you, if you're a born-again believer, because you'll be there too. And that's crazy. He hates you. He's going to, blaspheme you. Woo! Revelation chapter 13, verse 7, in Revelation 13, verse 7, it says, it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. So here in Revelation chapter 13, verse 7, I think it's really important to understand this is what we talked about before back in Daniel chapter 7, verse 21. The saints that Lucifer is overcoming, the saints that he is waging war on, are tribulation saints. They're the ones who get saved during the 7 years. There's people who are going to put their faith in Christ during the 7 years. Many of them are Jewish. And so here in Revelation 13, verse 7, it says, it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. This is specifically talking about the tribulation saints. We are not going through the tribulation. Revelation 3:10, 1 Thessalonians 4:17, the 24 elders being in Revelation 4 and 5. You see that picture all throughout. And even in the book of Genesis, many times you see Lot, when he was pulled out of Sodom, the angel, when he was talking to Lot, he's like, hey, Lot, we got to get out of here. And he says, I can't do anything until you are safe. He's like, even if I wanted to, I could not do anything until you are out of the city. That's a picture, in my opinion, of a pre-tribulation rapture. Very kind of cool stuff. Revelation chapter 13, verse 7, it says, it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And authority was given. It's interesting that Lucifer is given this authority. He's just given it. Here you go. You can have it. And authority was given to him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world. It's so remarkable, that phrase, slain from the foundation of the world, because it lets you know just how much he loves you. And it lets you know that before the world was even flung into existence, that he understood he was going to have to die for you. And he was slain before the foundation of the world. Let that sink in for a little bit. Before the world was even created, before Adam and Eve, before the earth, before the animals, before the trees, before the waters, he was slain before the foundation of the world. And I think it's really, really something to really just marinate in, and allow that to just kind of drip on over you, and just be like, my goodness, he loves me that much. That he knew that he was going to do this before the foundation of the world. How amazing is that? Revelation chapter 13, verse 9, it says, if anyone has an ear, let him hear, which is, should kind of ring some bells for you guys, because back in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, the 7 letters that are written to the 7 churches, at the end of at the end of each of those 7 letters, there's a phrase which says, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. If you read in Matthew chapter 13, you'll read about the kingdom parables, and in the kingdom parables, at the end, it says, he who has an ear, let him hear what this, he who has an ear, let him hear. I think it's Matthew 13. Well, now I'm going to have to look it up. Yes, in Matthew chapter 13, verse 9, it says, he who has ears, let him hear. And it says it a couple different times, I think. Throughout this, I'm just kind of scrolling over it. Okay, there's at least one time. I thought there was more than one, but anyways, it's connected. Revelation 13 and Matthew chapter 13, Revelation 2 and 3, and Revelation chapter 13. Okay, so let's continue on. In Revelation 13, verse 10, it says, he who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints. What this is talking about, verse 10, is this is basically a warning to those who follow or who choose the Antichrist over Jesus. He's letting them know. He's like, hey, he who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword can be killed by the sword. He's like, this is what is going to happen. This is a straight up warning to those who choose the Antichrist, because it's a very clear choice at this time in the future. It's going to be a very clear choice. And it's good to understand that everything that happens here in chapter 13 is happening in the second half of the tribulation. It happens in the second 3.5 years. So now we get to Revelation chapter 13, verse 11. So in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, it says, then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. So here is the next beast. So there's basically a duality going on here in Revelation chapter 13. It's not just one beast, it is 2. There are 2 beasts in Revelation chapter 13. You have the Antichrist, the one who gets the mortal wound, and you have the false prophet. And so here in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, we are introduced to the false prophet. So there is 2 of them. The Antichrist is going to want to be worshipped. The false prophet his role is to do a whole bunch of cool miracles and signs and wonders in front of everybody, and then his role is to point at the Antichrist and say, worship him. Look at what I can do. If you think this is cool, and you think I'm really awesome, and you think I'm cool, then you should listen to me, because if I can do this and I want to worship this guy, then you should want to listen to me. And so the false prophet, his role, thank you, Jules, his role is to do a whole bunch of signs and wonders, pull fire down from heaven, and then when everybody sees it, they're going to be so awesome, it's going to be so wonderful, and they're going to be like, oh my goodness, this is wonderful. And then he's going to say, yeah, worship him. Worship that guy. And then everybody's going to go after the beast. So there's 2 beasts here. You have the false prophet and you have the Antichrist. There's people who think that the Pope is, could be the false prophet. Could be a candidate for it. I'm not really sure. Nobody really knows. This is not something to really die on any of those hills right there. I think the Vatican plays a big part as far as the idea of in Revelation chapter 2 of Thyatira, the church in Thyatira. I think that's a picture of false Christendom, just because they are works-based salvation. The majority of them, the Orthodox Catholic, I think the Roman Catholic Church. I think many of them are very deceived because they put a lot of their faith in water baptism. They have a rosary and they do the things, and they pray to Saint Mark and Saint Peter, and they pray to Mary. They're praying to sinners. And a lot of people are confused. And so this is why I think when Jesus says in Matthew chapter 7, he says, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not do all these things in your name? I think they're completely shocked, because I think that they think that they're doing good things, and that's the danger of it. There's a lot of people that have this false sense of security around them right now because, hey, I go to church, or hey, I have a Bible, or hey, I listened to a Christian song the other day. Oh, I know who Jesus is. And so it's really interesting. Do you know Jesus, and does Jesus know you, or do you just know Jesus? Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much. And so it's important to really, really make sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that you know him and he knows you. It's not Christ plus something. It is Christ and Christ alone. And so when we go to Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, we're introduced to the false prophet. And then in Revelation 13, verse 12, it says, and he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. So, it's really interesting. So you have two people standing there. The false prophet is doing a whole bunch of signs and wonders in front of the beast. Everybody's watching this, and then everybody's going to be deceived, because in verse 14, in Revelation 13:13, it says he performs great signs, so that he even makes fire comes down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. So here's where it gets really different. Really, really difficult. If the comments are getting to you, you guys can consider coming over to YouTube. I'm streaming over on YouTube right now as well. It's might be a little bit easier to focus over here. It's a little bit quieter, not as many comments or anything like that. So if you want to come over to YouTube, I would encourage it. I think it's a good time. Everybody says they can hear me better too, so you have that. But in Revelation chapter 13, this fire is going to come down from heaven, and this is where it gets really difficult. And so this is why it's so important to really know your stuff. And the reason why is because what the world wants right now, and probably people in here, like there's 337 people in here, which is amazing. But what the world wants right now is a sign. They are searching for a spiritual, supernatural something. That's what they want. They want to tap into some kind of spiritualism type of something. And it's remarkable because when Jesus was here, he was doing all kinds of signs and wonders. And then they rejected him in Matthew chapter 12. And then after Matthew chapter 12, he really limited his miracles to individuals, and everything changed after they rejected him nationally. But what I want you to recognize is what Jesus told him. He's like, a wicked and perverse generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given except the sign of Jonah. Now, the sign of Jonah was that Jesus was going to die and he was going to rise again. But what's remarkable is that so many people today in 2024, it's November 19th, 2024, so many people want a sign. And they follow people who they think can do signs and like a prophetic thing, and let me speak and do all these things, and they're being led astray into like a supernatural type of thing, when the Word of God, and I'm telling you guys, the Word of God is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. This is what you need. And so what I want you to understand, the connection here, is because during the tribulation, everybody's going to see a sign. They're going to see it. They're going to see it. Fire coming down from heaven? Are you kidding me? I'm going to follow that guy. That's what they're going to think, because they can see it. They want a sign. They've always wanted a sign. Back when Jesus was here doing all kinds of signs, they're like, Lord, Jesus, Jesus, show us a sign. And then Jesus is like, you guys already rejected me. Are you kidding me? You want another sign? He's like, all right, I'll give you a sign. The only sign you're going to get is the sign of Jonah. And it's remarkable. After everything that Jesus did in Matthew chapter 8, Matthew chapter 9, and Matthew chapter 10, he was doing all kinds of signs, healing the lepers, feeding the 5,000, the 3,000, All the things he was doing were all signs. And then they have the audacity to come up to him and say, show us a sign. This is the sign that you guys need, okay? Jesus tells you who he is by giving you the word of God. He tells you who he is before he even showed up. A millennia before he showed up, he's like, I'm coming. This is how I'm going to show up. I'm going to be born. This is what to show. This is how you're going to know it's me. I'm going to do these things. I'm going to write it all down centuries before I even show up. And then you know what? Then I'm going to do those things. And then when I show up, I'm going to tell you who I am. And then I'm going to do more stuff and I'm going to prove it to you in different ways. And he did all that. And so here we are in 2024, and there's so many TikToks and so many people doing all kinds of weird things, and it's just like crazy. And I'm like, man, you have it all right here. This is everything. Pour into the word of God, because every man is a liar. Let God be true and every man a liar. If you start following after an individual, it's not going to end well. You need to study to show yourself approved. And here is the reason. Because in Revelation chapter 13, the people who are on the earth during the tribulation, they are going to be deceived by something they can see. They're going to see fire. They're going to be like, that's awesome. And then they're going to be deceived and they're going to be drawn into it, because that's what the world is longing for right now. In Matthew 24, he says there's going to be false prophets and false Christs during this time. And he says, do not be deceived. Why? Because there's the high possibility that they will be deceived. Thank you, Diana. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And so the world right now, in our generation, or at least in the TikTok world that I see and on YouTube, there's so many people who are just wanting to see something. And if you're wanting to see something, then you're already going down the wrong path. This word of God is unbelievable. It is sharper than any two-edged sword. You need to know how to use it. I'm telling you right now, if you don't know how to use it, then you're just completely defenseless. That's why in Peter, he tells us to always be ready to provide a defense for the hope that is within you. Can you provide a defense for the hope that is within you? Or if I throw one verse at you and then all of a sudden you're just like tripping over yourself because you don't know, I want to encourage you. I'm not here to make you feel bad about yourself. I want to encourage you to not go after the things that people make all kinds of shiny stuff. I want to encourage you to go after what you know to be true. And the only thing you know to be true is the word of God. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Thank you so much. And so it is so interesting here in Revelation chapter 13, people are going to follow after him for the sole fact that they saw something. They saw something. It's not what it's about right there. It says in Revelation 13:13, it says he performs great signs so that he even makes fire come down from heaven on the earth and in the sight of men. So you have this whole idea of when Jesus showed up, he's like, I'm going to prove to you who I am by doing something nobody's ever done before. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen before it happens. I'm going to do it time and time again, and that's what the whole Bible is about, from Genesis 1 to Revelation 22. This is Jesus proving to you and I who he is by not only doing it in front of us, but telling us about it. And this is a book of 66 books written by 40 different authors, and it's telling you the same story time and time again, that Jesus is Lord, and that he loves you, and that he died on the cross for you, and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. If you're looking for all these other spiritualistic experiences, you're chasing after your own heart and your own desires, which is not what we're supposed to be doing. We're not supposed to be seeking an experience. We're supposed to be seeking the Lord Jesus and learning about him. That is what I want to encourage you guys to do that. It is so dangerous. And that is why Matthew chapter 7 is terrifying, because he says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not done all these things in your name? Have we not prophesied in your name? Have we not cast out demons in your name? And he will say, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire. I never knew you. That's terrifying. That is unbelievably terrifying. Why? Because the people acknowledged who he was. They're like, we know who you are. And Jesus is like, I don't know who you are. That's staggering. And it's terrifying. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. And so this is the difference. You have Jesus and you have the Antichrist here. So in Revelation chapter 13, everything is we're walking into this time period of where these bowl judgments are going to be poured out into the earth. And the reason, and thank you, the real Diana, the reason is because of the very clear distinction. There is a very clear choice that is going on here. You have the Antichrist, who is now doing all kinds of signs and wonders, And what we're going to read in Revelation chapter 14 is that there's this angel who shows up and he's going to be preaching. So the people on earth are going to see an angel. They're literally going to see an angel flying in the heavens, and this angel is going to be preaching. That's crazy. So the people on earth have literally no excuse. They're going to be like, okay, I see the angel. Okay, I hear the words you're saying. And I see this guy, but he can pull fire down from heaven. I mean, like, how cool is that guy? And it's just like, oh man, I'm going to go with him. And then, okay, put your mark on me. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're done. And so that's why great tribulation is referenced in Matthew 24. Moving on, Revelation chapter 13, verse 14. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 14, hey, welcome to YouTube, Yogi. Preach. Good to see you here. What's up, Tammy? Hello. Hello. Kelly, hello. Love it here. Very cool. I'm glad. Revelation chapter 13, verse 14. In Revelation 13, verse 14, it says, and he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. Okay, here's something that is so important to understand. Okay, it says he deceives those, right? So he deceives, this Antichrist, it says he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs. So being a deceiver, now this is what I want you to just think about for a second. Satan is so stinking good at what he does. You need to recognize that. He is a great deceiver. You need to give him credit where credit's due. He is amazing at deceiving people. Now, why I say that is because here's why. Because there's so many people who don't even know that they're deceived, right? And so what I mean by that is that Satan would not be a good deceiver if he just made you feel bad. If you feel bad all the time, that's not being a good deceiver. But if you feel good all the time, then he's a good deceiver. If you feel good, I'm feeling good. If you feel good, then he's doing a great job. If you're feeling good, then he is deceiving so many because so many people feel good, right? Like and like that's where all these sayings come out, and they're like, just do what feels right. Love is love, and you do you, and live your best life, and you only live once, and all these things, and you speak your truth, right? All these things. And it just gives you this blank check to do whatever you want to do and to live however you want to live, when that's the opposite of what we should be doing. Why? Because you are a created thing, which was created by a creator, and we should be glorifying God with every single thing that we do. That's the whole point. You don't have a blank check. I mean, you have free will to do whatever you want to, but you need to understand your purpose is none other than to glorify God. No matter whatever you eat or drink, whatever you do all for the glory of God. That's what we need to be remembering and understanding. It's not about me and me. That is what we need to learn. And that's a tough thing to learn, man. Like when you recognize it's not about me, and then all of a sudden you're just like sitting there like looking around like, well, that kind of sucks. Like you're just like, okay, well, so you need to, it's a whole thing. Hits you in waves. Revelation chapter 13, verse 14, it says, and he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. So you have this image being introduced here, and it says in verse 15, it says, he was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, and that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many who would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. So what's interesting here is we are given a type of this in the Old Testament, and it is so very good to understand what I mean by the type. What type? Well, if you go back to, we don't even need to go there, but I'll just tell you about it. In the book of Daniel, what you learn about, in many different places, I suppose, but in the book of Daniel, there's something called the abomination of desolation. And that is something that, people are like, well, what is that? What is that? What is that? What is the abomination of desolation? Well, what we do know about the abomination of desolation is that it's going to be something that is going to stand in the holy place. And so it's referenced in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. It's referenced in Daniel chapter 8. It's referenced in Daniel chapter 11 and in chapter 12, I think. But basically, we get a little bit of a picture because there's a guy back in the book of Daniel called Antiochus Epiphanes. Now, the reason why we're talking about a guy named Antiochus Epiphanes is because of the connection to the temple. Antiochus Epiphanes, who was he? Well, I need you to understand he was a type of the Antichrist. What do I mean by that? When you dive into Antiochus Epiphanes, what you learn about him back in Daniel's time is that he hated the Jewish people. He persecuted the Jewish people. He went into the temple. This is what you need to understand about him. He went into the temple. He should not have done that. He went into the Holy of Holy place, which he should not have done, and he built a statue of Zeus in the Holy of Holies. That guy is Antiochus Epiphanes. That is something that is a foreshadow of what another guy is going to do in the future. That is why in Matthew chapter 24, where Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, let him who reads understand. He says, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. This abomination of desolation is something that is going to be set up. And so what I want you to recognize is that it's happened in the past in a miniature kind of model. But it is given to you and I so that we can know that it's going to happen again. Just like Jonah in the Old Testament, when Jonah was swallowed by the great fish, that was a type of what Jesus would do in the New Testament. It happened in the Old Testament, but it was a model of something that happens in the New Testament. So just like Antiochus Epiphanes was setting up this image inside the Holy of Holy place, that happened back in the Old Testament as a foreshadow of something yet future to happen in the future. And so in the future, during the Great Tribulation, this Antichrist is going to go into the temple, and he also is going to put an image in there, just like what happened back in Daniel chapter 11. This guy, Antiochus Epiphanes, he built an image in the Holy of Holy place. The Antichrist is also going to build an image or put an image inside the Holy of Holy place as well. And whatever that image is, somehow it is supernaturally going to be given breath, and that this image is going to speak, and it's going to cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. This is a time like we're reading. This seems like we're reading like a sci-fi, like a science fiction novel right now. Like, what are you talking about? This thing's going to come to life. Like, this is a world that is not like any world that has ever been seen before. Could possibly be AI, something like that. It could possibly be very, very realistic. Elon Musk had made the comments before. He's like, we are summoning demons when they're working with technology. They don't even understand how this technology even works. My buddy Cole, we often, like every time we talk to each other on the phone, one of the questions that we always ask each other is, how are we doing this? Because the question is, how are we talking right now? Like, I'm talking to you guys are listening. How is this happening? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But this is why Daniel is so interesting, because in Daniel chapter 12, it talks about how knowledge shall increase. Right now, we are sharing knowledge at an unprecedented level like no other time in history. And so that is another reason to really be, it's a drop in the bucket as the signs of the times. But Revelation chapter 13. In Revelation chapter 13, verse 16, Revelation 13, verse 16, it says, he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. Now, the number of a man, we obviously know that man was created on the sixth day. You know, you can draw all kinds of connections to six. You know, there's Solomon, there's all kinds of things. This is not something that we need to be too worried about as people who are here on the earth right now. I believe the church will be taken out before this is even happening. This doesn't come into play until 3.5 years into the tribulation. Why? Because the beast already revealed himself. He destroyed the two witnesses, all of that. They went into the temple at this point. And so this is a very overt type of situation that the beast is doing. He's pulling fire down from heaven. This is literally a terrible time for the world when this is actually enacted. But just like what we talked about before, you have two political systems. One political system for the first 3.5 years, which is the 10 kings. Then during the second 3.5 years, you have the Antichrist ruling, but he eliminates 3 of the kings. And so now there's 7, but he is the 8th. And then just like the religious systems of the world during the tribulation, there's going to be one religious system for the first 3.5 years, which is the false church. And then during the last 3.5 years, there's going to be a different religious system, which is where the Antichrist is going to force all people to worship him, not Allah, not whatever. It's going to be him. And so that is, obviously this is a bad news bears. Okay, so that's Revelation chapter 13. So that is something good to, hopefully this all makes sense. Hopefully this picture is being painted rather well. This is all uploaded to YouTube. If you guys are interested in a verse-by-verse Bible study, we do a verse-by-verse Bible study. It's similar to what you're watching right now. We've done like 25 books just like this. So if you wanted to go check it out, there's a YouTube link up here. And I would encourage you to get into the Word. The best way to understand the Bible is to do it in a verse-by-verse Bible study, kind of like what we're doing right here, because it forces you to learn. It's easy to read the Bible, but it's hard to understand the Bible. And so it takes time, it takes energy, it takes effort. And so I want you to know this is not something you can just wrap your mind around. It is something that takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort. And so I would like to encourage you to start doing that. And if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, you can check us out. I upload all these to YouTube. We've done Revelation, we've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians. I wish I could go back and do some of those over again, because I know I didn't do it as well as what I could have, but I'm growing and I'm learning as I progress as well. And so it's kind of cool. So if you go back and watch some of those videos, you'll be like, oh, that's not what he said here, but that's because I'm learning. I'm able to connect more dots. And so you can use me as a model to see like, oh, he didn't explain that very well. And you're right, I don't get everything right, but I'm learning, and I have learned a ton in the past year and a half. We've only been doing these studies for a year and a half, roughly, and so it's really kind of cool. But there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile if you wanted to go check it out. Hey, thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Jay. Thank you guys for being here. If you guys wanted to come over to YouTube, it's a little bit quieter over here, and they say that it's they actually say that they like it, which is interesting. I'll pick their brains as far as why they like the YouTube better than the TikTok. But if you're looking for a little quieter kind of atmosphere, maybe check out YouTube. I'm live on YouTube right now. What if I don't understand it all in time? Yeah, nobody understands it. We can't. It's not possible. We can't understand it all in time. I think that's part of like the mystery. I think that's kind of cool. I think that we really, really do well to just keep diving in and just keep getting more on you, keep getting more of the Word. It's called daily bread, not monthly bread or yearly bread or quarterly bread or whatever. It is something that you need to be getting every single day. And so you feed yourself 3 times a day probably, and the question is, how many times do you feed yourself spiritually? And so you need to set apart time. It's interesting because if you look at our walk in our world, like how much time did you spend working out today? How much time did you spend going and, doing whatever, playing video games or, going outside and running or something like that? How much time did you spend that in comparison to how much time you spent with the Word of God? It's just one of those things that we all kind of handle in our own ways, but it's like our priorities are often out of place. And I'm not trying to make you guys feel bad. I'm just letting you know, like, we need to take it very, very seriously, because there's like, you could literally be standing before the Lord in a second. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. And we need to remember who we're dealing with here. Like, a lot of people, America has made Jesus seem like a little Santa Claus, lovey-dovey, genie in a bottle type guy. But we are told to fear the Lord. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge and understanding. We cannot have knowledge and understanding from God's point of view unless we first fear him. And so it's something that we need to really, really recognize. Jesus is all loving, and he's not willing that any should perish, absolutely. But he's coming back on a white horse, and he's going to absolutely wreck everybody who is against him. So that's the guy, that's the God of the Bible. That is who we're talking about. That's who we're reading about here. And so I'm telling you what, it is somebody that we would do well to get lit up over. And so learning more about him makes you want to talk more about him. When you talk more about him means that you're being more of a light. When you're being more of a light, then you get to tell more people about Jesus. When you tell more people about Jesus, then you are bringing more people to heaven. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be a part of this program for the kingdom, this kingdom program, trying to tell people about Jesus as much as we possibly can. I can't wait for him to come back too. What is the YouTube name? It's ITZ underscore sheesh. Hey, thank you, Yogi. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys, thank you. That is very, very kind. Yeah, Kelly, grow until our last breath. Absolutely. It's ITZ underscore sheesh if somebody wanted to pin that. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Mark. There it is. Yeah, that's the YouTube right there. Mark will probably pin that. It's ITZ underscore sheesh if you are interested. Yes, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. ITZ underscore sheesh. What did your dad say about the two witnesses? Oh, great question. We still have Revelation chapter 14. I was going to do Revelation chapter 14 real fast, but then we have Revelation 17. Oh gosh, I've been here for 5 hours. That's crazy. We've been doing this for 5 hours, which is so much fun. We're gaining understanding and traction, which is really tough. And it's difficult to do it in like 30-minute bite-sized pieces. Like you can't really get a good understanding in that short amount of time. So it's good to keep on going. But boy, oh boy, I asked my dad about the two witnesses, and for those of you who know, I was like, well, what about those two witnesses? Because a lot of people think it's Moses and Elijah. Some people think Moses and Enoch, or Elijah and Enoch. And I was like, well, what if they're just two random dudes? Thank you, Bridget. And so my dad said, he's like, it's actually really surprising. It's kind of anticlimactic. And he's like, never really put too much behind it. And I was like, thanks, Dad. The Forrest Gump wave. Oh gosh. So very anticlimactic. It didn't help me out, but he did say, he's like, that is a very real possibility, and he's like, that is something that you could definitely entertain. So there's that. It seems to make more sense to me the more I think about it, because Moses and Elijah already did show up in a sense. So by that, they already did fulfill it because of Matthew chapter 17 on the Mount of Transfiguration. The Forrest Gump wave, though. Like, Lieutenant Dan, ask her name. I'm so sorry. All right. Revelation chapter 14. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. Should definitely be Moses and Elijah. It could be Tom. I was just thinking, I was having a hard time like seeing that they already have their glorified bodies. And if they already have their glorified bodies, then does that mean that they take off that glorification to come back down to earth just to be killed? And I was like, that would kind of suck. And so I was like, it makes more sense to me, at least now that I've been working through it a little bit, that it might be two Jewish men who are alive during the tribulation who are just given the office of prophet for that specific time period. And that's just an idea. I could be wrong, and you could be right. Just an interesting thought to really roll around in your brain, because Moses and Elijah did show up, like I said. Israel was waiting for them. They showed up in Matthew 17, like I said, very provocative. Really difficult scenario. One to consider, at least different, look at all sides of the coin and see where you land. Okay, so let's go ahead. Be glad to watch it all from heaven. Yeah, I'm telling you what. All right, Revelation chapter 14. We'll kind of get on into this one. Hopefully this won't take that long. Revelation chapter 14, verse 1. Like I said, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. Yes, thank you. All verses studied are recorded, posted, and now live streamed on YouTube. Okay, yes, we are on YouTube. Yeah, Joyce, like your answer. Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. If you guys wanted to come on over or stay there, it just depends on what you like more. It is up to you, but you have options. But if you wanted to follow me over here on YouTube, I would appreciate it, just in case I do get bananaed on TikTok again. I got bananaed there like 4 times. And so this would be a good way to stay in touch if you would like to. And I upload all these to YouTube if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study. You could go over this at a slower pace if you would like to later on. Revelation chapter 14. Oh, my kids just got home from school. Hopefully they don't come down and just like start doing all kinds of things. You guys got to meet them a little bit. That was kind of fun. Legit, you still here? All right. We should definitely meet here. Thanks for this. Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. Thanks for hanging out. I hope they do. Thanks for this. Absolutely, Lisa. Bone Crusher, what days and times do you do these Bible studies? Well, it takes a lot. Like this takes a lot of time to prepare. So I actually didn't think it would take this much time because I've already went through the book already, but I was wrong. It actually is taking a lot more time, but that's okay. I'm learning a lot, and I really appreciate the things that I'm learning, and they're invaluable. But I try to go live about 2 times a week, and they're pretty much throughout the day. However, I was thinking about doing this study again during the nighttime for those people who are not here right now, because I know that there's people. So I might do the exact same thing again, like tomorrow night, maybe. We'll see. Because it's some good stuff and people are very interested, and so might as well talk about while it's fresh on my mind, because I'll forget it here in a little bit. But I do try to do 1 or 2 times a week, and right now we're going through the book of Revelation, and next book, I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe it's the book of Joel. I think Joel would be a good one, or maybe we'll do Genesis. I think Genesis might also be a huge challenge for me, just because of how much is actually there. Because you can just, oh my goodness, that'd be a big one. I see you. You're not blocked. Ryan doesn't always see questions. Oh, for something to be holy, it means God blessed it. Does that mean God blesses the third temple? Does it say the holy temple? Where are you seeing that? What passage there? Did she give a passage? Yes, you said holy temple. Oh, that temple might be in connection with Revelation chapter 11, verse 19. In Revelation 11, verse 19, it says the temple of God was opened in heaven. So that temple, yes, absolutely is holy, because that is in heaven. That is a heavenly temple. But the one that this temple, it's interesting, and it's very important to really understand the difference between the temples, because right now there's all kinds of talks about the third temple, and you need to make the connection that it's not a good thing. Have you heard from Deidre? No, I actually thought of her yesterday, and I actually meant to message her, but I haven't, which is unfortunate because she entered my mind and then exited my mind. That's terrible. But the third temple is something to, you need to recognize that the temple, it's not a good thing. It's not something to be excited over in a good way, but it is something to be excited over as far as we're getting closer to going home kind of way. It's not a good thing because it's a bad thing because the Jewish people are looking for a way to reinstitute the sacrificial system. And that's just completely wrong because Jesus paid it all. And so the Jewish people, they're lost, many of them, and they want to bring back sacrifices. And by doing so, that is bad because it's taking away from what Jesus did. And so from God's point of view, it's a slap in the face because he's like, I already did all this. Like, what are you guys doing? He's like, you guys prefer animal blood rather than Jesus's blood. And so you need to understand it's exciting to hear about it, but it doesn't mean that it's a good thing from our point of view. Hopefully that helps. Can't wait to go home. Have you studied this Dead Sea Scroll? No, I haven't. Does the rapture happen before the third temple? I don't know. I think, but what we do know is the temple will be standing before the tribulation begins. So that is something to understand. It's not going to take long for them to build the temple. We understand that the temple will be standing before the tribulation because we know that the 2 witnesses preach in front of the temple for 3.5 years. And that is the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. So in order for them to preach in front of it, there needs to be a temple in existence. So hopefully that helps. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 14. Revelation chapter 14, verse 1, it says, Then I looked, and behold, a lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of a loud thunder. And I heard the sound of harpists playing their harps. They sang, as it were, a new song before the throne, before the 4 living creatures and the elders. And no one can learn the song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. These are the ones who are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. They are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These were redeemed from among men, being firstfruits to God and to the Lamb, and in their mouth was found no deceit, for they are without fault before the throne of God. So here, Chapter 14 is another one of those chapters where it's kind of like a little bit of a parenthetical kind of pause. It's a parenthetical insert. You guys remember when I told you about like how they're like, I want you to imagine some like 4 clowns back there. There's a couple chihuahuas over here and there are a couple snakes over here. Like it's kind of like you're trying to describe everything happening in the room all at the same time. And yet it's difficult to say what happened first. Did the clown fall over first, or did the snake fall down from the ceiling first, or did the chihuahua bite my leg first? Which one happened? They're all happening at the same time. Okay, so here in Revelation chapter 14, we get a little bit of a, this is a parenthetical insert. In this chapter, what this chapter ends up doing is that this chapter predicts the failure of the demonic program. It also warns of the 7 bowl judgments, and it also provides words of encouragement to the saints that are living in the Great Tribulation. So the first thing that this chapter predicts is the failure of the demonic program. Now, why am I saying that it predicts the failure of the demonic program? Well, because of what is going on in Revelation chapter 14. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 1, it says this: "Then I looked, and behold, a lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written on their foreheads." So what verse 1 says here, or what verse 1 seems to imply, verse 1 seems to be a millennial scene, because the 144,000 are with the Lamb. The 144,000 are with the Lamb. And this millennial scene takes place after the tribulation is over. So this verse provides comfort because it's giving you a futuristic type of view. Why? Because if the 144,000 are with the Lamb, remember, John is having this vision. John is there, and he looks into the future. But then there's times where he looks further into the future, and there's times where he looks closer to the future, and then he looks further out into the future, then he's like a little bit into the future, then further out into the future. Here in Revelation chapter 14, he looks further out into the future, and he sees a millennial type of scene. And this is a millennial type of scene. Why? Because the Lamb, Jesus, he's there, and he's standing on Mount Zion. When is Jesus going to be standing on Mount Zion? It doesn't actually happen until Zechariah. If you go to the book of Zechariah, there's, if you guys want to go there real fast, Zechariah chapter 12, I think it is. Zechariah chapter 12, I don't know the verse. In Zechariah chapter 14. Zechariah chapter 14, verse 4. In Zechariah chapter 14, verse 4, it says, "And in that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which faces Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall be split in two." And so you have this futuristic kind of visual that John is painting for people like you and I. We are here, we're learning about it, we're learning about this scene, but this is why this is an encouragement to the tribulation saints, because John is letting them know, he's like, hey, don't worry about it. The 144,000 that were sealed all the way back in Revelation chapter 7, how many of those 144,000 did Jesus lose? Jesus didn't lose any of them. There's still 144,000 at the end. And so that is something to really be mindful of, because these 144,000, it doesn't say 130,000. It doesn't say 140,000. No, every single one of them is still there. He kept them all. Every single one. I did not lose one. All that you gave me, I have kept. And so in Revelation chapter 14, verse 1, this seems to be a millennial scene, because the 144,000 are with the Lamb. Before, they are running all over the place. They're running around all over the world, telling everybody about Jesus as much as they possibly can. But here in Revelation 14, they're with him, which means that it is yet so much further along. This is at the end. And so this is an encouragement to those who are going to go through the tribulation, because if they made it, then that means that they will as well. Revelation chapter 14, verse 2, moving on. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 2, it says, "And I heard a voice from heaven like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of loud thunder. And I heard the sound of harpists playing their harps. They sang as it were a new song before the throne, before the 4 living creatures and the elders. and no one could learn the song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. Redeemed from the earth. Interesting. But here in verse 3, the 144,000 saints are clearly different from the elder saints. Now that's something that we can that is implied here in Revelation 14 verse 3. Because it says the 144,000 sang, as it were, a new song before the throne, before the four living creatures and the elders. So we know the 144,000 are not the elders. The 144,000 are the 144,000. And so that is something that is very interesting. But what's interesting about this song is that this song is only going to be able to be sung by the 144,000. It's their song. These 144,000, they are selected. I don't know how God chose them or why he chose them. I don't know what the seal of God looks like. Maybe it's a cross, maybe it's visible, maybe it's invisible. I have no idea. But these 144,000 are a specific 144,000. Moving on to verse 4, in Revelation chapter 14, verse 4, it says, "These are the ones who were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These were redeemed from among men, being firstfruits to God and to the Lamb." So these 144,000 firstfruits, where it says in verse 4, where it says firstfruits, being firstfruits to God and to the Lamb, these 144,000 firstfruits, this indicates a much more, or many more people to be gathered at a later on point. So these 144,000 are first fruits. They're the first fruits. The harvest is yet future. There's going to be a whole bunch of a huge multitude of people that make it out of the tribulation. And so these 144,000 are considered the first fruits. Now in verse 5 it says, "And in their mouth was found no deceit, for they are without fault before the throne of God." This is an interesting passage. I don't really know what it means exactly, but it says, "In their mouth was found no deceit, for they are without fault before the throne." So an idea, at least, is that maybe this has the idea about these 144,000 is they are moral virgins who don't lie and are without fault or are without blemish. They are untainted from religion, perhaps. I don't understand it 100%. Or maybe it's as simple as they just don't lie, or maybe they don't lie after they receive the seal of God on their foreheads. I don't know. Not too worried about it though. But what we do know is that these are 144,000 men who are virgin men, and they are from the tribes of Israel. That is documented in Revelation chapter 7. And so it's very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. But in Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, this is where it gets a little interesting, if it hasn't been interesting yet. Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, it says, "Then I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, 'Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth and the sea and the springs of water.'" What's interesting about this verse right here is that this angel is competing against the Antichrist. This angel is competing against the false prophet who is doing all kinds of signs and miracles. This angel is preaching a gospel and pleading with people to trust him who created everything. This is so interesting. This gives you an idea of why it's a tribulation compared to the Great Tribulation. Because during the Great Tribulation, everybody is you have a very clear decision to make. You choose Jesus Christ or you choose the Antichrist. And there's going to be a ton of people who choose the Antichrist. And all of those people are going to have to get those bowl judgments, which we'll talk about here as we progress through. But this angel in verse 7, Revelation 14:7, it says, "Fear God and give glory to him." He could be saying, he's like, don't be giving it to the Antichrist. Don't give it to him. Fear God and give glory to him. And so that is something that we need to recognize. There's a whole picture that's being painted here. But he says, fear God and give glory to him. This is what you need to recognize. There are two very, very clear, just imagine what's going on during this time. You have an angel. The whole world is going to see an angel flying in heaven. Imagine that happening right now before the tribulation starts. Everybody would be geeking out and they'd be like, oh my goodness. And it would cause probably a huge revival of sorts, a whole bunch of, kinds of chaos, a whole bunch of confusion. But during the tribulation, they're going to see this angel, they're going to hear this angel, and then they're going to not accept the message of this angel. And that is heartbreaking. But that is the world that is going to be in existence during the tribulation. And so it is something to pay attention to. But it says, saying with a loud voice, fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come. There's the word hour. The hour, the hour, the hour. Has the idea of the whole time period of the tribulation. The hour of his judgment has come. And worship him who made heaven and earth and the sea and springs of water. Now, this is really interesting, because what this angel does is he doesn't say worship him who died on the cross for your sins. It's worship him who created everything. He's taking it back to the fundamentals, the ABCs, the acknowledgement of acknowledging the creator, acknowledging that he is God Almighty. There are people who are on the earth who haven't heard about Jesus dying on the cross, but there are people who recognize that God is real, that they recognize that God is the creator. There's people who recognize those things, and I think it's really interesting to dive into that. Now, how are those people going to go to heaven who just believe that God exists and they give glory to God, but they don't know all the things that you and I know? I think so. I think that God recognizes that, because here, this angel doesn't give you the gospel in 1 Corinthians 15, 1-4, which is very, very provocative, because what's going on during this time on the earth, it's mass deception. So this angel is bringing it back to the ABCs. He's bringing it back to the ABCs, the fundamentals, which is the creation. If you read the book of Isaiah, what you'll find many, many places is that God delights in his role as the creator. It's all sprinkled throughout the book of Psalms as well. The heavens and the earth, proclaim all of creation, all of these things. Romans chapter 1, it says they worship the creature rather than the creator. It's really, really interesting. But if you have this angel coupled with 144,000, these people, in a sense, are going to have no excuse. They have no excuse for denying Jesus at this point. They have no excuse. They know who he is. There's a very clear picture, a very clear decision that they have to make, and it's either Jesus Christ or the Antichrist. And it's really fascinating to see this kind of stuff, but it just goes to, there's people over in the jungle. I read a missionary story before where they were trying to reach these people that were living out in the jungle, and I told you guys this before. But there was this huge language barrier, and there wasn't a language that they could reach them for the gospel's sake. And so they finally was able to get enough words back and forth to where they could understand one another. And so they told them about God. And then the people that were living in the jungle or whatever, they were like, oh, and they held up their thumb. They're like, oh. And the missionary was like, what are you doing with your thumb? And they're like, oh, this is the God of the thumb. And so as they started talking, the missionary and the guy that lived out in the jungle, they realized that they acknowledged that there was a creator, because they just called him the God of the thumb. They didn't know who he was. They didn't know what to call him. They just said, that's the God of the thumb. So back in that kind of environment, we don't know how God's working. These people, God could be speaking to them in many different ways. And I'm sure he has. There's a lot of Muslims who are coming to Christ because of dreams. Muslims put a lot behind dreams. That doesn't mean that it applies to you and I, but it applies to them. God can do whatever he wants to. But I just want you to recognize that those people recognized that they called him God Almighty. They called him the God of the thumb. And that's because they didn't know any better. But they acknowledged his existence, and they acknowledged that he was the creator. And I just wonder, I'm just really curious. I'm like, how does that work here? But anyways, the people here on earth are going to have a very clear decision to make, and that is to choose Jesus or the Antichrist. Okay, so in Revelation chapter 14, verse 8, it says, and another angel followed, saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she has made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. So here in verse 8, Babylon, where it says Babylon is fallen, this is the fall of political Babylon, or the prediction of it, at least. This is the prediction of the fall of Babylon. And there's more on this in Revelation chapter 18. Hey, thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. There's more on this in Revelation chapter 18, but it basically is saying that the worldwide capital of the Antichrist will be destroyed sometime in the future. The worldwide capital of the Antichrist being Babylon, 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 Babylon. And so, people have their opinions as far as what Babylon is. And so we can talk more about that when we get to chapter 18. But here we have another angel. So there's two angels. This one is the third one. So in Revelation 14, verse 9, it says, "Then a third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships the beast in his image and receives his mark on his forehead or on his hand, he himself shall also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out full strength into the cup of his indignation. He shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of his holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, who worship the beast and his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are those who keep the commandments of God and the faith in Jesus." Now here, what's interesting about this is in Revelation 14, verse 10, Revelation 14, verse 9, those who receive the mark of the beast, this is the point of no return. The people who get the mark of the beast, once they make that decision, it's unchangeable. You made your bed, now you got to lie in it. These people are done. If they receive the mark, they are done, and they will be cast into the lake of fire. You can't undo that. That is the point of no return. And those that make this mistake or take the mark, they are going to suffer two things. And that is what is documented in Revelation 14, verse 10. So the two things that they are going to suffer are the wrath in verse 10, or the bowl judgments. So they're going to suffer that wrath. And not only the bowl judgments, but they're also going to suffer the eternal torment in the lake of fire. And at this point, remember, there are two worldwide calls to repentance. You have the angels, or the angel in heaven giving the everlasting gospel. And you also have the 144,000 that are running around telling everybody about Jesus as much as they possibly can. They're like a whole bunch of Apostle Pauls just running around telling people about Jesus, and they're untouchable. And so it's really, really cool. But these people who received the mark of the beast, they had all the opportunities in the world to come to Christ, and they just completely reject him. They want to live in rebellion. Why do the nations rage and plot a vain thing, right? These people do not want to be ruled by God. And whereas I look at it completely differently, and I'm just like, I think it's an absolute privilege to be a servant of God Most High. I think that's two different perspectives. One doesn't want to be ruled, and the other one, me and you, I'm sure, we look at it as a privilege to be able to do whatever we can and to serve him. And so see the house of the Lord. And so that's what we get to do. See you, Tamara. Thanks for being here. It's not a disciplinary action. It's not something we have to do. It's something we get to do. And so that's something that we would do well to understand. But in Revelation chapter 14, verse 11, it says, And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, who worship the beast and his image, whoever receives a mark of his name. Now, what's interesting, let's go to Colossians chapter 1. Colossians chapter 1, verse 15. Go to Colossians chapter 1, verse 15. So as you're turning to Colossians chapter 1, verse 15, the reason why we're turning there is because I want you to make a connection, because these people worship the beast and his image. And in contrast to the beast and his image is what? What is the opposite of the beast and his image? Well, the opposite of the beast and his image is God and his image. So in Colossians chapter 1, verse 15, it says this about Jesus. In Colossians 1:15, it says, He, Jesus, is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. So in contrast to the beast and his image, which is the abomination of desolation, you have God and his image, which is Jesus, the image of God. And so it's really interesting. So you have the two options on the table. And so moving on in Revelation chapter 14, verse 12, it says, "Here is the patience of the saints. Here are those who keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus." So their encouragement, the saints that are alive during the tribulation, their encouragement is knowing that those people who persecute them during this time, the beast followers, the human beings who decide to follow the beast rather than Jesus, the Christians that are alive during this time, the saints that are alive during this time, their encouragement is knowing that that the people that persecute them will pay. That is something that they're going to have to, they understand that. It's just like, hey, whatever you do to me, know that this is coming for you. And so that, in a sense, is an encouragement. So that is for those who are going through the tribulation. All right, Revelation chapter 14. And in Revelation chapter 14, verse 13, it says, "Then I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, 'Write, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors and their works follow them.'" So here in Revelation 14:13, here a special blessing is promised to those saints who die in the Great Tribulation. They have a special blessing. The people who die during the Great Tribulation are blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Why? Because they're going through a hard time. They're going to be going through crazy stuff. And so it's really interesting, but it says, yes, that says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors and their works follow them. So these tribulation saints are going to get they're going to have to go through it. They're going to be hunted down. They're going to be going through all this stuff that's poured out onto the earth, and it's going to be unlike any other time period. But there's going to be people who make it through the tribulation. There's going to be Christians who make it through the tribulation. And that's what Matthew 25 is talking about, because in Matthew 25, at the end, you see the sheep and goat judgments, which takes place at the valley of Jehoshaphat, which is documented in the book of Joel. And so it's really interesting to see that kind of stuff take place. But these people that die during the tribulation or during the Great Tribulation receive a special blessing. Their works are going to follow them, and they will be rewarded for what they've done. In Matthew 25, it says, "When did we feed you? When did we clothe you when you were naked? When did we see you in prison? When did we do all these things?" And then Jesus says, when you've done it to the least of these, you've done it to me. And so what it comes down to during this time is how these people treat the Jewish people and how they support them and how they love the brethren. That is going to really be considered greatly, it seems. So, all right, moving on to Revelation 14. In Revelation 14, verse 14, it says, "Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and on the cloud sat one like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, 'Thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe.' So he who sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped." So here in verse 14 through 16, what you see here in these three verses is the proclamation. The proclamation here is that the reaping is this is all about reaping. Now, reaping is a common symbol for salvation. So when you look at reaping and you associate it with salvation, what you see here in verse 14 through 16 is in contrast to those who take the mark. Here, it's talking of those that get saved. So whereas before in Revelation 13, those who take the mark, here in Revelation 14, verse 14 through 16, it's talking about those who did not take the mark. It's talking about those who got saved. And so that's really cool. But you have two angels here. You have one angel talking to another, and it seems that one is none other than Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, he's on the cloud. He has a sharp sickle. And it's just really interesting to see all of these, like this vision that John is seeing, and he's writing it all down, and he's like, okay, he's about to thrust in his sickle and reap, for the time has come for him to reap. The harvest of the earth is ripe. But then we go to verse 17. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 17, it says, "Then another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, Thank you, Yogi. Thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 14, verse 17, it says, Then another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came from the altar who had power over fire, and he cried with a loud cry to him who had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. So the angel thrust his sickle into the earth and gathered the vine of the earth and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trampled outside the city, and blood came up the winepress up to the horses' bridles for 1,600 furlongs. All right, so here in verse 17 through 20, so in verse 14 through 16, what you have is the reaping. But in verse 17 through 20, in contrast to the reaping, which the reaping speaks of salvation, in verse 17 through 20, we have something that is referred to as trampling or being trampled. So in the first couple verses, you have reaping, which talks of a good thing, salvation. But then in the last couple verses, you have something that's referred to as being trampled, which is in contrast to salvation. It's talking about judgment. So you have reaping and salvation, and you have trampled, which is talking about judgment. So in verse 20 speaks of judgment. So the grapes are gathered together, and then they undergo God's severe wrath, which is expressed in the bold judgments. So the grapes need to be gathered first, and then after they are gathered, then they will be trampled. Now this is a vision of Armageddon, which is so... This is just a picture. He's like using the valley of Armageddon, or Megiddo, which takes place at Megiddo. But there's more to it. We'll talk about that next time. But they need to be gathered. This is a vision of something that is yet future, and this vision of Armageddon is going to take place at the second coming. And so when you dive into how neat of what we're going to talk about next time, you're just going to love it, because we're going to get all up in Isaiah chapter 63. We're going to talk about where, we're going to talk about who's involved. We're going to talk about all the things that are there. And it might surprise you as how cool it actually is, because of not because anything I did, obviously. This is just what's in the Bible, and it's fun connecting the dots. And so it's really kind of cool. But this is a vision of a visual of the Battle of Armageddon, which is remarkable, and hopefully you can see it next time. I don't know when we'll do it, but that's what I got for you in Revelation chapter 14. That's Revelation chapter 12, 13, and 14. Also Daniel chapter 7. We went all over the place. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for being here. Like I said before, my name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter. And so if you're looking for a serious Bible study, kind of like what you've seen here, check out, there's a YouTube link up here if you want to go subscribe. I upload all these to YouTube. I would encourage you to, thank you for those gifts there. Thank you so much. I would encourage you to get into the Word and do it in a verse-by-verse manner. I think that's the best way to do it. Hey, you made my day. Thank you. Very cool, McRae. Awesome. We've done Revelation already. We've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. And now we're doing Revelation again. And if you compare this time around to the last time around, you will... I'm blown away with how much I've learned from the first time. So a year and a half ago, we went through the book of Revelation. And so now, a year and a half later, which is what you're watching right now, you're seeing Revelation revamped, in a sense, at least to me. Like, I have learned so much since a year and a half ago. And so my walk has just grown, and I just absolutely love it. And so I'm encouraged, and I know that you guys are too. And I think it's really cool that you allow me to pour into you, and I thank you for trusting me. Thank you so much for doing that. So thank you guys for being here. Like I said, if you wanted to go follow me over on YouTube, I would appreciate it, because, that's my only other social media. And if you're looking for a verse by verse commentary, it's something to at least consider. But one way or the other, I would encourage you to dive in. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you so much. And, as per usual, the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by recognizing that you're a sinner, and then recognizing who Jesus is. You need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led his sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins and for my sins. He was buried, and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. What an amazing thing. What an amazing thing. I absolutely love it. It is a free gift, for by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that is what I want you to always make the main thing the main thing. Everything else that we're talking about here in the book of Revelation is secondary. It's okay if you disagree with me on a post-trib, mid-trib, pre-trib. I personally believe in a pre-trib. And it's okay if you see it differently. You know, it's we need to remember to love one another and to tell people about Jesus, because that's what we're here for. So very, very cool. Thanks again. Awesome study. Thank you, Bone Crusher. Thanks, Bridget, for all the things that you've done over here. And thank you for that gift, Yogi. Thank you so much. This was a blessing. Thank you, Sean. Thank you guys so much. Thanks, Ryan. I enjoyed this very much and so grateful that I found it. Very cool. Sugarfoot, thank you. See you on the day of judgment. I hope there you go. Wow. I love your lessons, but I don't love when people are excluded because it seems they go against what you're saying. Your mods are gatekeeping in a very dangerous way. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on there, Jimmy. Sorry, man. I actually can't read very much, but anyone in the comments? Okay. All right. Very cool. How often do you do the Bible study? Thank you. Grateful I found this page. I try to do 2 lives a week. I actually, first timer, giving thanks. Very cool. Thanks for being here. Marvelous job. Thank you, Chill House. Thank you. Thank you for the D5. Yeah, Andrew, thank you so much. Breaking things down in the way. Awesome, man. Mods don't allow nonsense, bro. I don't know any context. I'm new here. Hello. Watch out for PC. But yeah, so I think it's cool. I think it's neat, trying to figure it all out, and I think it's fun trying to grow. That's what I'm doing, and I try to do these lives once or twice a week. I also was considering doing this same one, maybe tomorrow night, just in the evening time. Maybe doing it, starting at around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and trying to reach some people who stay up throughout the night, maybe. Because I used to be on night shift all the time. And so I know that some of them would like to hear it. Maybe there's other people who I could reach. Who knows? We'll see. But next time we go live with chapter 15, 16, and 17, probably. I don't know when I'll do that next. I'm going to be working on it, though. I'll tell you that much. I always put out a little TikTok story letting you guys know. That's the only way I can really let you notify you. I also put out a notification on YouTube. I try to do that in about 24 hours in advance. So if you do follow me on YouTube, you can see a notification. I try to put like a next live scheduled for so-and-so. I'm trying to figure it out as much as I can. There's a lot of things I want to work on, a lot of things to do. I'm learning a whole bunch of things that I've never even dabbled in before, and so it's a lot, but it's fun, and I think it's very edifying, and so I'm just thankful to be able to do this, and so I'm gonna give it my best shot while I can. It was awesome to listen to your thoughts, and thank you. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Very cool stuff. Very, very cool. So good to see you, Amanda. What is the YouTube? Serg, the YouTube, there's a link up in my TikTok profile if you wanted to go check it out. It's ITZ_sheesh. It never notifies? Yeah, absolutely, Julie. Did enjoy your night readings as well. Oh, were you there for that? That's cool. The Envisions. That's awesome. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's ITZ_sheesh. If somebody wanted to just pin that ITZ_sheesh, you can just type it in. But there's also a link up here if you wanted to go check it out, which is also an option. That's where everybody is. Got like 40 people over here, which is very cool. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. God is amazing, and talking and learning about him is the best. Thank you. Absolutely. You have to turn notifications on with bell. Okay. Didn't know that. That is good to know. Do you recommend doing Daniel first before Revelation? And new here. Honestly, I think, if you have somebody that you trust going through the book of Revelation and you're new to the Bible, I honestly would go through the book of Revelation as a starter. Just because you learn so much, it forces you to unpack all kinds of other things, and at least you get a feel for it. And so if you want, if you're using me, I would go through Revelation. That's what I would do. Because we tackle everything else. And so I would go through Revelation 2024, though, which are the videos that I just put out recently. I would go through those. And it really will, we do a pretty good job at deep dive. Thank you, Mark. Yes, that is it. If you're looking for YouTube, it's ITZ_sheesh. So if you just type that into YouTube, you'll be able to find me over there. If you're looking for me. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that is what I got for you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna get out of here. That was we're 5 hours and 54 minutes. That's how long this live was. That's ridiculous. If you were here for that entire time, mad props to you for listening to me just flap my gums. But hopefully it was edifying. Hopefully it helped you think and maybe put some thoughts, connect some dots or something like that. But it's a cool thing to be able to do. Wow. I know, right? Totally blessed. It's never long enough. I know, right? That is awesome. I stayed. You stayed the whole time. Very cool. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to encourage you to tell somebody about Jesus. We don't know how much time we have left, but we can do what we can do while we're still here. And so that's what I want to encourage you. I want to stir you up to be able to edify one another and to tell people about Jesus. And we're supposed to stir one another up, and even more so, as the book of Hebrews says, even more so, stir one another up even more so as you see the day approaching. And right now, I see the day approaching. We are living in a world that is unlike any other. We're seeing Israel being surrounded on all sides. We're seeing all the pieces on the board, all the lines converging, getting closer and closer and closer to where it's just a point of no return. And it is so amazing. And I want you to not be afraid of everything going on. I want you to be encouraged, because this is told in the Bible. And if you see it in the Bible and you see it coming true in our world today, then it's authenticating the reality of the Bible and how true it is. And that is something to really just hold on to. And there's so many truths, everything in here are so many truths. It's just like, how many truths are you arming yourself with? Are you arming yourself with truth, or are you arming yourself with something that's going on in the world, and your 401k or your Roth IRA or the money system or gold or silver or ammunition or whatever? Is that what you're holding on to, or are you holding on to the Word? And so I would encourage you to hold on to the Word, never let go. This is everything, and it's something to be mindful of. So that's what I would like to encourage you with. But all right, guys, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for being here, and I will let you know next time I go live, hopefully, Lord willing. See you guys.